Hello and welcome to my channel. My name is Benson Raro. So today we are going to build Spotify clone. So this is the beautiful home page. So here we have the playlist, so or should I say the public playlist, and then here we have our podcast and then our songs, whereby you can filter by podcast or filter by songs. Okay, and then after that we will have our own that is audio player, whereby we have the thumbnail, and also we can also play, and then also we can also have next and also next also you can see, and then you can also reorder. By here you can see this is the one current playing. So here when I click next should be coming to this. So here when I reorder like that, now we should be having hello. So when I do it like that, now you can see we can also be able to to update our own queue, and also we can also empty it like that. So we also have that is the volume here, so you can also increase the volume like that. So, and also here you can visit the lyrics. You can see the lyrics of the song by clicking this link here, and then you should be redirected to this page here, whereby you can see the lyric of the song. Okay, whereby we'll be using Genius to get the lyrics of the songs. Okay, after that I should mention on our right here, you can see we have all our playlists, and then you cannot see them under that is public playlist here. So that is because they are private. So when I visit a playlist like this one here, you can be able to see it is private. Okay, so when I make it public, then save, and then head over to home. Okay, then you can see we have the playlist right there. Okay, so let's say now you want to play, so you can also be able to play the playlist. So you can see nothing was updated because here we only have one song, and it was the one that was playing. So here you can see now we have the playlist. Okay, so you can also be able to delete the playlist. Okay, so let's say now you are not satisfied with the playlist that you have right here, or let's just start by you are not satisfied with the audio that we have right here. So you can create your own audio, or you can upload your own audio by heading over to Author dashboard. Okay, on our Author dashboard here, I should explain one thing here, that we have this this theme color here, which you are getting from this image here. The same thing we had with the playlist here. You can see the theme are also changing. Okay, even when you head over to something like that is the audio itself, you can see the theme also is changing, and the same thing we have here. Okay, so this is courtesy of our own hook that we create to do this. We'll be using plain JavaScript, so that one will be very exciting to do or to build. And then you can also change your banner here, and totally remove your banner here. Okay, so you can do that, you can try it out. So let us now upload our own audio. So I'll click this upload button here, and then I'll just start by choosing the audio. Okay, when I choose the audio, I'll choose this one audio here. I'll choose that is I Love Yourself by Justin Bieber, and then I will choose that is the thumbnail. I will choose the thumbnail here. Okay, so you can see we have this beautiful progress bar, so very beautiful. And then you can see we can also be able to upload two items simultaneously, and then we'll be using a reusable component to do all that. And then here we should choose a song, and then here we should choose the author. So let me just paste something here. Okay, so I should mention the author. The name of the author is very important to have the correct spelling, because we'll be using Genius, as I have mentioned. And then also the title, it should be of the same spelling. Okay, just like that, and then we can just save. Okay, or add audio. Okay, and then down here you can be able to see our audio, whereby you can just click play there, and then you can also be able to play. You can also add it to our liked song. So you can see we have been able to add it to our liked song. Also let's see if we can be able to get the lyrics from Genius. So here you can see, we also have the lyrics. So let me pause it. So after that, I would like us to see how we can create our own playlist. So you can create our own playlist by clicking here and then clicking create playlist. Okay, we'll create our own playlist here. You can see the playlist here without any audio, but there is also another way. You can head over to your audios or maybe inside any playlist that you have. Okay, I just use this one here, whereby you can access your own audio here. Okay, so I want to create my own playlist based on this audio here. So I will come here and choose this drop down here, whereby you can see also we can also be able to remove from liked song by just clicking it, just like that. You can see it have been removed. And also you can also be able to edit. You can also be able to edit the audio. You can see right there. We'll be working on that also. And then also you can also be able to delete it. So also you can also be able to add it to queue. So let's try adding this one to queue here. Add to queue like that. Then when you come here, you can see it have been added to queue. Okay, so so now let's see how we can create our playlist based on this audio here. Okay, so here you can click this playlist here, and then it will be a playlist will be created based on that based on our audio here. Okay, but also you can also be able to add any audio to any playlist. So here you can see here we have this shape of view by Edgestore. Here you can also be able to add it to the audio that we have created here, just like that. You can see it have been updated here. Okay, and you come inside here, you can see it have one audio, the one that you have just added. You can also be able to delete it. Okay, you can see we have been able to delete it. So let me create another let me come inside here, and then maybe you can try to update this one. Okay, when I come inside here, I can update this one and say something like love songs. Okay, and then here I can make it public or private. You can choose either. Let's choose public for right now. And then here you can change the banner, or basically remove the banner. So you can remove the banner. Okay, just like that. And then just hit save. Okay, and then come inside here. Okay, you can see here you have the playlist without the banner, so that is great. I think I have mentioned all the things except the search here. We have the search, whereby you can search by artist. You can search Adele, and then you can see right there you can search by song. You can say something like help. Okay, just like that. So you can see there. And then also I should also mention that we'll be using Clerk for authentication there. So you can see we have Clerk for authentication there. So so the last thing that I want to mention is the stack that we'll be using for this project. So we'll be using the best React framework out there, that is for web development. So this is the best framework out there. So the hype that it is getting, it is well deserved. Okay, so it is very much exciting, and it's really very easy to work with. So for design, we'll be using Tailwindcss, which is which will be very exciting to work with, and actually very simple. Okay, so you can see the simple classes that we'll be using throughout the project. Okay, and then you can see how it is working very excitingly and very fast. Okay, and then to double it up, we'll be using Shadcn Ui to build. So it is a component library whereby we'll be working with a lot of component here. You can see all the component here that we'll be working with. Okay, and then for our DB, we'll be using Prisma to connect to our Neon database here. Okay, so Prisma, it's very exciting also to work with. So I hope you are hyped like me, because it is very exciting to work with also. So lastly, to store our images and our audio, we'll be using Edgestore. Edgestore is very exciting to work with. So you can get a demo here. Okay, and then you can see how it is easy also to work with. So I have chosen very simple components of stacks to work with, and also they are also very exciting. So in the next part of the video we can set up the project. So now we can set up our project. So basically what you can do, you can create a folder anywhere, basically on any directory, and then give it a name, basically any name, and then you can just drag it and drop it inside our VS Code, or basically your code, that is code editor of choice. Okay, like that. So just give it a moment so that it can load. Okay, so now here I have my terminal has already opened. So basically to open the terminal you can hit Ctrl J, that is Ctrl J also to hide. So here Ctrl J like that, or Ctrl J like that to open, and then also you can use view here. Basically you can open the terminal by clicking this here. Okay, like that. So, and then there is also another option here whereby you can open it by clicking new terminal. Okay, so let me hide my sidebar here, that is Control B, that is Control B, and then here we can create our next app. So we can say npx, so just create, that is npx create, that is create dash next dash app. Okay, so let me zoom in a bit so that it can be in one line like that, and then since we have our folder already, so you can just hit ./. Okay, so that the file can be created inside our Spotify clone. Okay, that is Spotify clone folder. Okay, now give it a moment to load. Basically for the npx, that is npx create next app to load. So basically we will be prompted with a few questions. So first question is, would you like to use TypeScript? We'll be using TS. Okay, so hit yes. So you can navigate between the two by using the right arrow key and the left arrow key, like that, like this. So for slint also you can choose yes, and then for Tailwind you can also use yes, and then for src directory you can say no, and then for the app router, will definitely be using this one. So basically he also hit yes, and then for the AF, to customize the import alias you can say no, basically because I would like us to use the same import alias configurations. Okay, so just hit no. Okay, and then give it a moment so that the dependency can be installed. Okay, so I'll pause the video so that this dependency installation can finish. So now for the next part, what we'll do now is set up our Tailwind, that is our Shadcn Ui. So I'll clear my terminal, but first you can see what have been we have on our project here. So these are all our Next.js created files and folders. So basically we'll be talking about a few of them, mostly about app, that is app, later on, and then the others we'll be talking about them as we go along. Okay, so let me zoom in a bit, so I'll zoom out. Okay, so now I would like us to search for, that is Shadcn. Okay, and then here you can just click Shadcn Ui, and then after that okay, then we can head over to, that is installation here. Okay, installation, then we can choose Next.js, and then for the first option you have already done that. So what you can do is choose the second option, that is npx Shadcn -ui at latest init. So use your choose your option here. I'm using npm, so I'll click npm, then paste it here. Then we also be prompted with a few questions here. So like just give it a moment so that it can prompt us with those questions. Okay, just a moment. So for the that is for the first one, which is the style, we'll be using default style, and then that is for the color, base color will be using stone. Okay, and then hit enter. And then for environment variables, will be saying no. Okay, for the CSS variables, this one here, basically make sure you choose no so that you can have the same styling. Okay, because if you choose this one here, we'll be having some custom colors basically for the button and for the other components. Okay, so choose no, like that. So now also give it a moment to set up. So I will pause the video, then we'll get back when it finishes. So we can continue. Our Shadcn Ui have finished setting up. So basically what you can do is just clear the terminal, and then you can continue with the steps here. So that is the font. We are going to change this one later on, so don't worry about that. And then I want us to see something whereby how we can add a component. Basically this here mpx, that is Shadcn-Ui at latest add button. Okay, let's try this one out. Okay, so how we can add a button or any other component. So basically to add a component, basically what you need to do, just paste in the command. So basically you have a lot of component here. So basically all of these components, starting from this component here, starting from here downwards, all of these are the components. So basically what you need to do is just replace the that is the name of the button here with the name of the component. So basically you can when you visit one of the components here, like this one here, you will see that what you need to change is just the name. Okay, so here it is installing. So basically you can see you need to change the name. So let me visit the button here so that you can see the documentation of the button which you have just installed. So here the button it is. So here you can also see different setup when you are using New York and when you are using that is the default. Okay, so and then you can see the installation, how you can import it. You can copy this one, and then here you can see the variant and everything else. So let's try this one out. Okay, so let me close this one. Of course, let me head my sidebar just a bit. On my sidebar here, you can head over to that is app, and then head over here to that is, you can remove all of this. So let me remove all of this. So let me hide my sidebar. So my extension isn't working. So okay, give me a moment. Okay, so here now we have a simple div. We just have a simple div here. Then we have the import. There it is, the import which you have just copied here, and then here we can have a button. Okay, and then here you can just have the simple button like that, and then you can save. Then maybe we can start our project here. That is npm run dev. Okay, like that. So that is how you run a Next.js project. That is npm run dev. So let me scroll downwards here. So this is the button. So this is the button, how you can use it. So here you can see we have the variant. So basically let control click on it, control click on the button here. So the button should be on, so let me collapse everything. The button should be on the components, then UI, the stroke UI, then the button. Okay, so let me hide my sidebar here and zoom out a bit like that. Maybe that is better. Okay, maybe like this. Okay, maybe like this. Okay, so here you have different variants, maybe dangerous, which is destructive here, and then here you have the outline, the secondary. You can try all of this one out, but also the most important thing is that you can add also your own maybe your own variants. So basically here you can add something like success, which can be something like this bg, and then you can have something like green, that is green 500, like that. And then also maybe on dark, maybe you can have something like the same thing. So just a simple way to add another variant. And also for the size, you can add another size. For our case, we also will add a button which we'll call play. So we'll see how we will add that button. So some styling there to do. Okay, and then you can save, and then here maybe we can start our project here. And then since now we have added a variant here, let's see how we can use it. So here you can control spacebar, and then you can see all of them. So here you have all of them, the destructive, the secondary, the success. So you can see the success have just come along there. And then here you can also see the size, that is the size. And then also you can hit steps, that is control spacebar, and then you can see the others. You can see the play, which doesn't have anything for now. And then let me just remove the size for now. Maybe just go back to the one that we had earlier, like that. And then so let's see this one, if it finishes loading. So basically what I want to do after all of this, basically I want us to see how we can add all our components that we need throughout this project, so that we don't have to come back to the installation process later on. Okay, so I don't know if it is here, so you can head over to that is installation, then that is Next.js. Scroll down. Okay, it's not there. Okay, maybe something like documentation, then installation. Okay, let's see. I really don't know if it is here, but don't worry about that. So basically we can split the terminal here. Okay, let me zoom enlarge this one so that this one can finish installing, as also we can also see the component that we need throughout this project. Okay, so here for the button here, that is for the button that we have. So let me hide this one so that we can finish explain this part here. So the button, which with the variant outline, you can see how it is, like that. That is the variant outline. And then here you can remove the variant totally and see how it will look like this. Okay, now you can see now how it looks when it is on default mode. Okay, so let's add our own that is our own variant, which is success. And let's see. Now you can see, yeah, we didn't add hover, but you can see the logic behind that. And also you can add the size. Okay, the size you can add maybe something like large, and then you the size of the button should enlarge a bit so you can see. So that how you can you will be using these components, basically even the button. So let me close everything. We are done with that part there, and then collapse everything and open our sidebar, hide my terminal there. So I want us to install or maybe we can just say add all the components that we will be needing through this project. So what we can do, you can move back upwards, so that using the upward arrow key, and then here you can remove the button. Okay, so you can leave it like that. That is mpx shadcn -ui at latest add, then hit enter. Okay, so what this is what gonna do. So this command is going to prompt us with all the shadcn UI components, so that we can choose which we want, whichever buttons we want. So here it is. So you can see the instruction here: spacebar to select, at A to toggle all, maybe something like that, and then enter to submit. Okay, so let me move downwards using the arrow key. You can add the alert button, the alert dialog, using the spacebar, and then here you have already added the button, so don't add that one. We'll be using the command, so add it, and then also we'll be using the dialog, and then the drop down menu. After that, we'll also be using the form, the input, and then the label, popover, like that, and then also we'll be using progress, and then also we'll be having select, and then separator, and then skeleton, and then slider, and then we won't be needing the table, but I have it on my project, but don't worry, we won't be using the table. And then here we'll be also using text area, which I don't think we'll be using also, but you can add it. But lastly, we'll be using the toolbar. Most importantly, we'll be using the toolbar, and then we can just hit enter. Okay, so that the button can be installed, so that the components dependency can be installed, and then the component can also be added onto our project. So when you open your sidebar here, and then components, then here you should be able to see you have another icon. So I'll get back when we finishes installing all the dependencies for these components. Okay. So now we are done with the installation. Basically we have already now set up our project, basically that is using Nextjs, and then also we have integrated our Nextjs project with that with Shadcn Ui. So basically on the next part of the video we'll be talking about routes. So basically we'll be coming inside our app, and then we'll be discussing how we can create route, how we can create dynamic route, how we can group our route basically, and then all that good stuff. We'll be talking about them in the next part of the video. So let's meet on that part of the video. So now we'll be discussing the layout of our project. So the layout of our project will be happening inside here. So but first we need let us see how that layout will look like. So basically here you can see our home page here. Basically you can see we have the sidebar, and then we have the header. So for the header, we'll have to import it basically on each page, but basically this sidebar is the one that interests me a lot, because when you move to search, and then when we move to our playlist components here, and then lastly to our other, that is our other dashboard here, you can see that the sidebar is still available, and then also down here you can also see that also we have the player, which I forgot just a bit. You can see we have the player also, which is still there, which is not moving whenever we navigate between each route, but for some route like that is for our out. So for out here, basically that is sign in, and that is login. Basically you'll be able to see that we won't be having this sidebar and the player component here. So that is how we'll be having the layout of our project. So that means we need to be able to have the sidebar where we want it, and then also we need to be able to remove them where we don't want them. So basically we can do that basically by using group routes. Basically that is route groups by using Nextjs 13 and upwards. So basically here you can see there is a bit of an explanation here, whereby we have in the app directory nested folder are normally mapped to the URL path. So that is folder routing basically. However, you can mark a folder as a route group. So here you can mark a folder as a route group to prevent the folder from being included in the route path. So this is what we'll be using. And then here you can see what this will do. This will allow you to organize your route segment and project files into logical groups without affecting the URL paths. Okay, so let's see some what is useful by doing this. How is it useful to us by doing that? Okay, this will organize our route into groups and then enabling nested layouts. Okay, so for the last part or the last point, it will allow us to have nested layouts. So basically here you can see we have only one layout when you are using one folder, but basically when you have multiple route groups, you can be able to have layout in those route groups, and then you can be able to organize your project inside there without affecting your routes. Okay, so for first thing first, we will be having our out. So basically here we create our first folder here, which will be out. Okay, so when you create this out, when you try to navigate maybe stroke into bracket and then you say something like out, you'll be able to see that you'll get a 4.4 error. So just in a bit you can see here you are getting a 4.4. so that means this folder is not being used as a route. So basically that is very important for us now, because here we'll be having the log that is the sign in and the sign up later on. Okay, so after that we'll be having another folder whereby we'll be having the browse. So inside here is whereby we are going to have our home page. So for our home page here, remember you need to navigate directly to the root page. That means we need to create another route page, another group page here, whereby we'll just say home. So basically by having home here, and then remember here we have to go back to home. So you can see here we're already on our home page here. So basically even if I drag and drop this inside our home here, so sorry about that, just move it inside here. So basically here you can see it is inside our home. So let me expand this a bit. So you can see it is inside our home, but we are still in the home page and we still have our content. Okay, so but if I create another folder here, which will be something else. So for will be something else here, which will be we'll be using suspense. So I need to create a special a separate folder which will be using suspense here. So even our home page will be inside here. So sorry about that, I forgot about that. So you can see here we are also still our routes don't also change. We are still in the same page, and then we still have our content. So sorry about that. So inside here is whereby we are going to create, okay, is whereby we are going to create another page here, which will be something like that is the user. So sorry, here, so we will create another folder which will be the user. Okay, so now when you try to navigate to that is stroke user, So let me remove that one. So here you also get a 404. So now you'll be asking yourself, why are you getting a 404? And I said that this route will now be accessible by just navigating to this point. Now we are missing something. Basically, since now we are using that is folder based routing, that means we have to make this folder accessible by creating a file inside it, and this file we have to use an Nextjs convention, which is page.tsx, okay, or ts, or maybe something else, and then we spin this up, or we create a very quick snippet using rafce. So rafce. So let my component load. So I am using an extension which is ES7 plus. So you can head over to your extensions here, and then you can just search for RAFs. You can search for ES7 plus. Okay, so this one here. So this one here, this is ES7. I'm using this one so that we can spin our we can create some React component very fast. So here, don't know, or you can just use something here. You can just say so for this page, so let me see, for this is the user page, so we can just say user page, okay. Then here we can have some return. We can return something which will be a div, maybe just a div, or we can just have an empty an empty React fragment whereby you can just say user. So now we are missing something. Now we have to export this component, whereby you can just say export default user page, okay. And now when you save, I believe now we won't be getting this error right here. So by doing that, that means we have made this folder accessible to the public by creating this page here. So now you can see here we have the user, okay. So I can close this one. Maybe I can just copy this one because we'll be using it. So here now we have two folder inside here. So we can create another folder here which will be the song. So we'll be having the song, and then inside here we'll be creating a file which will also be page.tsx, okay. And then I'll just paste this one here, and then so I'm holding Alt, and then I click on to where else I want to edit, okay. So here I just select, I have song. So when you navigate also to song, that is stroke song here, okay, you'll be able to see that you'll be getting user also, but when you change this one to song, that one should change here, okay. So let me close this one. So this one should change, already has changed. And then also last so this one 3 folders. So here we can create another folder here which will be for the playlist, okay. And then also we can create a page, okay, and then we can just paste everything there, and then also we can just edit it, okay. So here we can just say playlist, like so. So when you also navigate to this playlist here, you'll be able to see you'll also be getting something like playlist, okay. Sorry about that typo. So about that, okay. So now we have 4 folders whereby we'll be having the suspense. So before we finish with it, we need to make sure that as I mentioned, you can see here our home page has the sidebar, our playlist has the sidebar song, and the user had the sidebar also, as well as the player. So basically here we need to create a layout so that we can have that type of layout whereby we have the sidebar and the player. So here we can just say layout. Okay, so now when I save this, we should be getting the error because we are not because all of these 4 folder here have to be exported inside here, or have to be passed inside here as children. Okay, so here we can just paste what we had earlier. So here we can change this one to, we can just change everything here, whereby we can just say something like suspense layout. Okay, like so. So here now we need to accept children. We need to accept children, and then we need to define these children, since we are using what we are using TypeScript. So here we can say children, and then here we can just say react dot react node. Okay, like so, and then here we can just accept the children, so like that. And then when you save now, the error now should disappear because now we have accepted the children inside this layout. Okay, so now you can see the change is happening now. So here, so inside here, so now you can see we have the song because it is already inside the suspense page. Sorry, the suspense sorry about that. So it is already so sorry about that. So it is already inside our suspense folder. So basically whatever we have inside here, that is the only what we have inside here, which is only the children. Basically that means it is only the these 4 which you are just accepting inside here. But also we can have something else here, which we will be having the sidebar later on, and then here also we'll be having the custom. Can just name the custom player because we'll be having the custom, and then also I'll be showing you how to, we can also use the an npm package to play our song. So here when you save, you should be able to see now between the song we'll be having the sidebar, and then the player, the custom player, just right here. So here we can just write something. So this is just to show you what we'll be having. So here so not that one. Maybe I can just say flex and then flex code, then we change this later on. Okay, so that we can have them one under another. Okay, so it should be one under another, like so. So that one is not working. Okay, okay, let's try block. Okay, having one and another, but don't worry about that. So what I would like to show you also, when we navigate to song, so we are already on song page. So basically when you navigate to something like the user, now we'll be having the same thing here, but we are changing the user. Okay, and then when you also navigate to other layouts, basically when you go back to home, now we'll be having so something is under there. So let me go back home here. So under home here we can remove everything. We can remove everything here and just can have a simple div like so, and then here we can just say home. Okay, and then also we can remove the page, sorry, the image, since we will not be using it inside here. Okay, and then now with that, so here with that, now you can see we have the block now. Okay, so that is the sidebar, the home, and then the custom player. So here I'll be having another folder inside here later on, which will be the API. Okay, and then inside this browse here, I forgot to have another folder which will be something like search. Okay, which will be search. Okay, so I think that one is all about that. So then here we can just have the page.tsx like so. Then here we can just have this one. Okay, then here you can change this one to search. Okay, so now here you can see this suspense here. And you can see it is our search page here is our search folder here is outside the suspense. So now when you navigate to search, now we shouldn't be having this custom player in the sidebar. Okay, now you can see we don't have it. Okay, so now inside here we also be having a layout.tsx. So now we can copy whatever we have inside the suspense layout. Okay, so I just copied everything and then I just paste everything inside here like so. So then I'll say this one is something like browse layout. Okay, so the only change, so let me close everything here. So under our app here we have the browse. Okay, then we have the layout. Okay, so for this layout it will be like this, but the only change we have between this layout and the suspense layout here is that inside here we'll be having the suspense. So you can just import suspense, that is suspense coming from React like so. So and then you can just move this class name here like so. So that is only the only change that we'll be having between the two layout, because inside here the suspense is not affecting these four pages. Okay, but it is affecting this search here. Whenever you search, maybe when you come here, whenever you come here and try to search something like 2002, so whenever you are typing like that and you are using suspense on this page here, that means it will be loading each time you type something, because inside this input we are using an on-change method. So basically that means it will be reloading each time you type something, and whenever you click it won't work as it should. I tried it, but it was not user friendly, so that why I opted to having two layouts. Okay, so I believe that is it about layouts. So for the next part of the video, we'll be working on our auth using Clerk. Okay, so let's meet on that part of the video. So now we can continue, but before we do so, I forgot to do something inside our layout here. So inside our layout here, we'll be using a different font here. So we'll change this one to font, and then also change this one to font, So I forgot to change font, and then here the font that we'll be using, I'll be using that one, the one that is closer to our to the clone that we are trying to build, which is Spotify. So here we'll be using Fig Tree, coming from that is Nextjs font Google. So, and then I can remove that one. So also we need to change our header, our title here. So here we'll be saying just Spotify clone, like so, and then here can say something like amazing clone. You can just be creative and write something else. And then here I'll be having another one which will be icons, which will be an object. Basically this object having icon, and then this icon will be a string. Basically here we can have favicon. So so that is this favicon here, which we have under our page here. So here you can just say favicon, like so. So here favicon, for favicon, let me save that one. So for favicon here you can be able to see it is the normal JS icon. So I can change this one. So let me have this one here. Okay, just outside here, not inside API. Okay, and then replace it like so. So now I have this one, okay, which is the Spotify icon. Okay, so if you want the icon, you can just download it, any icon from Google, and then you can use it. But basically if you want that icon, you can head over to our source code here, which will be free, but for now it is locked. But after finishing recording this project, it will be free, and as we'll also deploy together and then upload also to GitHub as well. So you can see this icon here. You can just click this link here, and then you will be directed to this page here, which is this one, this icon here, which you can download. Okay, and then now I can just close that one and then head back here. So back here now we are done with this part here. So I believe you are done. So for the next part also we'll be having some work to do inside here. So let me stick with that file. And then here now we'll be working on our Next.js project here. Later on we'll be working on our Shadcn, but don't worry, we'll be heading back there. So I would like you to log in onto your that is your Clerk. So you can search for Clerk Auth, not Clerk Docs, but Clerk Auth there, and then you can click the first link. I just click the first link. Okay, and then click building for free. It is free. So and then you can continue with Google, and then so let's just continue. So I just close it. So you can continue with the Google, and then I will be led to this page. So you'll be at this page after creating your account. So here we'll be just naming this this application Spotify clone. Okay, and then here you can just choose what I am using Google. I won't be using the email address something. Okay, so I'll be having these two. Okay, you can also choose the another one which you want, but I will be using that one. And then here I just you can also remove the email. Basically this is what you want, and then you can say create. Okay, so basically it is your choice inside here. Whichever you choose, I think it will work. But just choose whatever I have just chose. Okay, so here we are using Next.js. So basically here these steps are good for us to work with. So for the first steps here, we continue with this one. So first we need to install these packages. Sorry, this package here. So open our terminal, that's Ctrl J. Then we just print the two, just like this. So I just click the plus icon here, and then here just paste whatever we have just copied, and then hit enter. Okay. So for the next part, we need to have our that is our local, that is our env.local. So just copy these environment variables and then head back to our project here. So right there they just said that we should use that is .env.local, but remember for our project we are using Prisma. Prisma doesn't recognize .env.local, it recognizes only .env, so we have to use .env. So we'll see how later on. So if you start by initializing Prisma will create for you .env. Okay, but for now we have to create .env, but make sure it is not .env.local. Then paste our variable right there. Okay, and then close it, and then head back here. Then we need to create to wrap our entire project with that is Clerk. Okay, so I just copy this Clerk here, then head back here, then inside here, and then I just move this up here. Okay, so let's wait for this to finish installing. So and then let's see what we can do next. The next thing we can do is have this middleware. So this is a Next.js convection, so make sure it is as it is here, that is middleware.ts. okay, you have to create it on the root of your project. So just click outside every folder and file, or you can just basically click any file outside here, including .env, and then create a new file here, and then it will be middleware.ts. okay, and then here we can just copy the content. Okay, and then here you can just copy the content and then paste the content inside here. Okay, like so. So now let's see. So now you can save it and close it, and then here since it have finished installing here, you can hide this the terminal, and then import our Clerk provider. Okay, now you can just copy the import here. So like so. Okay, so now for our Clerk provider here, when you head back here onto our project here, you can see we are using dark mode. So basically here you also have to install another package which is so let me just see. You have to install another package which is so let me just up here, which is npm I, that is for to install, and then here we have to install at Clerk/themes. okay, and then hit enter. So let me see if I can get it onto one line. So that is npm I at Clerk/ that is /themes. okay, and then I will just hide that the sidebar, so that one will come back to it. So basically we have to change that appearance, but we can continue for now to create our route path. Okay, so here scroll down and then you can continue to the Next.js guide. Okay, so that you, after this point here, we have already done most of these parts. So okay, sorry about that. Just jump to conclusion. So now what we need to do, we need to create, to build these pages here. Okay, that is the sign up page and then the sign in page, and then we already done that. So what we also need to do this part here, and then now we can see how it will work with that one. Okay, so now we need to create a folder with this with these two square brackets. So you can just copy it like I did. So now it have finished installing, so we can just hide our terminal. So inside inside our out here, so sorry about the first thing we should create is the sign up. Okay, so here you can create the that is the folder, that is the sign up. Okay, then inside there you can create now the whatever we copy, that is the two square bracket, and then you spread the sign up. Okay, because this will be because inside here, by doing this means the it will be some dynamic URLs. Basically it will not stick to one URL, it will be dynamics. That's why we are doing this. Okay, then hit enter. Then inside there you need to create a page .tsx. Okay, so here you can see this is the page.tsx that we have just created. Okay, then you can just copy the content of this page and then you can just paste it inside here. Okay, and then you can save. So the next thing we should create is the sign up. Okay, that is the sign up. Oh sorry, we already created the sign up, so now we should create the sign in. Okay, so let me name this, that is the sign in. Okay, let me expand this. So here we created the sign up, that is the sign up, both the sign up, and then now we are creating the sign in. Sorry about that. And then now we can have the two square brackets, and then we can spread the sign up, sorry, the sign in. I don't know why I keep saying the sign up, and then I can just close it as so. So then inside here we can create a page.tsx. Okay, so let me collapse that a bit. So I hope you can see we have the sign up, the sign up here, and then the sign in. Okay, and then here inside here you should also be having sign up. Okay, and then here you can scroll down, and here you can just copy the content here of the page, and then here you can just paste everything. Okay, so now you can save. So for the last thing we need to define these are the two routes that we have just created. So you can just copy here, so you can just sorry about that, it should be copied. So let me close everything. It should be copied onto our environment variables here like so. So I think we need to create something some other variables also. So we need to define what will happen whenever the user logs in or logs out. Okay, which I would like the user to be redirected to the home page, that is the after sign in URL. I want it to be the home page, and then after the sign up URL I want also to be the home page. You can, I believe you can also leave it as like this, and it will also work the same way, but you need to know how this works basically. Because if you want the user to be redirected to their profile maybe, or some other page, then you need to define that route here. Okay, so I just save it like so, and then close everything. Then now after refreshing, now after saving that, now you can see our project now is refreshing, and then I believe now we can test our project. So let's finish loading. Then here can scroll down, and maybe it is not here, but you can search for something which is we call it user button. Okay, so here it is, So you can search for user button. User button in this one, when you click the user icon, you will see this component. Okay, so here it is. That is the user button. You can just copy it, head back here, and then maybe onto our home page. That is inside the browse. Okay, and then inside the suspense, and then home. Then we have our home here. Okay, I will not remove the home. I'll be having this one here. Okay, then I'll just auto importing it from that is from Clerk here. So on our sidebar here, you can see we have the not under the sidebar, on top of our page here, you can see we have the user button. Okay, so let me check for something. So I don't know why we are not being redirected to the sign up page or the sign in page, because we have our middleware here which should be doing this work, because I haven't defined anything inside here. Okay, because later on we'll be having we'll be defining which pages we want them to be we want them to be public or private. Okay, so here maybe you can just try something that is sign in, and then see if it is working. Then we can see if we have any issues. So that is the sign in. So now you can see you have the sign in. I don't know, I really didn't know why we weren't being redirected to this sign in or sign up. Okay, so if yours it is like this, what you need to do, let me collapse everything, Control K, Control W to close everything. Then I will head over to this is auth page, auth group here. So basically, remember we talked about layout. So basically here I will create a layout.tsx. Then here I'll be having RAFCE, or maybe you can just okay. And then here I'll be just saying out layout. Okay, then I'll just removing this one. Then here I'll be accepting the children, then defining the children that they will be react.react node. Okay, like that. Okay, so you can also remove the React because it is already imported by default. Okay, and then here I will be accepting the children which are the sign in and the sign up. So here you can just say children. Okay, like so, and when you save now, you shouldn't be having any errors. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to make sure that the modal basically so let it load. The modal here, this modal is at the center. Okay, so we can do this by having some Tailwind classes. So here I will be having flex. So if you are wondering how I have these classes when I hover, and then also I have autocomplete, you can head over to that is extension and search for Tailwind IntelliSense. Okay, that is Tailwind IntelliSense. Here it is. So you can install this package, is the one that I am using for that. And then here I'm also having something like Justify Center, and then Item Center. Then I should also make this, sometimes this works, but it is if it doesn't work, you should be having hide screen. Okay, like so. Now I believe everything will be at the center like that. So now when you log in using your email, your Gmail, like so. So when you log in with your email, you should be able to be redirected to the that is to the home page here. Basically here you can see we have the the user button. Okay, so let me close this one. So you can search for layout, that layout under that is under app. Okay, then here we need to define the appearance. Okay, so here we need to say appearance, which will be an object. Okay, basically this object will be base, that is base theme. Okay, then here base theme will be passing dark. Okay, then we have to import this dark. I don't know if you get it autocomplete, if yours is working, but it will be coming from import dark, coming from that is at crack theme. Okay, so it will be coming from at crack themes, then you can just save. Okay, and then now when you click on this one, I believe now you should be able to see some changes whenever so now you can see we are on dark mode. Okay, so for the next part of the video, we'll be having the theme. We're having to change the theme here because we like our theme basically to be the dark mode. Throughout the project we want to have a dark theme. Okay, so let me turn that part of the video. Now let's see how we can make sure that the theme of our project will be dark mode always. So for that you can head over to Shadcn Ui, then under components you should be able to see so let me just zoom in a bit. You can be able to see dark mode here, and then since you are using Next.js, you can choose Next.js here, and then here you can copy the installation here using npm or whatever you are using, and then here I just copy it like so, head back here, and then under the other terminal here just clear it and then paste it and install. So basically after installing that, we need to make sure that we have this theme provider here. So I just copy the name here, and then I just create the file inside here, inside our component here. So inside our component here, I create a file here which is nexttheme dot that is nexttheme dash provider.tsx. okay, then I just hit enter, then I can just collapse this one. So here you can see we have theme provider.tsx. okay, so here you can see we have theme provider.tsx. okay, so it have finished installing, so I can hide my terminal, and then can just maybe minimize this just a bit. So the next step is now to copy the content of the page, of the file, that is the theme provider, then paste it inside here. okay, and then save. After that you can just close it. So the next thing we need to do is make sure that we avoid any hydration issues. Just copy the name, or maybe you can just search for hydration like so, and then here we need to wrap our project with this theme provider. okay, so I just copy everything like so, then head back here, then collapse it like so, and then just replace it like that. Then we need to import the provider. okay, just hide my sidebar, need to import the provider. Make sure not importing it from the theme next themes, but coming from the component that we have just created. okay, just import it from that is next themes here. okay, like that, and then here for the default themes you can remove it and also you can remove that is enabled system. And then here what you need will be having forced themes. Okay, forced theme, that means we want this theme to be on each user and always to be this theme. Okay, so here we'll be choosing dark. Okay, and then here maybe you can just identify with the storage key here, which you can just say Spotify clone, that is theme. Okay, can choose any name. This is the name that we'll use for the local storage when you're on these projects. So this is important because when you are working with locals, remember you are working on a lot of projects. Basically whenever you wrote the page, the previous project that you worked on, its theme will be loaded onto the project that you are building. That means you'll be wondering why the project is on dark mode whereas you want it to be on light theme. Okay, so now we can save that part there, but something else that we need to do here is we need to make sure that the background of our projects is on so now it is, you can see it is on black, so some kind of dark. So but we need to have it on dark, on black color. So I will use CN. So this CN component here was created when we set up when we did set up our that is our Clerk our Shadcn Ui. So this is when this project was created. Okay, so now after that we need to so since this is a dynamic this is some kind of a dynamic styling, here we can have some string and then you can have a comma to differentiate between the two. And then here we need to say on dark we need to have a bg of black. Okay, then you can save. So because we want black, strictly black whenever we are so strictly black because we'll be having some different colors on top. So basically here you can see we are having black, and here we are having a different kind of a color because we want to show some kind of a section that is between the content part and then the sidebar and also the whatever we have here, which is the player. Okay, so now that is it for that part. So let's meet on the next part of the video. So now you can set up our project. So I just close this one here, then I just open my terminal. So for the first thing we need to install Prisma. So that will be that is npm I dash capital D. That means we want to install this package onto our dev dependencies, and then here we'll just write Prisma. Okay, like so. So for the next as it installed, now we need to create our neon database. So for the first thing here, you need to log in using any account that you have, and then here we need to have our name, that will be project name. So I just give it my name like so, and then here for the database name we'll just say Spotify clone like so, and then create project. Okay, with that now you can scroll down here. So here you can see for various ways you can use neon. So here for us we'll be using Prisma. So here for this part here it will be available for us when we initiate our Prisma. Okay, what we need is this .env. Okay, that is the database URL, so which you can just copy. Okay, then head back to our project. Here it have finished installing, so let me open my env. Okay, and then here I just paste the database URL. So here, if you are using the ARIA version of Prisma, in any case, you need to make sure that you uncomment this the database URL unpolled. Okay, so for us we don't need it because we are using the current version of Prisma. Then you can save and then close it. So for that, now I can clear my terminal. So for the Prisma that we have just installed, that one will help us to that is to initiate, push, or maybe generate the props, or and then here it will also help us to spin the Prisma Studio. But we need to be able to use Prisma inside our projects. To do that, we need to install another package which will be npm I, which will be at Prisma, that is at Prisma / client. Okay, like that, and then you can hit enter. And then so after this, we need to initiate our project. So here I just collapse everything so that we can see the folder that will be created for us. So this one, you just have to give it a moment so that it can finish installing. Okay, so let's see what you can do here. So for everything else here, you don't have to worry about anything there. So you can visit the table. So for the table, for now, you can be able to see we don't have anything since we haven't pushed anything. So what I would like you to do as our package installs, I need you to visit my GitHub repo and visit for this source code here and search for schema. That is schema, this one here, this one here, that is Prisma schema, or maybe you can just search for Prisma here, and then here we are using Prisma here. So it is this one here. I had already opened it. Okay, so and then you can just copy it like that. Okay, and then you can head back here onto our project. So it have finished. So here we need to now spin our Prisma. So that will be npx Prisma init. Okay, so for this one, you have to give it just a moment to do it thing. Okay, just a moment, and it is done. Okay, so you can see for the first thing we should have the database URL, which you already have. And then for the next thing here is to define which database you want to use. And then here we need to run Prisma generate to generate the Prisma client, which we installed so that we can be able to use it inside our project. That is by running Prisma generate. Okay, and then that is it. Okay, so now here the file or the folder that was created for us is the Prisma, and then here we have prisma.schema. Okay, so we can hide our sidebar there, and then I just hide my terminal just a bit. So here just remove everything unnecessary there. So here, and then when you head back to our env here, I need to make sure that whatever we have is the correct thing. So nothing was changed here, so everything is perfect there. So here everything is as it should. Okay, so everything as it should. We are using PostgreSQL, and then we also have the database URL. Okay, so now we need to learn how to create our database, and then also we need to be able to see how we can also define relationships. Okay, so for the first thing, we need to have model, and then we can have the user. Okay, and then inside here we can have the ID. Okay, the ID, which will be a string, and then this string will be a type of ID, and then the default value will be UID. Okay, I'll be using UID, but you can also use CID. You can also use CUID. Okay, it will also work. So I'll just be using UUID. Okay, and then here after that we need to have the user ID. Okay, for the user ID it will be of type string, and then here it will be unique because our user will only create this user table, this user field here basically once. Okay, we need to make sure that is only once by defining this as unique, because we'll only be having only that one user with that one ID. Okay, then here we'll also be having model. Okay, then which will be of type audio with the name audio, sorry, of which it will be also ID string. At ID at default will be also UUID, it will be the ID. And then here we need to have some definition to have the relationship. Basically this user will be creating this audio. Okay, so here we'll be saying something like okay, user ID, which will be passing when we are creating this audio, which will be of type string. And then here we'll be having the user, which will be having the relationship. Here you can see here we have an error here, but don't worry, here we are defining the user. So this user is this one here. Okay, so when I click, you can see I'm heading back here. Okay, and then here we have a relationship, and then here we have the field. So for the field, basically here the field is here we are having the field, which is this one here. Okay, and then here we are having the reference. Okay, for the reference is basically this table here which you are referring to. To remove the error here, you need to define that this user is accepting the relationship. Okay, so here we can just say audio, which will be of type audio, and then of type string, type array. Okay, so with that, now you can see now we have created a relationship, and also we have created our table. So now I would like to replace all of this here with what we have just copied. So I just Control A and then Control V. So now you can see here we also have the folder. For the folder we want to be using it, you can remove it or you can still have it, but I've just I'll be giving a snip of what you can do with the folder, because the Spotify also has the folder, and then inside the folder we usually have the playlist. Okay, I'll be showing how you can do that, but we won't be doing this. I'll just be explaining to you later on. Okay, so here I would like to change one thing here, which is this song here, because we'll be having audio. I will be having the song and also the podcast, so it doesn't make sense to just have the songs. Okay, let's just have the audio. Okay, and then you can save. Now we can open our terminal so that we can push our tables. Okay, so here you can just say npx. So let me just clear. So here you can just say npx Prisma db push. Okay, so let me see. Now here you can see in one line, that is npx Prisma db push, and then hit enter. Okay, so also you can see it here, right? Perfectly. Then later on we are going to run this one here, that is npx Prisma generate, so that we can generate the Prisma grant, so that we can be able to use this onto our project. Okay, so let's finish, then you can be able to see if the tables have been pushed onto our DB. Okay, so here now you can see the success message. The DB is in sync with your Prisma, so that is perfect. So you can come back here onto our tables here. So we visit our table earlier. So what you can do is just refresh. Okay, just refresh, and now I believe we should be having the tables. So you can see we have the 4 tables. Okay, so inside the tables you should be having anything, even the user. So I'm just clearing the terminal like that, and then here I just close everything, and then I just collapse everything here. So now what I want us to do, I want us to create our user. Okay, so we'll be creating our user inside our lib. Okay, inside here we'll be having the initial user, or maybe you can just say profile.ts. okay, then you can hide the sidebar. So here you can start by importing the following. So you can start by importing the current user coming from Clerk Next.js, stop Next.js, like that. Then also I forgot to do something. So we need to create an instance of the DB. So onto our sidebar here also, under lib, I also be creating another file here which will be naming db.ts. okay, just hide my terminal there. So here we can start by importing, not this one. Since we also we'll be importing something there, we can leave it like so. Okay, so here inside our DB, okay, so inside our DB, that is under Prisma, under lib, then DB will be starting by importing Prisma, that is Prisma client coming from, that is Prisma / client. Then here we need to have a decree. Inside we need to declare the global, like so. So inside here we need to have an instance of the DB which will be Prisma. Then here we'll be starting by defining the Prisma, which is this one here, and then here it can also be of type undefined. Okay, then here we need to export const db equals to, so here it is important that we note, so just in a minute, global, that is global this dot Prisma, and then here we need also to say or Prisma, that is new Prisma client. Okay, and then lastly you can say, and then lastly here we can say if, so if we can say process dot env dot node.env equals to development. Okay, so we can change this one to production. If it is equal to production, then we need to use the global.this Prisma equals to db. Why are we doing this? Because of the React hot reload. Okay, so because whenever we save something, when you are working, when we save something, the Next.js, we just reload, hot reload. Basically it will do that many times, therefore creating many instances of our database. So we don't want that. So basically what we want is just having one instance of the database. Okay, so that way we are saying if it is that is production, then we need to use global, that is global this dot Prisma equal to db. Okay, and then with that we are done with initializing our project. So I hope you have understand this part, which is the most important part of this file here, because this file is just exporting the Prisma, that is Prisma, that is Prisma, both Prisma.this and then the new Prisma. Okay, so basically here is the most important part, because we don't want to have multiple instances of our database. Okay, so I just close it, and then here I just import it coming from db like so. Okay, so here I just change this one to forward stroke, that is forward stroke leave. Okay, so it is the same thing. I just want to make sure whenever I just change this one here, so here I'm having kind of an error here. So maybe you can head over to Clerk docs. So let's see. And then maybe you can just search for current user. Okay, so now current user is coming from, that is Nextjs, that is at crack/Nextjs/server. So earlier it was coming, so let me have it as I had it earlier. So when I was building this project, it was coming from, that is crack, that is at crack/Nextjs, but now it is coming from that is at crack/Nextjs/server. Okay, and then now we can continue and say export const, that is initial. So here I also made a mistake here. We name this one to initial, that is the initial profile. Okay, which will be of type 1 cyclic, that is will be a cyclic function. Okay, and then you have an arrow function like so. So for the first thing here we'll be doing is having the user which will be equal to await current user, then we execute the function like so. So here what we'll be doing, we'll be saying if we have the user, then I would like us to do the following. If we don't have the user, then we'll be doing we'll be updating the okay, so now this part here, so sorry for that. So we can just leave it just that in a bit. So here the first thing we'll be doing is just getting the user from the database, whereby we'll be saying if we have the user, so that means if the user have logged in, if the user has logged in, now we need to get the user from the database, basically by checking if we have the user from the database. So here we can just say profile equal to so let me just remove everything here and just start from the beginning. So here we are saying const profile equal to await db dot user, then dot find unique. Okay, that means we want to find a single object. Okay, then here you can just autocomplete it. It's okay like that. Okay, so here So here we are saying we want to find a single object, basically where the ID, but not the ID, but where we have the user ID is equal to user dot ID. Okay, so this user has multiple items basically here. So here when you can see here you have the image, you have the last name. So basically there we are saying if the user ID is basically the same as the user ID, then we can get this user profile. Okay, so here now we can say we can move all of these inside here. Okay, and then here we can say if we have the profile. So now if we have the profile, will be update will be, let's start if we don't have the profile. Okay, so if we don't have the profile, we'll be creating the user. If we have the profile, then we'll be updating the user. Okay, so here we can start by saying const new profile, which will be await db dot profile dot user dot create. Okay, then here we'll be having an object inside here whereby we'll be saying data. Okay, data, then we'll be having an object inside here. So when you visit Prisma schema here and our user, you'll be able to see we have these three five items basically, which we should be passing to our user. Okay, so for the first thing I'll be passing the user ID. Okay, which is the user dot ID. Okay, and then we'll be passing the name. So you should make sure that the same spelling you have it, the name, which will be user. So here we'll be using dynamic template. So here I forgot to have a comma because it is an object. So here we are having the dynamic template because we'll be passing the first name, and then later on we'll be passing the last name. So here we can say a string like so, then we can say user dot first name. Okay, or let's see, you can say if we have the full name. Okay, we have the full name. Okay, so now there we can just pass the full name. Okay, you can just move all of this like so. Okay, so it can be like this because of TypeScript error, because if you leave it like this, you can see the error that we are getting, that we cannot pass a string stroke null to a type string. Okay, so let it be like this. Okay, so earlier on I was using user dot first name, then and then the last name, but basically because the earlier version of current user didn't have the full name. Okay, now we can continue, and then the next thing we'll be having is the image URL. That is the image URL, which will be user dot image URL. Okay, and then we can continue and have the email. Okay, the email will be user dot email address. Okay, or maybe we can just say email address, primary email address ID. We can say primary email address. Okay, let's see if it is no. Email address stroke null is not assignable to type string. Okay, can repeat the same thing we did earlier. So like that, I think that is doable. And then lastly, we can have the banner. Okay, and then it would be just a string. And with that, now you can save that part there. And then here we can return the new profile. Okay, so now we need to update the user. You need to update the user if we have the profile. Okay, so here we can say, now since now we have the profile here, so when you hover on the profile, you have different types. We need to check if those types are the same as the ones that we have with the Clerk. So here we can collapse this one here and say profile dot, that is profile dot email, if is not equal to user dot that is primary email. Okay, not comparable to. Okay, so you can also use this, the same thing we did earlier, that way. And then here you can have that one. Okay, so if the email is not equal to the primary email address, then we can update. And then all, we are having all, then we say profile dot that is profile dot image URL, if it's not equal to that is user dot image URL, then we should also update. Lastly, we should check the name. Okay, whereby we are checking profile dot name. Okay, dot name is not equal to that is full name, then we should also update. Okay, then here is whereby we are going to have the update function. Okay, so here we are going to say const updated profile, which will be await db dot user dot update. Okay, and then we'll be having an object inside here, whereby we'll be saying where we'll be having an object like so, whereby we'll be saying user id is equal to user dot id. Okay, and then after that we are going to have, so let me remove that one. So after that we are going to have the data like so. So inside here we are going to update all of the 3 items. So basically you can just copy these 3 here. So the user ID will never change, so you don't have to copy it. So we'll be updating those 3. Oh yeah, those 3. That is the image, sorry, that is the name and the image URL and the email. Okay, and then after that we need to return updated profile. Okay, and then last 3. So inside that is inside the user, we need to return the profile. We don't actually need to return the profile, but you can do so. We don't actually need to do so because either this one we run if you don't have the profile, and then this one also run if we run when we have the profile. Basically one of them we run at any time, at any given time. So you can save that work. So I just copy the name of our component here, then close it and close it there, then head back to my my app folder here. Then under my that is under my layout here, I would like to import it. So let me see. So I like to import it here. So whereby I have to convert this one to sign click function, like so. And then here I need to say await initial. So coming from, that is coming from @lib stroke initial profile. Okay, then execute it like so. So and then save. Okay, so with that now so we'll not be passing anything here. Okay, with that now I believe the user should be created, but for with any case you can refresh your project because we have the user. Now when you head to initial, that means because we have, if we don't have the user, that is we don't have the profile, then these have just been have just run. Okay, so you can head back here and then you can refresh your browser there. Okay, so you can head over to, that is the user. Okay, so now here you can see you have the user, you have the that is the name, image, URL. Here we have an issue, we have an object instead of a instead the image URL, and also we don't have the banner. That is okay, but for the email is not okay. Okay, so for the email I don't know. Maybe for the email what you can do, you can just remove this one here, just this one. Okay, for the email what we can do, we can have the email, that is the email addresses. Okay, then we say email. Okay, then we select the first email. Okay, this one is not working. Okay, let me see. So let me see if this one is going to work. Okay, let me just copy the way it is. Okay, it is working like that. So when you hover, you should be getting some kind of type. So it is a string. This one is a string also. Okay, so okay, it is working. And then you should also change this one. Okay, so if you don't want to keep on heading onto your browser here and refreshing, what you can do, you can hit npx Prisma, that is Prisma Studio. Okay, then hit enter. So now we should be you should have a new tab created here for you with that. So let me refresh this one so that these changes can take effect. Okay, so now you can see here we have Prisma. So you don't have to keep on heading to the page here. So here we have the user, so let it load. So you can also head back here, so it have just run. So here we have the user ID, you have the name, you have the object. So I don't know if it did change. So just give it a moment, let's see. So we are still getting an object. So what you can do, so we didn't change this one here. Okay, so for this one also you should change it. So because now, so here should remove this part here and then change this one to okay, this part here, only this part here you should change it, and then here we can just remove the email. Okay, and then here you can just remove the comma. Okay, then you can just save. Okay, then I believe everything is okay now. Now we can try to refresh. Now we need also to see if this part here is working. Okay, so now we can try to refresh this part here. So now you can see here we have the email. Okay, so that's great. So on the next part of the video we'll see what we'll be doing next. Let me turn on that part of the video. So now we can have our layout. Basically we'll start by having our sidebar, but before that we need to head over to, that is app, then browse, then under browse we need to have this layout here, is whereby we are going to have our sidebar. So here here we are going to have this sidebar, but not inside here. Here we are not going to have the sidebar because that would be a repetition, since that layout is being rendered right here. Okay, so now we can start by having all of this inside a React fragment. Okay, so just have an empty React fragment like that, and then we can move all of this inside here. Okay, so after that we are going to have this div having the following classes. So basically it's not going to have a block, it is going to have flex, and then it's going to have a h of full, and then a padding bottom of, that is custom padding, and then that will be of 92 px. Okay, so and then here here we are going to have the sidebar. So this sidebar will be inside that is so this sidebar will be inside suspense. So remember we don't want to wrap all of this content inside React suspense because of what we talked about earlier. So we are going to have this suspense now. So let us import it from React like that. So this one is not a hook, so we don't need to convert our or to mark our component as use client, so that is okay. And then inside here you are going to have that sidebar component, and then inside after that we are going to have the main tag, whereby we'll be having our children, all our our children, that is it. And then here we're going to have those classes here. So we can start by having flex1. So let me hide my sidebar. So that will be flex1, and then we'll be having a width of full, and then after that we're going to have overflow hidden. Okay, and then overflow, that is overflow y auto. Okay, so that is downward, so we need to be able to scroll downward, but we don't want to be able to scroll on the x-axis. Okay, so then after that we are going to have rounded lg, and then we are going to have a bg of neutral 900, this one here, that is neutral 900, that one. Okay, and then after that we are going to have a margin top of 2, and then padding right of 3, and then last 3 we are going to have a padding bottom of 2. Okay, and with that now you can save and see what we have. So and then later on here, so later on just below this div here, so below this div here you are going to have our that is our React player. So here we are going to have it as inside the suspense also. So here we are going to have suspense, okay, and then here we are going to have this React player inside here, okay. So now you can save, and then maybe you can see if your project is running on localhost, so make sure it is running. Then here you can refresh the page, because here this one should be, I believe, in a flex like that. So you can see how they are in a flex mode right now, because this one will be taking the bottom here, all of it, and then here we'll be having the sidebar, and then we'll be having the content right here, okay. So now I need us to create our sidebar. So open your sidebar here, then we'll collapse everything. Then inside our component here, we'll be creating a folder, naming it sidebar, okay. Then inside here we're going to create a file that will be sidebar, that is .tsx, okay. And then here we're going to have our RAFCE. So we need to be able to spin it very quickly like that, and then we can save that one. And then inside our layout here, now we can have this sidebar imported right here, okay. So so here we have a bit of an issue, because I named my component with small letters. That it basically started it with small letters. That means I need to change this one to capital letter, okay. Okay, and then remove that one. So now you should be able to auto import it coming from our component. So here it is. So now we can just separate our component like so, like that. So we can save that one. So I believe we shouldn't be able to see any changes, but just this sidebar changing to a small letter, okay. That is small s changing to a small letter, so that we have been able to import our sidebar. So basically now we need to be able to style our sidebar. So maybe we can start by having a bit of classes for this sidebar. So this div will be having the following classes. So here it is. So that is flex, then we'll be having flex call, okay, and then we'll be having a gap of y that is of 2, and then we'll be having a bg of black, sorry, that is a bg of black, this one here, and then we'll be having a h of full, and then we can continue and give it a custom width that is of 90px, sorry, that is of 90px. Then after that we need to be able to increase this this width when we reach that is MD, that is medium devices, when we are on medium devices. So we give it a custom width of also, so let's just have it like that, okay. And then so let me just zoom in a bit, so it's okay like that. Then after that we'll be giving a custom width of 280px, okay. And then we lastly we can give it a padding of 2, okay. Then you can save. So then inside here we are going to have the first thing would be basically this box right here. Then later on we are going to have this box right here, okay. So let's start with the first box. So we can open our sidebar here, then collapse everything, then under component here, then inside that is inside sidebar here, we are going to create that is a component named box.tsx. so it be like this .tsx. Then you can spin it very quickly using RAFCE like so. Then you can collapse it like so. So this box is going to accept children. So let's start by let's start by importing it here. Let's start by basically having a few props. So basically we'll be having two props. It will be accepting children and also some classes. So let's have some props here. So it will be accepting children, that is React node, and then it will be accepting class names, which is not a must, and then here we can just have them, okay, like so here. So we can say okay, can have it like so, box props, okay, like so. Then inside here we can say children, and then we can have a comma, sorry, we can have a comma, then have the class name, okay. So when we come here, we can have the box, it will be a tag, and then it will be accepting children, okay. So let me start by accepting just a simple div, okay. Then here we'll be just saying something like Spotify, that is Spotify, like so. Then here we haven't imported the component, so we can import it from, that is just dot stroke box. Then we can just change this import to that is add components, so like so. Then here we need to have a forward stroke just before at. Then here we need to have the sidebar like that. So now we don't have any errors. So now when you save now, I believe we should be able to yeah, we should be having the box here, because here we haven't accepted any children, okay, like so. So the best thing we can do is just start by having a few classes for this div, so that we can see how it will look like, okay. So we can start by giving this div some classes. So these classes will be that is dynamic classes. So we'll be using cn. So cn is so let me just head over to just that is at stroke lib stroke utils. So you can find it just inside our utils here, okay, just inside lib, then utils here, okay. So here you can be able to see these classes that was this component which was created by Shadcn when we initialize our Shadcn, okay. So we can use this the following way. So here will be after that, after cn we'll be having parentheses, then inside this parentheses whereby you're going to have our classes. Then because it is dynamic classes, we'll be having some dynamic classes after our classes. That is basically these classes will be rendered whichever way we render our children, and this class name must be passed, okay. If we don't have them, then nothing is going to be changed, okay. So here we'll be having bg of neutral 900. Sorry, don't know why I keep going over to stone, but now we can continue and have rounded lg like that, and then have a h fit, and then after that we'll be having a width of full, okay. So now that is it for that for our box here. So then after that, so for our box here, we won't be passing any classes. So what we'll be doing now, we'll be having to have some classes for this div. So that is class name. Then we'll be starting by having flex, and then after that we'll be having flex call, and then rpx of 5, and then that is py of 4, and then we can continue and give it a gap of 4, okay. Then we can save. Then inside here, inside this div, we'll be having the first thing, which will be a link. So sorry, inside here the first thing we'll be having is a link, Okay, then we'll be importing this link from Next.js, that is next stroke link, and then this link will be accepting href. Okay, that href will be just forward stroke, that is home. And then inside here we'll be having an icon, so that is fa Spotify, Spotify, coming from that is React icons. So so let me just import it here. That will be import coming from React icons stroke fa. Okay. Then here we can just have fa Spotify. Okay, so if you have any issues, basically if you are using any icon with fa, basically you saw that we have two fas. Basically here you can see we have that is fa and fa6. So basically if you don't find your icon, if you have an error when importing an icon from fa, then you should try importing it from fa6. Okay, so now you can see we don't have any error, so that means we have our icon inside our fa. Okay, and then we can give this icon the following size. Sorry, it will be a size of 30. That will be perfect. And then we'll be having a p tag. Then inside this p tag is whereby you're going to have a Spotify. Then we can have the following classes for this p tag. Basically it will be hidden for mobile devices, and then for medium devices and above we'll be having basically we'll be just showing it, that will be block. Okay, and then that is it. After that we have this link. After this link is whereby we are going to have these two icons. Okay, so to have these two icons we'll be having them inside okay, we'll be having them inside. So we'll be having them inside. So open your sidebar here, and then I just collapse everything. Then inside our component, then we have a sidebar here. I'll be creating another component, namely sidebar items. Okay, you can just say item.tsx. then you can have rafce. Then you just have to import it like so, like that. Okay, so it will be accepting the following props. I just want us to have the prop before we continue. So let me hide my sidebar like that, and then here we can import it. So basically we'll be having to, we also be passing an icon to this component. So this icon will be of type icon type, so that is coming from React icon stroke lib. And then here we just be accepting those props, that is sidebar props, like so. Then here we'll be having icon, and then here we'll also be having the label, and then we'll be having active, and then we'll be having href. Okay, then you can save. So that is okay for now. So let's now have these icons and the labels. So basically for that we'll be using memo. So that is a hook coming from React that is use memo. So let's have, so instead of writing them, here they are. So basically you can see just repetition of a few of these two objects here that is inside memo. So what you can do is just import the memo, okay, coming from React. So let's move this one here. Then here we also have the home. We can import the home. So you can see cannot be able to import the home, so you can just duplicate this one, this icon here, then change this one to hi. Okay, hi. Okay, so the same issue. If you don't find your icon inside hi, just try hi2. Okay, so I also don't know which where we have our icon inside here, so just change this one to hi. So that one is okay. Then we can have this bi. and then here you can just try to duplicate this one and change this one to bi. Okay, and then just import it from just replace the hi home with bi search. Okay, so now what we are being left with is path. So to create path, it will be const path name equals to use path name. It is coming from React stroke navigation, so here it is. You can move it here. Then the last thing we can do is just execute it like so. Okay, so now you can see now everything we need coming from React, coming from roots. So basically that is the four prop that we passed inside our sidebar items. So that is perfect. So what you can do now is just map them over here. So after this link here, what you can do is just map over the two objects. So we can start by saying routes dot map, then accept the route, then here we just have the just return a simple parenthesis here. Then inside here we'll be having just the sidebar item, just importing the sidebar item, not items. Okay, coming from stroke sidebar. So what we can do is just change this import to this one here. I just copy it like so and have it like so. So why am I having it this way? Just not the way it was just auto imported. So basically remember that when you need to change this component, maybe you want to have it inside our component because you want to reuse it outside the sidebar. Basically you can just move it here, and then even after moving it like so, you can see here, so you can see, so okay, so this one should have changed. I don't know why it didn't change. So basically this one usually changes. I don't know why mine is not changing, but that is okay. So you can see it have just changed. That is coming from stroke component stroke sidebar. You can see it have changed, but now it should be like this now. Okay, so I hope you have understood why we are importing it that way. Okay, and then here we need to pass the following props: href. Okay, that is href will be dynamic, so that is route dot href. Okay, then here we also need to pass the icon, that will be route dot icon. Okay, and then here also we need to pass the label, which is also dynamic, that is route dot label. So you can just save that part there. So here we are, so inside our sidebar here we are using this path name here, and also we are using memo, so that basically you can see here you are importing a component that needs to use path name. It only works in current components. Okay, so what you need to do to make sure this component is a current component, we need to mark it as use current. Okay, and then you can save. So now you can see you don't have the issue. So now we just we don't have the active, actually have the active, so sorry about that. I thought active was something else that I was working on earlier. So can have active. So here active is just a boolean, so basically you can say route dot active. Okay, and then you can just save. And then inside our sidebar here, sidebar item, now we can start by styling So you can start by styling our sidebar item. So basically now we need to have to change this component to that is link, because now we have the href, so we can just say hlink like so, link, then import it from that is Next.js, that is next-link like that. Then we need to have the href, so this href is actually href also like that. And then inside here now you can just remove this sidebar item. Then maybe you can start by having the following classes for this class name. So basically it will also be a dynamic one, so we'll be using cn. So here you can just move it down here. So cn, then we'll be having parentheses, and then we'll be having a comma. So let me confirm something. So inside box, the box component that we created, so here, okay, so this is okay. I thought I had this dynamic class name outside this parenthesis, sorry about that. So everything should be inside the parenthesis, so so that everything can work as it should. Okay, so now I can close that part there. Then here be having just a string, and then here just have be having some dynamic classes. So if active, just saying if active, we need to have it as text of white, okay, like that. Then inside here now we can just maybe render something like the icon first. So let's change this one maybe to I don't know if it will work, but okay. Let's change this one to icon, that is capital icon with a capital I. So remember, our component should start with a capital letter, so that's why I'm changing it to icon. Then I can give it a size of 26. Then you can save. Then also we need to have, so we need to have, okay, so okay, inside here, inside our sidebar here, you need also to pass a key. Okay, so it is we should also be having a key which should be route dot maybe href, because href is always changing, and that is okay. And then after that, so you can see now we have the icons. Okay, so now you can navigate even to search, and also to home. So basically you can see home has a white, and then here a white color, but basically we need to make sure that there are different colors, just like when what we have just right here. Okay, and also here we need also to have a p tag. So let's first have a p tag, which will be the label. Okay, and then now we can have the classes. Okay, so sorry about that, it will be a flex, so sorry, flex, and then we'll be having that is flex row, and then we'll be having auto. And then to continue, every item, we want an item to be at the center, and then giving it a full of width, that is a width full, and then a gap of x4. And then to continue, I'll be giving a text of medium, so sorry, that is a text of medium, that is text md. Okay, okay, let's just give it base. I don't know why I wrote medium. Basically it is okay as base. And then you can have a font, that is a font of medium. And then we can continue and give it a, okay, we don't need a cursor pointer because because the href already has it. And then we can say on hover we'll be giving it text of white, and then we'll be having some transition, that is transition. That's the transition, here it is. And then before hover we can give it a text, that is a text of neutral, neutral 400. And then when you save, now you can see the icons will be having different colors. So sorry, now we need to hide this p tag when you are on mobile devices. So we can say hidden on mobile devices, then on medium devices and more, then we can basically just show it, that is block. Okay, so now you can see everything as it should. On hover now we can just navigate even to search, and then maybe to even home. Okay, so so everything is perfect now. So on the next part of the video, basically we'll be having a box here. Sorry, we'll be having box. So now you can see, now we are on search page. So that is how everything will be working. Okay, so after that, here we'll be having a box. Then this box will be accepting children. Okay, so that is what we'll be doing later on. So I just comment this part here, and then maybe we can then we'll be not maybe, but basically we'll be continuing from there. Okay. So let's continue. We'll be continuing from where we stopped last. So basically, but before we do so, remember for this link here, we didn't give it any class name. So that is why we are having this this problem right here. So this is supposed to be in a flex mode. So let's give it the necessary classes. So here we are going to say class name here. Then we are going to say flex. Then we say a gap of 2, then lastly we say item centered. Okay, so now that you should be able to see the changes. So I have already saved. Okay, so let's refresh. So now you can see now what you have right here. So that is okay. So now what you need to do now, now we should continue with this part right here, whereby we will continue from this box tag that we had earlier. So inside here we are going to have different items. So we are going to have a turn array whenever we don't have the user, or whenever the user, so basically whenever I don't have the user, or maybe the playlist.length is greater than 0, we are going to show the playlist, or when that condition is not met, we are going to show the div that we are going to work on right now. So let's have the div now. So this div will have 2 divs inside here, but first let us have the first div. Then this div is going to have the following class names. So first we're going to have a padding top of 4, then we are going to have a space of y of 2, then a media that is that media devices greater than minimum width of 768, we are going to have that is space of y4, and then second last we are going to have a shadow of md, and then last we are going to have a padding of 2. Okay, so that is it for that one. So now under this div we are going to have different items, but first let us have the p tag. So we are going to have 2 p tags, then lastly we are going to have a button. So this button is coming from UI, that is Shadcn Ui. So here I just change this one to this import here as we discussed earlier. So Now let me copy the text that we'll have for the for the first p tag, that is that one, and then for the second p tag we're going to have this one. Okay, so that is it. And then inside here we are going to have another p tag whereby we are going to say maybe something like create playlist. Okay, and then this one maybe, sorry, this one is going to be have a space right there. Okay, so now you can save, and then now we can start working with on this div here. So for this div here is going to have the following class names. So under medium devices, and that is medium devices and above, it is going to be hidden. Sorry, it's going to have a padding of 4, not hidden, that is a padding of 4. And then for medium devices also and above, you're going to have a space of y of 4, and then rounded md to be rounded md. Then we are going to have medium devices and above, we're going to have a bg. So for this bg, it will be a custom bg, but you are going to have it inside the tailwind.config. So I would like you to copy these classes here and then paste them inside this extend object right here. So for this colors object here, we are going to have the primary, the dark, and then the light, that is the light dark. Okay, so those are the colors that we are going to use throughout the project. Instead of repeating them, repeating the codes, you are going to just have the name, which is much simpler. Okay, so here we are going to have light dark, and then we are going to have flex. So we want everything to be at the center, so we are going to have flex called item center, and then justify center. Then for medium devices and above, we're going to have it in a block mode. Okay, so now you can save. So now for these two paragraph, for these two paragraph or p tag, we are going to have the following classes. So I just have the following classes. So what I did, I just hold control. So let me just repeat it. So what I did, I just hold shift alt, and then I click on the other p tag right here. Okay, and then now I can write whatever I want, and then it will be written on both places. Okay, so it's going to be hidden in mobile devices, and then for medium devices and above, I would like to show the two p tags, but it is going to have different fonts. So I will give it a font of semi-bold, the first p tag, and then for the second p tag, I'm going to have it as a small text, that is text xx xs. Okay, and then now you can save that one also. Now also for this p tag here, so maybe I can just copy the whole class name right here. I forgot about this one here. It's going to have it's going to be hidden under mobile devices. Then you can just move the text right there. Okay, so that will be that part, which is very important. Then inside then we are going to give this button some classes. So the first class name will be a px of 2, and then for medium devices and above, I would like to have a size of full. Okay, and then now you can save. Then the next thing I would like to do is just import a few icons that we are going to use. So let me just copy them right here. Okay, and then we can just have them right here. Okay, so now let me copy the first icon right here. So for the icon here, we are going to have it inside here, whereby we're going to have the following class name. So for this class name, basically it will be hidden in under media, that is medium devices and above, and then it will be shown in small devices, and then it will have a size of 10. Okay, like that. Then you can just save. Okay, so now I want to see the changes, so that you can see if you left something out. So now this basically is perfectly fine, and then under large devices also this is perfectly fine. So now what we can do now, because we want to have 2 of these, now I can just duplicate this one here like that, and then maybe you can have just a space right there. So, and then here I just copy the p tag of the first p tag here. So for this one, you are going to change it to the following, that one here there. And then for the second one, we are going to have it with this p tag like there. Okay, then since this one is a dummy, maybe for the browse, that is for the browse browse podcast, maybe you can navigate the user to, that is the search page right here. So you can do that if you want, because browse, maybe the user can search for any podcast that they want. Okay, so now you can just save. Then also you can change the icon. Okay, so just copy the icon right here. So I forgot to say where the icon is coming from. The icon is coming from React icon stroke MD. Okay, then here I can just replace the icon right there. Okay, now we should be having this. Okay, so that is okay now. So I would like us to do the following. I would like to disable the button under a few cases. So that is, I'm going to disable the button when you don't have the user. Also, we are getting the user from use user, that is use user coming from, that is next, that is at Clerk stroke Next.js. Okay, so also I'd like you to also import transition coming from React right there. So here I'm going to say const, then I'm going to have square bracket, then I will say is pending. So for this one, I will be using it when we are when we are creating the when we are creating the playlist, we are going to use it to disable the button so that the user don't create many playlists at the same time. Okay, so now I can have the button right here. So here I can just have it here, so whereby I can just say disabled, then I can just say it will be disabled when it is pending or when you don't have the user. Okay, like that. So that's perfect. So also I would like also to have a function. So when we can say on click, I would like to create, okay, to create a playlist. So I'll just have the function right here, whereby I just say const create, that is create button right there. So, and also we forgot an equal here, like that. So now we have the create function. So for the create function, we are going to use server action. So to do that, so now we can just save this one first, then we can open our sidebar, then you can collapse everything. Then on the root of our project, we are going to create a folder called actions. Okay, so inside here we are going to have all our actions. Okay, first we are going to have, that is create playlist. Okay, that is create playlist.ts. okay, that is create playlist.ts, which you can just hide the sidebar there, and then which will be use server, since we are using server actions. Okay, then we are going to say export const, then you are going to have the name of the function, which will be create playlist, which will be an arrow function, but this arrow function will be synchronous function, like that. So now you can just save and then copy the name right there. Then now we can have the function right here. Okay, so first we are going to have the name of the playlist coming from maybe the length of the playlist that the user has. So for now we don't have the number of playlists that the user has. So for now we can just say name equals to, and then you can have some dynamic array which will use. You can say my playlists. Okay, my playlist #1. okay, so this one will be dynamic later on. So let me have it that way. It will be dynamic later on. because we'll be saying the number of view the playlist length dot that is playlist dot length, so that we can have that number right there. But for now we can have it just like that. Okay, then here now we can just say start transition, and then here we can just have it as so. So for this transition, it will be a synchronous function. Okay, like that. And then inside here is whereby we are going to say await. Then we are going to have the create playlist coming from, okay, coming from that is okay, so coming from that is at action stroke create playlist. Okay, and then here we can continue, and also we are not going to pass these two. We are going to pass 3 items here. So but for now we can just pass the name of the playlist. Then later on we are going to add the we're going to have the others, but maybe you can just have them so that we don't have to come back here. Like that, we are going to have 3 items right there, and then here we can say dot, then we can have it as so. Then inside here is whereby you're going to have the toasts. Maybe you can just also have console log dot done, that is done, and maybe then we can have the toast. For the toasts, you can do npm I sona, that is sona. Okay, so then here is whereby you're going to have that toast. And then here we're going to say dot then also we are going to have the error here, so that we can also console log the error, which will be console.log the error. Okay, so that we know what is wrong. Okay, and then here also we are going to have a toast, so just in a minute. So you can save that part for now, and then we can head over to playlist here. That is create playlist. So it is going to accept actually four objects. So basically but for the last one it will be an optional one, but for now we can just accept the name, which will be a string, and then also later on we are going to accept the image. Maybe you can just say we are going to also to accept the folder, that is the folder ID, which will be also a string. Okay, and then lastly you are going to also to accept the image URL. Okay, so which also will be a string. Okay, so then lastly we are also going to accept the audio. So this one will be optional, and then here we are going to have it as string, since here we will be passing the audio ID, which will be of type string. Okay, so don't have to worry about these 3 because we don't have them for now, but in this case for our sidebar here we are going to pass it as it is, so no big issue right there. Okay, so we have finished installing Sona, so we can use Sona right here. Actually we can just remove this one here. So we can have toast. Let's see if it is going to be there, toast. So let's try to import it. So it's going to be import. I don't know, let's see how it is being imported. Just a minute. So it's going to be extracting the toasts coming from that is Sona. Okay, right there. So now we can use the Sona. Maybe you can have Sona as success, also you can have it as error, also you can have it as promise, but for now, for us, we are going to use it as it is. We don't want to have any icon just before our like playlist created successful right here as we have it, but we are going to use it as like so. It's going to be dynamic template, which will be saying let's see, which will be saying something like playlist. Then we have the playlist name right here. So for the name that we have right here, we're saying playlist, then name, then we'll be saying created. Okay, like that. Then here we can have the error. Okay, like that. Okay, sorry, here we shouldn't have the error because of that TypeScript issue. Maybe you can have the error.message. Maybe what we should be having is something like something went wrong. Okay, and then that one will be perfect. Okay, so inside here is whereby we are going to create our playlist, whereby we are going to say const, then we say user equals to current user. So this one is coming from, that is Clerk Nextjs server. Then we execute it as so. Then here we are going to say if we don't have the user, we like to just redirect the user to another page. So I was using this one here, direct the user maybe to something like to sign in. So you can see that that this one has depreciated, so we can remove this one and use the redirect coming from, that is Nextjs navigation. Okay, so let me remove this one, and then here we can just have redirect, that is redirect coming from Next navigation. Okay, and then we can just redirect the user. So here inside our app, then out, we can redirect the user to sign in or sign up. Okay, so we can redirect the user maybe to something like sign up. Okay, which is okay. Then after that, we are going to now use the try catch. Okay, so for the try catch here is whereby we are going to say const, then we say new playlist. Okay, which will be equal to await db. So import db coming from, that is at lib. So coming from at lib stroke db. Okay, and then we are going to say dot playlist dot create, like that. Then you are going to have a data inside here, inside this object, whereby you are going to pass all the necessary items. So for the first thing, we are going to pass the user ID, which will be user (id). Okay, then comma, then also we are going to have the folder ID, the folder ID, which will be folder ID. Okay, then we are going to have a comma, then you are going to have the name, which will be the name. Then we can have the audio. Actually now for the audio, for now we can have it as audio, that is audio ? So we are using an array. We want to check if we have the audio. Remember, now for now we don't have the audio, so we are going to say if you have the audio, then we pass the audio inside here. And then if you don't have the audio, let the array be empty. Okay, and then lastly we can have image URL, which will be image URL. Okay, Okay, so here we are being having as property ID does not exist on type promise. So here we are having a bit of an issue. Okay. So for my case it was working earlier, so for now I don't know. Okay, so here I forgot to add a wait. So for now you can see now we don't have any issues. And then we are going to, after creating the playlist, we are going to revalidate. So we are going to revalidate our page to make sure that the everything is being updated. Okay, so we are going to say validate, that is validate path. Then you are going to pass the following. So inside here, inside our app, okay, we have this browse right here, then we have the layout. So we want to validate this layout. So what we are going to say, we are going to say stroke, that is the forward stroke, that is the home page. Then we are going to have a comma, then we are going to say revalidate layout, not the page. Okay, and then for the last thing here, we are going to console.log, okay, which will be console logging the error. Okay, and then maybe here we can just return something, can just return the new playlist. Okay, so let me open my terminal here, and then we head I would like us to open something. I would like us to spin, so let me close that one. I would like us to spin the that is the Prisma dashboard. So here was Prisma Studio. Here I'll be saying npx Prisma Studio. Okay, Studio. Okay, so let's see. So we want to check to make sure that we when we create the playlist, we make sure that we have the playlist. Okay, so now this is the Prisma Studio, so we want to check this one playlist here. So can you refresh this page to make sure that everything is being updated? So just give it a moment to finish refreshing. So you can click this playlist here. So now you can see it is disabled, so something is happening, and then we don't have the success. So maybe you have an error here, something like undefined. Okay, now let's see if something was created. So the playlist was created. So the playlist was created perfectly. So you can see also the visibility, the user ID, created art. So so I don't know why we why I didn't get this toast message right here. So we don't, so perfect, this one is working perfectly, so you can close it. And maybe something is wrong with my function here, whereby we are saying await create playlist, then we pass the item, then we say dot object toast something. Okay, then we toast something right here. Okay, I know where the issue is. So So what I want us to do, I would like us also to close the sidebar. Also we can leave, or we can just leave it as so. So to use the toast, we need to have it as inside here. We need to import it inside here. So you are going to have the toast inside here. So you can just remove this one here. You need to have the toast inside here. So we can say toaster here will be coming from it will be coming from that is Sona. So you can see here we have the Sona. So make sure you have this import right here. So that's why we didn't get the success toast, because we didn't import these toasts here. Okay, so now you can save, and then here you can just remove this one to make sure that we'll be doing we'll see the update. So you can head back here and then do this once more. So now you can see something went wrong, playlist created. So you can see this one is working, then something went wrong. So this one is perfect now. So here you can see some okay. So here instead of using then, I should be using that is catch. Okay, sorry, that is catch. So can also repeat this one also here. So also I'll just delete this one. So now you can just create once more. So now you can see playlist my playlist #1 created. Okay, so when you come here also you should be having the playlist. Okay, and then we have even the user created updated at. So we will continue from there on the next video. So now let's continue. So now we can work on our turn array here. So remember here I talked about having a turn array, but first we need to fetch our file, our playlists. So inside app, then browse, then you should be having this layout here. So here is whereby we are going to fetch our playlists, but first we need to convert this one into a synchronous function like that. Then here is whereby we are going to have the function which will be saying playlists like that equals to await db dot, that is db coming from @lib_db dot that is dot playlists then dot find many, this one here, then we just execute it as so. Then what we need to do now is just pass this playlist to our sidebar here, so like that. Okay, so now inside our sidebar here, what you can do now is just accept the playlist as a prop, sorry, not an object but as a prop. Then this prop will be having of type, that is of type playlists. So this playlist will be coming from that is at Prisma client. So here it is, import it there. And then since when you hover on this playlist here, you can see the types, and then you can see also it is an array. So what you need to do now is just make sure this one also is an array by having a square bracket after playlist. Okay, so like that. Now you can see we don't have any errors there. And then for this one here, you can see now we have the playlist. So what you need to do now is filter this playlist to make sure we have the users playlist. So we can say const user playlists equals to playlists. You can just paste the playlist dot filter like that. Then we accept the single playlist. We extract the single playlist like that. Then inside here now, what we can say, inside here we can say playlists, the single playlist now dot user ID equal to user.id. Okay, like that. So in one line now you can see how it is now. So this one here, cost user playlist, that is playlist.filter, then you extract the single playlist. Now you can see it is on, it is not, it doesn't have any arrays. Now it is not an array, now it is a single one. Then we have the playlist.user.id is equal to user.id. Okay, like that. So now what you need to do is just console log the user playlists. Okay, now we should be having only one object. So this object right here, sorry, so this object right here, so okay, so I'm using Ninja, so you can now head over to Ninja here, and then you can see the object which we are getting right here. So we are getting just one object inside our array. Okay, so I just close it. So now we can just remove this one here. So after that, now we need to have our turn array here. Inside this the second box here, we are going to say I'm going to say user playlists, sorry, users playlists. Okay, like that. Dot length, that is dot length, we need to make sure it is greater than 0, like that. If it is greater than 0, then we are going to show the library. So for now we can just have it as a simple p tag, which will be the library, like that. And then if it is false, now we are going to have this this div here up there. Okay, so what I'll do, I just hold Alt and the upward arrow key, then I will move the all the div inside there. Okay, then now you can just save. Okay, now after saving, now you should be able to see the changes here. We won't be seeing these buttons, now we'll be seeing the library. Okay, so the same as our final on large devices also. On our large devices also, we should be having the same thing. So just give it a moment. So now you can see also we have the same thing. Okay, so for this library here, we open our sidebar here, then under our component we'll create this library here. So let me copy the name, then I will just create the file here. Okay, or maybe you can just create it inside here. You can create it inside our sidebar, because we'll just be using it inside here. Okay, then we'll be having .tsx. Okay, then we'll be using rafce to have the library component there, the library component snippet. Okay, so now we can just import it here. Just import it coming from that is stroke dot stroke that is library here, of which I'm going to change it to this import right here. Then I just save. Okay, okay, so that is perfect. But now we have what we need. So on the next part of the video, we will be working on our library here, so whereby it is going to be like this. We are going to have this simple header here, then we are going to have our playlist. Okay, so let me meet on that part of the video. So now let's continue. So now what you can do, this library here will be accepting a few props, so let's accept them first, then then we can pass them. Okay, so it will be accepting create, that is create function, and then also it will be accepting playlists. Okay, playlists. Okay, so let's have the types of these two props, which this one will be an object, sorry, this one will be a function, void function, and then this one will be play, this one will be play, sorry, this one will be playlist. This playlist is coming from that is at Prisma current stroke at Prisma stroke current. Then since it is an array, we make sure we have a square bracket after that. Okay, now what you can do is just accept the two props here, whereby the first one will be create, which will be create. Okay, and then now you can have playlists, okay, which will be user playlist, like that. Now you can save, and then now you can just close. Now we can close the others. Okay, so for this div here, you can have the following classes. So it will be in a flex, then flex call, like that. Then inside here we'll be having a small a type of a header here. So so we can have a div, and then inside here we'll be having another div. Okay, so for this div we can start by having the following class name. So remember it is a header, so you need it to be sticky, and then give it a top of 0, then give it a z of 30, and then to continue we can have it in a flex mode, then giving it just 5 between, and then to continue we can have px of 4, and then a padding of 4. Okay, and then we can have a shadow of md, and then lastly we can have bg, that is a bg of neutral 900. Okay, then lastly we can have rounded md, like that. Now for this div we'll have the following classes. It will be in a we'll be having item in the center, like that. Then also we have a gap of x2, like that. Then it will also be hidden in mobile devices. Then we want to show them in an inline, that is inline flex on large devices. Okay, so inside here we'll be having an icon and a p tag. So let's have the icon first, so which will be tb playlist, like that. Let's try to import it. If you cannot be able to import it, you can head over here and just import it as I will. That is import, then we extract the that is the tb playlist coming from React icons, then stroke tb, like that. And then you can give it we won't be giving it any classes, but we'll be giving it a size of 26. So change this one to 26, and then this one here you can give it a text of neutral 400. Okay, and then lastly we can have the p tag. So for the p tag we'll be saying your library. Okay, we'll be having your library, like that. Then this one also will be giving it the following font, that is the font medium, and then we're giving it text of md, that is a text of md, maybe base. Okay, we don't have md, so we'll be giving it base. So this one you won't be able to see it on our mobile devices, but you should be able to see it on our large devices here. Okay, so if you are not seeing anything like me, so you can just refresh. Okay, and then after basically after this div here, we'll be having we'll be using that is drop down menu. So basically when you head over to Shadcn Ui, you will be seeing this drop down menu here, okay, which will be like this. And then what you can do, since we have already installed it, you can skip this part here, and then you can just copy the imports, and then you can have the import here, and then you can also copy the drop down menu itself, then you can just have it here, okay. Then so for now, we now can leave it like this because this one is still loading. I would like to see how it is. So it should be like this, okay. And then here we should be having what, okay, we should be having something like open. Yeah, we should be having open right here, so it should be like this. And then here also you should have open, okay, like that. So for this open here, I would like to change it into an icon, but first it will be in a button, okay. This button is coming from Shadcn Ui, so let's import this button here. Try to auto import it there. Then I just change this import to that is to add components to UI, like that. And then here I can continue and give this button the following: to have a size of icon, and then variant, to be having a variant of ghosts, like that. Then inside here is whereby we are going to have the icon. Now it will be AI outline plus, okay. Now you can try to import it. If it doesn't work, also you can also just try to import it from here, AI, then change this one to outline plus, okay. Then this outline class will be giving it it will be having the following class names. It will have transition here, and then we will be having a text of neutral 400, and then on hover I would like to give it a text of white, like that. And then last three can give it a size of 20, so you can save and see what you will have. So basically now I need to modify this content to match our needs. So basically to do that, you can start by removing the label and also removing the separator here. now we'll be left with these with these four, that's drop down menu items, like this. And then now what you need to do, you can just remove them all and just be left with one, okay. And then for this one here, can remove the profile inside there. Then inside here we'll be having the following. So basically we'll be giving it an on click of create, okay. Then when the user will click it through, it will have an on create, so like that. So and then inside here we'll be having a that is an icon, and then a name for what we are doing inside here. For this one, I just copy the import, right here, and then I just give it the following class name. That is a margin, also giving it a margin right of 2, and then a size of 6, like that. So and then after that we'll be having something like create playlist, okay, like that. And then now what you can do, so we haven't imported this play that is pi, whatever, music notes plus, right? So let's import it also. I think it is coming from pi. Now you can just save. Okay, and then I would like to duplicate this this drop down menu here like that. So this one will be a dummy. So if you want to, you can use the source code that I will provide so that you can create a folder. But this one will be just a dummy one, whereby it will be to create the folder, which I'll just change this one to MD outline folder. Okay, try to auto import it coming from React icons there. Okay, just move this to the top right there, and then you can remove the import that we don't need from here. Okay, so so you can hover on this issue here. So I hope yours is like this, because when you hover you should be able to see this import, therefore knowing that you don't have any errors. Okay, so what you can do, you can just refresh this one like that. Okay, so just give it a moment to refresh, but as it refresh, after this div here, we can have another div. Then inside here is whereby we are going to have what? We are going to have our playlists. So here I just give it this div the foreign class names first. Okay, so it will be in a flex, then flex call like that, then also giving it a px of 1, and then on medium devices and above giving it a px of what? A px of 3, and then margin top of 4, and then lastly giving it a gap of y of 1. Okay, and then inside here is whereby we are going to map over the playlist. So here you can say playlists dot map, then we extract the individual playlists like this, and we'll be having it inside here. For now, what you can do is just have a simple p tag, whereby you can just say playlist card. Okay, so here I forgot to have a parenthesis, so have it like that. Okay, now we shouldn't be having any errors like that. So now we can create this playlist card on our sidebar here. Just collapse everything, then inside our component, then inside our sidebar I will create the that is the playlist card dot tsx. Okay, and then spin it using rafce. Okay, okay, still loading. Okay, like that, and then now we can just import it. Now I can auto import it coming from stroke, that is dot stroke. Okay, here it is. So here I just change it to this import here like that, then I will have stroke sidebar like that. Okay, so this one will be accepting one prop, so it will be accepting one prop, which will be which will be the playlist itself, play, that is the playlist like that. Then you can just accept the playlist. Then also we should also have the key to make sure we comply with the slint rules. So we can say key equal to playlist.id. okay, then after that we are going to accept the playlist inside here, which will be playlist. Then we have the playlist coming from that is at Prisma's client, okay, like that. And then now we can save. So now to continue, now we can start designing designing the playlist card. Okay, so this one is taking forever to load. So what I'll do, I just stop it from loading. Okay, and then I just open my terminal here, then I just close it. Okay, that is Control C, or maybe you can just delete it like that, then create another one. Okay, so we can just run it once more, but first now we can continue here. So we can work on this part here as we run our app here, that is npm run dev. Okay, so this one will be using link. Okay, so because whenever we want the user when the user clicks this component, basically clicks the playlist, we want to navigate them to the playlist. Okay, so we'll be having the link coming from that is Next.js like that. Then it should have a href. So this href will be a dynamic template basically. So remember when we created when we did set up our project, we had browse, then inside browse we had suspense, then we had this playlist. So we want to navigate the user to that playlist, so we'll be saying /, then you say playlist playlist like that. So make sure you get the spelling right, and then after that we say /, then we have dynamic string like this, then we say play list dot, that is playlist.id like that. Okay, and then after that we are going to have the classes for this link. So it will be some dynamic classes. So we'll be using cn, so we'll be using cn coming from lib. So make sure you import this one coming from lib like that. So also you can refresh this part because everything is ready, and also refresh that one. Okay, so then here we need to pass our classes inside parentheses inside, then inside a string. Then inside here is whereby we are going to say to have some dynamic string. So let just have the let us first have the classes which will always have them. Okay, that is flex, and then giving it a gap of 3, and then lastly giving it a hover, that is a hover of bg neutral 800, and then an opacity of 65. Okay, then it will also be rounded md like that, and then a px of 2, and then a py of 2 like that. And then now we can have the dynamic classes. So for the dynamic classes, so let me save that one first. For the dynamic classes, we'll be having them using it will be actually a class, but we'll be having it using the params. Okay, that is the params coming from React navigation. So it will be equal to, then we say use params. So these params will execute it as so, and then we import it coming from, that is, as I have said, that is use param coming from Nextjs navigation like there. And then this param will have the following types. type, sorry. So it will be of type object. Then this object will be of type playlist. That is playlist playlist. Then this playlist ID will be of type ID. Okay, it will be just like that. It will be like that. Okay, so make sure you have this type here. So that is inside arrow bracket, then we have an object inside, then we say playlist. That is playlist ID. So this playlist ID will be having it inside, that is playlist here, whereby we'll be using some dynamic template here like this. Then we'll be having the playlist inside here. Then also inside here we'll be having a page. So we'll do that later on, but we can have the playlist ID so that we don't get confused by the spelling later on. Okay, so now we can have the dynamic classes, a class basically, whereby we can just say params dot playlist, basically playlist ID, if it is equal to, that is playlist dot ID, then we'll be having, that is a bg of neutral 800, then opacity of 65. Okay, so now that is perfect. So now to continue, now inside this link so inside this link we'll be having a turn array, sorry, whereby we'll be saying playlist dot folder, that is the folder ID, like that. If it is equal to, that is liked song. If it is equal to liked song, then I would like to have I will be having liked, that is liked icon, having some classes. So for now I can just have a small p tag here. Can just have a p tag right now and then say liked. Okay, then if it is not equal to that, then we are going to have some empty React fragments like that, whereby inside here we are going to have an icon if we don't have the image URL. But if we have the image URL, now we'll be having the image URL. So now also we can have a turn array, whereby you can say playlist that is playlist dot image URL. If you have the that is playlist dot image URL, then I would like to show the image. Okay, so for now we don't have the image, so we won't be able to see this, but we'll be able to see the icon, which will be having the same classes as the image. Okay, so here you can pass a few props. So for the source it will be playlist dot image URL. Okay, and then also we'll be having alt, which will be play dot name. Okay, and then we can continue and say height. It will be having a height of 100 and then a width of 100. Okay, then lastly we can have the following classes, which will have a size of 14, not 1/4 but 14, not a quarter but 14. Then we'll be having rounded MD. Okay, then if we don't have the image URL, then now we can have the icon, which will be inside a div. which will be inside a div. Okay, and then inside here we can have the icon. Okay, so the icon is the same icon we had here. So this icon here, just copy it, and then also you can also copy the import. So here is the import, like that. Okay, and then you can just save so that we can have some indentation. So for this div we'll be having the following classes. First it will be in a flex, then it will be justified between center, then item, then we'll be having item center, and then we'll be having a bg of neutral 800. Okay, and then it will be rounded md, and then lastly we can have the size of 14, not a quarter but 14. So for the icon it won't have a margin right, but it will be of size 7. Okay, and then you can save. So after this turn array here, we are going to have a div. So this div will be having 2 p tags. So for those 2 p tags, you can start by having this div with the following class names. So for this class name will be of space y1, okay, then py of 1, okay, and then second last it will be hidden on mobile devices, and then for medium devices and above will be showing the this div. So inside here what will be showing that is the playlist name, and then inside here we'll be showing what basically be showing be showing 2 things basically. That is the playlist dot audio dot length. Okay, and then after that I'll be saying songs. Okay, that is the number of songs, or maybe you can just say audio. Okay, so for this one here we need to make sure that we have the singular and basically the singular and more than one as it should be. Okay, so then we'll be saying if playlist dot audio dot length is not equal to 1, then now we can have the plural of it. Okay, like that. And then for this first p tag we can give it the following class names, which will be font of semi bold, this one here. And then for this p tag here we'll be giving it the following class name, which will be in a flex, and then item center, and then lastly we can give it a vertex of neutral 400. Okay, like that. So we still have an issue with this loading page here, so I just paused the videos to fix this part here, but it's not anything with the code. It's basically taking a lot of time to load on both ends. So I'll just fix that part, and then I will just show you what we have just created. So on my end it have finished loading, so you can see what you have on smaller devices, then on large devices here you can see. So now we can fix a few things first. So here you can see we need some padding bottom, so I'll head over to library here, Then first I just fix this one here, that is padding bottom of something like 2. Okay, then here you can see we have some different color with what we have on our finished version here. So you can see we have some different colors, so I will just change that one to, so just give me a moment. So I just change this drop down menu content to the following. So adding these classes will change. Okay, we'll change. Okay, so we'll change what to whatever we want. So basically I'll have a custom width of something like 280 px. Okay, and then on dark I'll be having a custom bg, that is a custom bg of hash 28 28 28. So I think it is 3 times, yeah, and then now you can just save. Okay, so now you should be having this. So now with the create, now you have created another playlist here. So now you should be having two playlists when you refresh here. Okay, so now you can see what we have right there. Okay, and then now you can see also we have some padding bottom. Okay, so and then on our finished version here you can see this one didn't actually validate. I don't know why. This one actually validated perfectly, so there is no issue on that part. I don't know why it didn't revalidate, but it is okay because this part here revalidated. I don't I think, okay, I know why, because this is because we click this part here on this part of the browser, but not this this browser here. Okay, so everything is perfect. So also here you can see this one here. So we can also change this one to create folder. Okay, so change this one to create folder. Okay, so now you should be able to see the changes, that is create playlist and then create folder. So for the create folder, you should get the source code from my git repo. You will see it how I did create folder, but I didn't get that far to add something in that folder. But if you want to see that part, you can also leave a comment. Okay, and then I will work on that part. Okay, so let's meet on the next part of the video. Okay, so let's continue. So I just close everything, that is Control K, Control W. Then on our sidebar here I will collapse everything. Then under our components here I will just create our header, which we are going to work on right now. So that is tsx header.tsx. Then we are going to have the code snippet RAFCE. Okay, like that. And then I just save it, and then inside our app, then browse. Okay, so we won't be having our header inside that is the layout under browse, because for each header that will be importing in different pages, it is going to have different classes. Okay, so that is why we are going to import our header inside these pages here. So we have this home page here, whereby we are going to pass different a class, and then for the playlist you are going to pass a different that is a different class maybe all classes, and then the same goes to song and user. Okay, so that's why we are going to pass to import our header inside our pages, but basically not inside our layout. Okay, so let's import it here. So for the header we'll be having it like so, and then we import it. Okay, coming from that is component, here it is. So coming from that is a header from import header from that is at stroke components at stroke header. Okay, then I just hide my sidebar and then save everything here. So for the header, since I have said it will be will be passing some different classes, so here we can accept the classes and say class name, and then we can accept the class name here, the class name like that. So you can have it as it is here, as maybe as undefined, or maybe it's optional basically, but I think we'll be passing these classes in all our pages. Okay, then I just save it, then I will come here, then I will say class name. Okay, then here I will just have it as I'll just have a bg of neutral 900. Okay, then I will just save. Okay, and then inside here we're going to start by working on this div here, whereby we're going to have the following classes, which are going to be dynamic, whereby we're going to use cn for our dynamic classes here like that. And then we are going to accept we are going to use parentheses. Then inside here we're going to have our classes. Then after that we are going to have the class name, that is the class name for the dynamic classes. Okay, and then here now we can have the classes, the classes that each header will be having. Okay, so here I just have flex, then item center, and then justify between, and then that is a width of full, and then a padding of 2, and then also I would like it also to be sticky, and then giving it also a padding of 0. So you must give it a padding of 0 so that it can be sticky, and then lastly you can have a 0 of that so that it can be on top of our content. Okay, so you can save it like that, and then after that we're going to have a div inside this main div here. So for this one here you can change it maybe to something like the header, because this is the header, and then inside here we are going to have 2 buttons. So let's just have them now. Import then we import them coming from that is dotted stroke UI stroke button. Okay, and then here you can just change this one to components, that is components like that. Okay, and then for this div we'll be giving the following classes. It will be item center, and then also we'll be having some spacing of y of 2. Okay, and then for this button here it will be having the same items except the content, so I just remove that one, and then here I can just have the variant first, the variant which will be outline like that, and then also I'll be giving it a size, that is a size of icon, and then I'll have some class name. For this class name basically to be rounded full like that. Okay, and then you're going to have an icon inside here. So an icon here whereby this icon will be rx, so small x, and then we'll be saying that is caret left. Okay, then we import it from that is stroke. So let me copy the icons that we'll be having. So we'll be having the 2 icons. So these are the 2 icons that we are going to have. There it is. So you can see now we don't have the error. Then this icon is going to have the following class name, or maybe you can just give it something like size. Okay, instead of just having the class name, that is size of 35, and then you can save. So for this button I just want to see if we got the styling right, because for this button also we are going to use this button to move that is forward, and so let me just show you. You're going to use it to go forward, like where the user have just come from. So maybe I just have moved from this place here, this page here, then I would like to go back so you can see how it is working. So we'll be using it that way. So to do that, we'll be using router. So when using router, you need to convert your component into use client, because router you have to use it inside a client component. Okay, then here we just say const router equals to use router. Okay, and then we import router coming from that is Nextjs navigation. Make sure you don't import it from that is Nextjs router. Okay, you import it coming from that is coming from that is router, sorry, coming from Nextjs navigation. Okay, then now you can use the router. So let me just collapse everything here so that we can see everything. So now we can have the on click, whereby we'll be saying it will be an arrow function basically, whereby it will be router dot back, like that. Then we execute it. Okay, sorry, then we execute it like that. And then here just duplicate this one, and then here we just changing this one to forward. Okay, like that. Then I just copy this icon here, then change this one. Okay, so now we can continue. We can work on the next div. So remember, you are using justify between, whereby that means we are going to have two items, then having some space between. Okay, so inside here we are going to use the this div, giving it the following class name. This class name will be flex item center, like that. Then also justify between, and then lastly giving it a gap of x4. Okay, or maybe you can just change it to 2. Okay, so here we'll be having two items. So here you can see now what we have here. You can try moving forward. So moving forward, okay, we are not we don't I don't know if I have any forward, maybe back. So now you can see back where I'm being taken to. So I can go back to localhost. So that it is working perfectly. So now we can continue on this part here. So for the div, we have finished giving it the important classes. So so now I would like to have the content that we'll be having whenever the user have not logged in. Okay, so we can say if we don't have the user, and basically now you don't have the user, so let's import the user. So we can say const user equal to use user. Okay, coming that is coming from that is at Nextjs sorry at Clerk Next.js. Okay, then we execute it. Okay, then we just move it to the top right there. Then if you don't have the user is when I would like to show this div. Okay, I just basically can just have empty Reactjs fragments like that, and then inside here we are going to have two items. So we are going to have the sign up button and the sign in button. So let me just show you the buttons instead of importing them. Let me just copy them, and then we can just paste them here. So they'll be coming from at Clerk Next.js, like that. Okay, now here we can start by having the sign up. So that is the sign up button that you can say sign up button. Here it is. Okay, and then we'll be having a div here, and then this div will just saying sign up. Okay, and then this div will be having the following class name, okay, to be a font of medium, and then it will also be having cursor pointer, and then hover, that is hover of font bold, sorry, that is bold, and then maybe we can have something like on hover also we can have text LG, so that is a bigger text, and then last three we can change the text to white, neutral, so that is text neutral 300, not 400, okay, like that. Now you can save. So basically, since we have the user, this part won't be shown, okay. So what you can do, you can just sign out like that. So now I believe you should be seeing the the button. So can just refresh, and then what I'll do now is just have the sign up. So also here I made a mistake. This one should be the sign up, so that one should be the sign up, and then here we can have the sign in button. Then inside here is whereby you are going to use a button. We are going to use a button here. So we are going to use a button inside here which will be saying log in, okay. So for this one, for the sign in here, you can change this one to mode, basically which mode whereby we are going to choose between redirect and that is modal, okay. So we are going to use modal, and then for this button we are going to give it the following class names, and then first we are going to have a that is a padding of 6, and then text of LG, that is LG, and then text of black, and then on hover, so on hover, so first maybe you can have the BG. So for the BG it will be a BG of white, and then on hover also I would like also to have a BG of white, okay. And then also last three maybe you can have rounded of full, okay, like that. So I don't know why actually we are not getting the two buttons right here on my left. So basically if we don't have the user, so I know why. Basically here you can see we are saying user equals to use user here, so but we should be extracting the user instead of just saying user equals to use user, okay. Now you can see what we are having, the user resource stroke null stroke undefined, okay. So now you can see now we have the two items, okay. So now we can sign in, so that now we can see when we have the user, okay. So here I just say when you have the user, so I'm converting it into a boolean, whereby I say if we have the user now, because I have added two exclamation marks, then maybe you can just autocomplete here, so it didn't work. So but you can say if we have the user now, I would like to show just a div. So for this div is whereby you're going to have the user button now. So for now we can just have the user button, okay, and then for you can just leave it as so, and then now we can try to sign up. To sign up, I believe you should be navigated to, that is the sign up URL, because we are using this button right here. So now you can see we are being that is the sign up. Now all the that is the sign up URL is being compiled. So you can also see here we have the modal. So now here you can see we have the modal, which is a quick access. So we can just click the Google button so that we can continue. So now you can see we had also been redirected. So that means everything is working as it should. Okay, so as it loads here, as we are being signed in, basically you can give this div the following class names, which will be flex, then also item center, that is item center, and then lastly giving it a gap of, that is a gap of x, that is x4. Maybe you can use 2, and then maybe this one here, we have this one here, maybe you can change this one to 4, it will be okay. So now here you can see now we have the user, that is the user button. Okay, so that is perfect. Then after that we are going to have that is a button. So for this button I will be using it to navigate the user to the user dashboard. So here you can just say you can use you can just say author, sorry, that is author dashboard. I think like that it is okay, like that, because on this part here, when you are on the mobile devices, basically it will be a bit it will actually collapse more than I would like, but basically I think we can also have it in a different way. So let's have it in a different way. I think that I think this way it is a bit more beautiful, so let's have it that way. But first we need to have a variant here. So for this variant it will be of type outline, like that, and then also we'll be giving it the following classes. So can just leave it like that, but what we can do, we can use we can have an icon here. So for this icon I just copy the name of the icon and then give it the following classes. So that is size of 6, and then on medium devices and above we can have a height of 2. Okay, can just save now. Sorry, we haven't imported the icon, so you should be getting an error. So this one coming from TB. Okay, so now you should be having the error. Okay, so sorry about that. So now we can have the we can have a non-click function here, whereby we can just say an arrow function, and then we say router dot push, then we'll be using a dynamic template, whereby we'll be just saying / user / we have dynamic string, like that. Then we can just say user dot or user question mark dot ID. Okay, so let me collapse this one. So I hope you can see everything. So I hope you can see everything. So that is an on-click function to navigate the user to the to the user dashboard. So on our sidebar here, I will just collapse everything. Then under component, that is under app, then browse, then we have the suspense, then under user we have just the user. So remember, we are navigating the user inside another route, basically a dynamic route. So let's have that dynamic route here. So here we'll just saying two square bracket, then inside the square bracket we'll be having the we'll be having the user ID. Then here you can just copy this button, you can just copy you can just move this this page inside here, okay, like that. So I believe also for the playlist we can just repeat the same thing like that, okay. So now when you try to click this button here, you should be renavigated to that URL, okay. So let's see if it is being compiled. So I want to make sure that also we have the user. So you can see the user that is stroke user stroke then the user ID is being compiled, and then now we should be redirected to that page, okay. So you can see everything is going well as it should. So I can just close this one. So I just close this one. Then inside the user here you can see, so it is just showing the user play, okay. So it should be showing this actually it is showing basically this one here. You can remove this one here like that. Then inside here, so let me confirm something first. So everything as it should. So I thought I had an issue, but basically now you can see after removing the user, the custom something wherever, you can see after removing this text here, everything is as it should be, basically. So everything is perfect. So inside the user, that is the user that is stroke that is user stroke user ID, I'm going to import the header so that you can have the header also here, that is coming from components. So I just save, and then I just collapse everything, then hide my sidebar, then I just close the others, okay. So now on the next part of the video we'll be working on the user page. We'll be working on the user page. So let's see. So now you can see, now we have the user, okay. Sorry, we have the header. So on the next part of the video we'll be working on the user dashboard, so that later on we can also upload the audio, and then we can see how we can add the audios into our playlist, okay. So before we continue, I would like to have some changes for my header here. I would like to hide this other text whenever we are on mobile devices. So to do that, we can pass some classes to our that is to our button right here. So these classes are going to be px, that is px of 2, and then we are going to have medium devices and above, giving it a size of full, okay. So and then here for our outer dashboard, you're going to have it inside a p tag, and then here we are going to have some this class name, whereby we are going to say hidden, that is hidden. Then on mobile devices, on medium devices and above, I would like to have block. Okay, and then you can save on that part. Okay, so as it finishes saving or maybe compiling, we'll be working on this part here, whereby we have this amazing banner right here, and then later on we can also be able to upload our audio inside here also. Okay, so let's continue. So here now you can see we have this change. So I think this is much better whenever you are even on much smaller devices. Okay, so I just close my header here, and then what we'll be doing now, we'll be starting by working on our user. So here you can see on the user ID page. Okay, so inside this empty React fragments, Reactjs fragments here, we are going to have a div. Okay, and then inside this div we'll be having another div. Okay, so for now we can have the following class name for this div. So we are going to have it as relative, and then we are going to have a bg of fixed, and then we are going to have a height of 360 px. Okay, so this div basically all this div is whereby we are going to have our banner. So to have our banner, we'll be fetching it from our database, so we can convert this component into a cyclic function, and then we can say const, then say user equals to, then we say await, then we say db, remember coming from that is lib. Okay, and then here we can have dot user, then dot find, that is find many, or we can say unique, actually find unique here, and then inside this object is whereby we are going to say where user ID is. So to get our user ID, remember here we have already, by going over to the user. So here you can navigate to the user page. So you can see here we have the user ID. We need to get this user ID. So to get this user ID, we can get it from the user, that is our component params. So basically each and every component with a dynamic ID like this one here. So here you can see we have a square bracket. That means this we have an ID or something inside here which we like to fetch. So basically to do that, we are going to use get them using params. So we are going to say params, and then give this param the following types. So basically it will be of type params, but not of type any, but type object. Then this object will be having the user ID. Then this user ID is going to be of type string. Okay, and then here now we can say params, so that is in small letters, and then param.user ID. Okay, so with that now we have the user. So on hover you can be able to see now here we have the banner, but remember you don't have the banner for now. So here we can say, so inside here we can say we want to have some styles. So then inside here is whereby you are going to say if you have user, so let's have question mark here, and then say if you have user banner. Okay, then I would like to show, that is to show the banner. Okay, so let me just have it here. I would like to just show the banner, so I'm going to say background, so that is background image like here, and then it's going to be dynamic image, whereby I'm going to say URL, like URL single L URL, then you're going to have parentheses, then you are going to say user, that is user dot banner. Okay, so you can also have you don't need to have the question mark here because we have already checked if we have the user banner. Okay, then after that, if you don't have the banner, I would like to show something else. So that is the background. That is the background. So this background basically will be a linear gradient. So whereby I'm going to have it inside a string, then say linear. So that is linear. That is linear gradient. That is linear gradient like that. And then I define how I would like to have it. Whereby I would like to go to that is to go to bottom like that, and then I'll have the color. So it will be of hash. Then so okay, sorry, I like to have it inside inside here also. That is inside this parenthesis here. And then I would like to be of color. That is color code of 5 5s. Okay, like that. Okay, I think it is 5. Let me just copy it. Let me just copy the color code. Don't have to keep counting the number, the 5 that we have here. So like that. And then to the bottom we are going to have transparent. Okay, like that. So you can save, and then I believe you should be able to see the changes right here of basically this gradient right here. Okay, so now inside this div we are going to have a few things. So now you can see the color that we have right here. So inside this div we'll be having a p tag. So these are the user details. Basically this p tag will be having that is the user. So let me just show you. Basically, so we'll be having this part right here, and then later on we can have this part. Okay, so for this p tag we'll be having an icon that is md verified, that is the id verified user, or maybe verified like that. Then we import it from that is React icons, or let's just import it from here. So let's import here like that, and then we give it the following class names. So it is going to be of size, that is of size 8, and then to be a text of blue 500. Okay, and then after that we are going to have a span, whereby we are going to have the verified artists. Okay, so let me just copy the text like that. Then I will be giving this the following class names. So these class names are going to be text sm, and then a font of semi-bold. Okay, so I like just to check this part here. So it is okay. So I wanted to confirm this import right here, and then so after giving this those two class names, I'm going to also have the following class name for the p tag. I'm going to have the following name for the p tag, which are going to be in a flex, then item center like that, and then we have a gap of 2. Okay, then last 3. Now we can save that part and see what we have, and then we can continue and give this the following class name like that. So the following class name are going to be absolute like that. Then we have a z of 30. Okay, and then margin left of 6. Okay, and then second last, we can have some space between them, that is space y, of 2, and last 3 bottom of 16. Okay, so I'm going to have that space y between another tag here, which is h1. Okay, then inside this h1 is whereby we are going to have the username. So basically this username is of small letter like that, and then we can have the following class name for this, that is for this h1. So it will be of text, that is 6 Excel, and then to be of font, that is font, okay, extra bold. And then on large devices and above, I'm going to have a text of 8 Excel, and then on medium devices and above, giving it a text of 7 Excel. Okay, so can save. So here now you can see what we have. So this is perfectly okay. So after that, inside this div here is whereby we are going to have what, okay, is whereby you are going to have, so let me just show you, is whereby you're going to have the 2 buttons later on. So here is whereby you are going to have the Edgestore. So here is we are going to use Edgestore to upload our images. So you can just say Edgestore buttons, okay, like that. And then down here after this div here is whereby you're going to have this header. So for this header we'll be passing the following class name. So as I said, we are going to have different class name for different headers in different pages. So here we are going to have bg transparent, and then negative margin top of custom one, that is 360 px. Okay, and then you can save. And then after that you are going to have a div, and then we can just move this user here. So inside this div is whereby we are going to have these 2 buttons here. So that is play button, that is play btn, and then this one you are going to be upload, okay, upload button. Okay, so then now we can just give this the following class name like that. So maybe you can just comment this so that we can see them right there. And then here we can have the following class name, that is margin top, that is a custom margin top of 296 px. Okay, so now we should be able to see the changes. So this is how it's going to be. So on the next part of the video, so here now you can see what we have. So on the next part of the video we'll be working on these 2, that is to change the banner and remove banner. Actually I think in the next part we can prepare Edgestore so that we can be able to upload our images. So let's meet on the next part of the video. So let us set up our storage using Edgestore. So you can search for Edgestore, that is Edgestore storage, and then you will land on this page here, whereby you can just click get started for free. So make sure you sign in with your credentials. So I used GitHub for me, and then you can just create your first project. Okay, so I just give it the name, that is Spotify, clone, then hit enter. And then we have now the environment variable, so you can leave it at that. Then you can head over to the docs. So the docs are right here, and then the first thing we can do is just copy the first step here, which is just installation. You can just copy them and then head back here, open your terminal. So you can open another one. So we have this the other one running, that is Prisma, and then we have also this one which now we can use it to install our packages. So I just paste in the values, that is npm install at Edgestore /server, and then the next one will be at Edgestore stroke React, and then last 3 Zod. Okay, so with that, now we can continue as it installs. So the next thing will be to copy our environment variables. So remember, here we have our environment variables, so you can just copy here. Okay, and if you want to copy using the old methods, you can just make sure you hit the eye icon here. Okay, so I just hit copy here, then I will head over to my environment variables, that env. Okay, and then I'll just have my variables right here. Okay, and then hit save. Okay, then I just close it and then continue here on my that is on our documentation. So there is something here which we have here which is very important, having our that is our .env in our git ignore. So let's do that also. So you can search for git ignore, and then here you can scroll down and see that we have that is .env, that is Rocco. Okay, then you can just paste the .env and then hit save. Okay, so when you open your sidebar here, so this one, when you add your item to git, this one also will be, you won't be able to add this one to your git repo. Okay, so now you can see it is grayed out, so that is perfect. And then also you can see we have finished the installation. So I just clear and then hide my terminal. Okay, and then also I'll close this one, we don't need it anymore, and then we can continue. Now we can set up our Edgestore in our project. So we need to create a file inside our API. Okay, then we need to create a file named Edgestore. So I just copy the name Edgestore, then head back on my sidebar here. Inside the app we have the API. So let me collapse this one here. You have the API here, it doesn't have anything, and then you can create a file, a folder, namely Edgestore. Okay, and then the next thing you need to do is create another dynamic folder which is Edgestore, which will be spreading the Edgestore. So I just create another folder here that is spreading Edgestore inside our square bracket. Okay, so now you should be having this, that is API stroke Edgestore stroke Edgestore. Okay, like that. So now the next thing we need to do is create this file .ts. We need to create it inside here like that, and then now we can have our content. So I'll just copy this content right here like that. Okay, so now you shouldn't be having any issues. So basically it should be like this, and then you can just hit save. Okay, so it is perfect as it is. We will be using it this way, and then you can just close it and then open our sidebar here. I just collapse everything because the next thing we'll be doing, we'll be setting up that is the Edgestore that we can use inside our project. So I just copy this one here, Edgestore. We'll be creating Edgestore inside our lib here. We'll be having that is Edgestore inside there, and then now we can copy the content. Okay, so hide my sidebar here, and then I just paste everything. So now you should be having this one. So also here you shouldn't be having any issues, and then I just hit save. So it is perfect as it is that way. Okay, and then I just close it. So now what we need to do, we need to wrap our children, that is our children, inside the layout. That is the main layout that we have inside our project or inside our app. So we need to copy this one here. Okay, then we head back, we open our sidebar here, collapse everything, then inside app you should see this layout here. Okay, let me hide my sidebar, then replace these children with what we have just copied. Then we need to import that is Edgestore provider. So you can head back here and see where it is coming from. So it is coming from lib stroke Edgestore. Okay, so it should be coming from lib. So here it is. So you should be having this one here. So you can see it is coming from at lib stroke sorry at that is at stroke lib stroke Edgestore. Okay, so with that, now you can see what is the next thing. So the next thing will be, what we'll be doing next, making sure that this project works, whereby we can be able to upload our images. So let me meet on that part of the video, whereby we can do this part and then also design. So let this one load. So also design the two button on our right here. Okay, these two buttons here, so that we can also be able to see how we can change. So you can see here we can be able to change, and also you can also be able to remove the banner. Okay, so let me meet on the next part of the video. Now we have reached that point whereby I would like to see the full height of our content, that is the sidebar, and then also whereby we'll be having our pages. So to do that, we can start by heading over that is to global. Inside here you can start by giving having that is HTML, comma, and then body, comma, whereby then also you can have root like that. Then you can give it a height, that is a height of 100%. Then you can just save it. So that one now should be giving this our page here the full height. So then I will just close it, and then lastly I would like to give this sidebar the full height, whereby that will be heading over to sidebar. And then for a second box here, I will pass the following classes, that is classes, whereby I'll be giving it h of full, and then overflow auto, that is y auto, this one here. Okay, and then you can save, and then also you should get the full height. Okay, so here for this one, you can see you can be able to close something here. Later on we'll be giving this that is custom play, that is, it will be fixed, so it will be actually down here, so don't worry about that. So let me close this one, and then now we can continue and have our Edgestore button. So to have our Edgestore button, we can create the button, the component that will be having the component that will be having those buttons. So it will be inside component. Then you can create a new file, namely banner buttons .tsx. Okay, then RAFCE, okay, RAFCE to have the code snippet like that. Then you can auto import the component inside our page here. Okay, so we'll be having the component here, then you can just try to auto import it coming from that is at stroke components. Okay, it is, so you should be having this component right here. Then I would like to show this component here, that is the banner button, whenever the current user is the same user that we are getting from this user ID. Okay, so to do that, we can use crack. So you can say const crack user, so, and then we can say equal to, that is equal to current, actually it will be await current user. Okay, and then you can execute it coming from so here it is coming from at crack stroke Nextjs stroke server. Then move it to the top, and then now actually we can just copy this one here, basically this one here. Okay, then whereby you can say we can wrap this banner button with curly bracket, whereby you can say if param.userid is equal to crack so that is crack user here dot id. Okay, then we can render the buttons. So you can save. So now I believe you won't be able to see the buttons, even though you'll be able to see it maybe at the top here, but because it is not absolute, you cannot be able to see it. So let's give these buttons some classes for now so that we can be able to see it. So it will be absolute, and then also having a z of 30, and then also giving it a that is a bottom of 2, and then last 3 maybe you can give it that is right of 2. Then later on you can have the other classes. Okay, just in a bit. So here it is now, and then here it is. Okay, so these banner buttons will be accepting one prop, that is the banner. This banner will be of type string. This banner will be of type string, all undefined. Okay, like that. Okay, then we can save, and then now we can pass the banner. So this banner will be coming from the user, that is user dot banner. Okay, then you can just save it like that, and then inside our banner here we can give it the other classes, which will be of that is space of y of 2. So that is space y of 2, like that, and then we can also give it some space of x4. Okay, like that. So here we are saying proper download exists in type id stroke. Okay, that is the banner. Okay, like that. And then now inside here we can have the two buttons. So now we can import this button coming from UI stroke button. Here it is, and then now we can change this one to at stroke components stroke UI. Okay, and then this button will be of type button, and then also it will be disabled. So let us not have the disabled for now. We can just have the button, and then also we can just give it the that is the so we can just give it that is the children here, which will be a dynamic one, whereby we'll be saying if we have the banner, we would be showing change, that is change banner. And if you have the bar, so if you have the banner, will be showing change, and then if you don't have, we'll be showing add banner. And then here also you can say if you have it, you can say change banner. Okay, and then last 3 will be having another button here, whereby we'll be saying if only you have the banner, now we'll be rendering this button here. We'll be rendering a button here. So we'll be rendering a button here. So we'll be rendering a button here, whereby it will be of removing the banner. Okay, so you can save. So now we can try to upload our banner, but first we need to be able to click the two buttons. So here we only have the add banner because we don't have the banner. Okay, that is because we don't have the banner, so this one is not being rendered. Okay, So now let's try to, when you click this button, I would like to have my file explorer. Okay, so for this part here, I'll be using that is use ref, whereby I'll be saying const that is file picker, file picker ref. Okay, it will be use ref. Okay, so then here it will be null initially, but because now we are using a hook here, and remember you are importing our component inside a server action, a server component, we need to convert this component into a use grant. Okay, and then we can give this use ref the following type. We'll be having two types, that is HTML input element, all to be null. Okay, like that. And then now we can also have the transition just after this, whereby you can say const, that is const, then you can have the 2 square bracket, whereby you can just say is pending. If it is pending, comma, then you can say start transition, then we import this start transition coming from React. Okay, like that. So now we can disable the 2 buttons if it is pending. Okay, so let import the 2 buttons. Let you have the disabled on the 2 button if it is pending. Okay, so if it is pending, okay, like that. So if it is pending, we like to disable the buttons. Okay, so now we have the use ref. So for if we have the use ref, now what we'll be doing, we'll be having an input inside this button here, and then using the use ref inside here. Okay, so let's collapse these ones so that we can see you can see everything that we'll be having. So here we can have an on click. So when you click this button, you can open the your file explorer, whereby it will be an arrow function, of that is file picker, ref. Okay, dot current dot click, like that. Then last 3 we execute it. So when you click this button, now you can be able to open that is the input here, which we'll be having here. So you can have the input, the normal input, then you can just collapse it like that. Then it will be of type, file. Then you can pass the ref, which will be of this type here. Sorry, not type, which will be file picker ref, that will be passing there, and then it will be accepting what. Okay, so we need to have accept what it will be accepting. So it will be accepting forward stroke only image, that is image, then forward stroke, then we have that one. Okay, so actually you don't need the first forward stroke, we'll be having it as image stroke dot that is times. Okay, and then inside here we can say it will be hidden because we are using ref. Okay, and then last 3 we can use an on change later on, whereby we'll be uploading whenever we click this button. Okay, so here we can have the upload here. So here we'll be having the upload, that is the upload function. Okay, we can have just an arrow function, whereby you can say upload banner. Actually you can say upload or change. Basically it will be doing 2 things. Remember, we have the change and also adding. So you can just have like this, upload, it will be perfectly fine. then here we have missed an equals, like that. So here I believe now when you click this one here, you can see now we'll be opening the file explorer. Okay, so I just taking this to my other screen like that, and then I just close it. So now we can work on the upload part, so that now we can see if we can be able to upload our image. Okay, so to the upload part here, we need to first pass the function into our input, whereby we'll be saying on change. Whenever we have an on change, then we'll be passing our upload. Okay, like that. And then inside our upload function, this function firstly to be accepting the following props. So let me just copy the prop. It's actually a bit wrong. So like that, it will be accepting an event. Okay, then this event will be of type react dot change event. Then this change event will be of type input element. Okay, then now inside here, now we can say if we have the if you have the files. Basically remember, this event you can be able to accept even multiple files, but basically we need to have only one file which will be checking, but if you want to accept multiple files, but which you shouldn't do when uploading a single file, maybe like a banner, you can if you need to upload multiple, you need to add the multiple, that is the multiple prop inside here. Okay, which we don't need. So because it is accepting many files, we can say dot files. Okay, and then if you have that is event.target.files, and also if you have if event.target, so if event.target that is dot length. Okay, dot files dot length. Okay, dot length is greater than 0. Now what we'll be doing, now if we have the file, now we can use the file inside here, whereby we'll be saying const file is equals to that is event.target.files. Then we actually filter the only file that we have, which will be in an array. Then we take the first item in that array, which will be our image. Okay, and then now we can check if we have the file. If we have the file, now we can upload the file. Okay, so to upload the file, we'll be using transition. So you can say start transition like that, and then this transition will be of type we can this function actually will be a cyclic function, an arrow function also. Then inside here is whereby now we can just upload our file. So we can say await, that is await. Then we can have the Edgestore. So remember the Edgestore. So here we have use Edgestore. Okay, so here you can see you have this Edgestore coming from that is lib. So basically here you can see you have use Edgestore. So basically you are using this Edgestore to upload a file. So you can say use Edgestore, and then you can say dot public files. So I don't know, let me check something. Don't know why I'm getting that error. Okay, I know why. So this Edgestore, we shouldn't be importing this way. So we need to first extract the Edgestore itself. Okay, so we can say const that is const, then we extract the Edgestore itself inside here. So then this Edgestore is coming from use Edgestore, then we execute the Edgestore. So we have already imported the Edgestore. Okay, so does not exist on type Edgestore context. Okay, like that. So I just made a spelling mistake. Okay, so now it should be this way. Now we'll be using Edgestore instead of Edgestore instead of use Edgestore. Then you can say dot public files, then dot upload. Okay, here upload, and then inside here, inside an object is whereby we are going to pass our file. So we can pass the file, so like that, and then we can have the comma, and then so basically for this first part here, basically we'll be having it as when actually we have the banner. So here we can say if we have the banner, then I would like to do this. I would like actually to upload. I would like actually to change the banner. So to change the banner, but basically I think we can start if we don't have the banner, because right now we don't have the banner. So if we don't have the banner, then you can just upload the file. Okay, like that, and then after that we can say dot, then this will be an arrow function, then also this will be a synchronous function whereby we'll be using server actions to change our banner inside our database. Okay, then also you can say dot catch, then we accept the error, then inside here we have the to console log the error. Okay, so here now if we don't have the banner, so you can save that part there. So now what I would like us to do is have a function that is server our server action, whereby we can be able to change our banner inside our our storage, inside our database here. So make sure you are running, that is Prisma. So make sure you are running Prisma, and then you can head over to the users here. So here I have two users basically. So now what I'd like us to do is head over to my sidebar here. Inside our actions, I would like to create a new file, naming it edit banner. Okay, so because we initially have an empty banner, so we'll be actually editing our banner. So let me hide my sidebar. Here we can say, first, before we forget, we can say use server. Okay, like that, and then now we can export the function itself, whereby you can say edit banner. Then it will be a synchronous function because it is a because it is a server action. Then it should be an arrow function. Then inside here is when you can do the magic. So first we need to get the user, whereby you can say const user is equals to current. So basically you forgot to say await, that is await current user coming from, that is at Clerk. Okay, so make sure you import the component coming from at Clerk there. And then now because of TypeScript issue, we need to make sure we have the user. So now we can say if we don't have the user, now I would like to redirect the user to the sign up page. So can say redirect. So we are using the redirect coming from Nextjs navigation. Then we can just redirect the user to sign up or sign in. Okay, so any can do like that. So now we have the user. So now we can say const updated user will be equal to await db dot user dot update. Okay, then inside here is where we can update our user. So now we need to import the db coming from lib. So now I like to separate these two like that. So inside here now is whereby we can find the user that we want to update. Now whereby you can say where you can say user id is equal to that is user dot id. Okay, like that. Okay, and then now we can have the data. Now we like to update the banner. So now we need to we need to accept the banner. So we'll be passing the banner so we'll be getting the banner from here. That is after uploading our image, we'll be getting the banner inside here. So we'll be passing that banner to our component here, which is a server action. So now here we can accept the banner, which will be of type string, and then here we can have the banner like that. And then now what we can do, make sure we revalidate our revalidate this page here. So we can say revalidate path coming from Nextjs here. So move it to the top there like that. So what we would like to validate is the home page basically, and then here we can say that is the layout. Okay, so when I say the home page, basically I mean inside our app, then the first layout which we have is this one here. That is what I mean by saying the home one, whereby we will be validating that layout. Okay, then last three we can return the updated user in case we would like to use it. Okay, that is updated. So here you can change this one to updated user. Okay, you can save that one. So now we can use this edit banner. So we can use it inside our then. So whereby we'll be saying await edit banner like that, and then inside here, so let's first import it coming from that is our actions. Here it is. So make sure you have it here. So then we can pass our banner. So here will be accepting the results. So you can say result like that, whereby we can have the result dot URL. Okay, so here you can see you have the pros for the item that will be returned by uploading the image. Okay, so then last three, what we can do, we can have a toast coming from Sona. Okay, so here just move it to the top like that, and then here I can say can have it like that, whereby I can say banner whereby I'll be saying what banner added, or maybe you can say something else. I'll be just saying that one. Okay, so later on, now after this, we'll be having an else here. If actually you have the banner and then you want to change the banner, so I just copy this part here and then paste it here. Okay, like that. Okay, so if you have the banner, what we'll be doing, we'll be actually changing the banner. Okay, so you can say options. Okay, So here also it is accepting options, and then these options we can replace the banner that we have inside our Edgestore. So here we can say replace. So replace target URL like that, and then now we can pass the current banner. So the banner that we accepted inside here, now it's the one that we should be passing here, because now it is not empty. It is not empty because here we have checked if we don't have the banner, we are doing this, and then if we have the banner, now we are doing this. Okay, so I also forgot to have a toast whenever we have an error, so I just paste it here, and then also here like that. So this one is perfect, is actually amazing, because you don't have to delete the banner then upload another banner. So this what we will do, will actually target that that banner, this banner here that we have passed, and then replace it with the file that we want to upload. Okay, and then the next thing you can just say banner changed. Okay, actually banner changed. Okay, like that. So that is fine. Now we can test this one. Okay, open our terminal so that also we can see any errors. So make sure also you have this part here whereby your API inside Edgestore is being compiled successfully, and then also you have this post here. Okay, so what I'll be doing now is actually I'll be doing this part here, uploading our first banner. So I just hit add here. So now I'll just choose an image. So choose your image. So I'll head over to where I have my images, and then I'll just choose one image. Okay, so now you can see our banner here is being is being disabled, and then banner added successfully. Now we have the banner here. Also, when you head over to your Edgestore here, and then when you refresh, you should have the banner here. So now we have our banner here. So, and also now you can see we have two buttons. So now we can maybe try to have the remove part, but before we have the remove part, maybe you can try to change the banner. So let's try to change the banner and see. So I have just chosen another banner. So now you can see I have another banner, and actually when you head back here, when you refresh, actually you should see that you also have only one banner. Okay, so that is perfect now. So I can just hide my terminal there. So now we can work on this part here whereby we can just completely remove the banner, that is deleting the banner. Okay, so we can create a function here whereby I can say remove function. Okay, whereby I can say const remove banner. Okay, it will be an arrow function. So now here we'll be using start transition, that is use transition. Then this one will be a click function, then it will also be an arrow function. Then inside here is where we'll be having those functions. So for this function that we had here, basically you can also check them out here inside our documentation. When you scroll down here, you can see how you can upload your banner here, what I had, and then also you have the progress change, which will be using later on when you are uploading our image. That is our image. So when you head into our project here, when you are uploading our, that is our image and our upload audio, we'll be having that progress bar. So it didn't make sense to have them on both sides because it will take a lot of time to create them. So so the function that we have just used is this one function here, whereby we have just replaced a file with another file, and also here we have the delete one. So I'll use this one here. I just copy it like that. So also there is another amazing thing that you can do. You can have a temporary file, and also maybe you can see the other things that they that you can have. Okay, so I just paste the function inside here, and then here I can just pass the that is the URL. Okay, sorry, I can just pass the banner. Okay, like that. Okay, so you can see here it is not accepting both string and undefined. So but remember here we are only showing this button whenever we have if we only have the banner. So to remove the issue, you can just add an exclamation mark at the end, and then you shouldn't be having any issues. Okay, and then now we can have a dot then which will be an arrow function. Then inside here you can edit the banner, whereby it will be an empty string because we don't want to have the banner now. Okay, and then now we can have the toast, whereby we can say banner removed. Okay, and then now we can also have the catch. So for the catch, you can just copy this one here. Okay, you can just move one dot. Okay, now we can just pass our function. Can just pass our function here, whereby we can say on click. Now we can have this function. Okay, now we can open our terminal here. So now when we click this button here, so I believe everything is fine now. When I click this button here, we should be able to remove the banner. Okay, so I want to see if we have any issues when I click remove. Okay, so something went wrong. Internal server error. Okay, you need to define, so delete file, so you need to define before deleting. Okay, so I actually did it this way, the way I'm doing it here, that is edgestore.public.delete. okay, then we pass in the URL. So I don't understand whereby they are saying you need to define directly from the front end. Okay, you need to define before deleting if you want to delete files directly from the front end. Okay, maybe we can just refresh. Maybe you can just refresh and see if we'll be having any errors. So and then we try once another time, and then we see if we have any issues. If we have any issues, we'll see how we can just fix the issue. Okay, so let it finish loading. So here I would also like to confirm that I have the banner, because this part here is very important. So for the banner here, you can see we have the banner. So I just refresh once, one more time. So I have the banner. So I have the banner URL. So here it is. So I just click remove. So something went wrong. So let me pause the video and then I just fix the issue. Then I will show you how I fixed the issue. So now we can fix the issue. I have seen the issue. Basically we need to what it is saying here, we need to define it before deleting. So basically also inside our documentation it is also saying the same thing. So you need to set the before delete that is life cycle hook on the bucket. So click this link here, and then you'll be redirected to this page here where you have the dot delete. Okay, so you can see here you have before upload, and then you have that is before delete. So copy the before delete, then head back here, and then let me head my terminal. Then you can head over to route, that is route inside our Edgestore. Then here you have the you have this Edgestore router here. So that is an inline 9. You have the Edgestore router. So you can say Edgestore router, that is Edgestore router. Then we have public files. Then we have es.file that is file bucket dot. Then now we can have the definition before we delete. Okay, and then you can remove the last one here. So this one will allow the delete now, so you can just save it like that. So also you can just disable this one, you don't need it. Okay, and then here it will return true. Okay, so I just close this one here, and then now open my terminal. So it have finished compiling. So now I can just click remove. Okay, so now the banner have been removed, and then now you don't have the banner here. So now let's add the banner, then we can continue from there. Okay, so I just add another banner. So I just add this banner. So now you can see what we have right here. So great work, let's continue from there. So let's continue. Basically now, since we have the banner, we can try to fetch actually to detect the image that is the main color of this image. So basically here you can see we have that color here. So we'll be rendering that color inside our page here, that is onto our play button and upload button. So I just close this one, and then what I'll be doing, I'll open my sidebar, then I will collapse everything. Then under my components, I will create another file calling it image, that is image background, that is image background detector. Okay, like that .tsx. Then I just use RAFCE. Like that. So I just copy the name of the component, then I will import it here. So basically I will be importing the component right here. This component you can actually import it even inside this component that we'll be having right here, but I don't want to pass any prop to I actually don't want to pass many props to this component. So what I will be doing, I will just be using this one. I just be importing it inside here. Okay, so let's try to auto import it coming from component. So here it is, you have this one here, and then this component here will be accepting two props. So the first one is the image URL, or you can say the banner URL. Actually we'll be using this component in multiple areas. So also we'll be having rendering, which will be actually we are saying where are we rendering this component. So basically it will be image URL of type string, and then rendering that is rendering it inside then. So let me just collapse this one here like that. So here I'm actually will be having 3 types. Where am I rendering this component at? So basically the first one will be the user page, and then the next one will be that will be actually the playlist. We'll be rendering this component also on our playlist page, and then last three will be our audio. Okay, so with that now we can accept the props. So that would be the image URL. Sorry, that is the image URL. Here it is. It will be dynamic one, which will be the user.banner. Okay, and then also we'll be having the rendering part, which will be the user. Okay, like that. And then here you can see we have this issue whereby the component is expected to be of string or undefined. So you can just copy the type, and then you can just have our type here. Okay, like that. So now we have what we need to work with this component. So we can continue inside here, whereby we can start by having a used ref. But therefore, if we have a used ref, that means this will be a current component. So let's convert this component into a current component. So we can just say use current. Okay, and then here now we can have the ref. Okay, we can say canvas ref, which will be use ref. Okay, which will be of type canvas element. Okay, then you can import the ref. Okay, and then also since here we have it as null, it will be also of type null. Okay, so after that now we can detect the image using inside the use effect. So we can say use effect. We can use the use effect snippet, then import the use effect. Okay, coming from React also. And then now we can remove all these dummy items here, like that. So the first thing that we'll be doing inside here is checking if we have the image, because our image is type of string or undefined. So we check if we have the image URL, like that. Then we can also check if we have canvas, that is canvas ref dot current. Okay, because also it can also be of type null. Okay, like that. And then now we can initialize a few things. So I just copied the four initialization that we'll be having. So here we have that is TSX, that is CTX, that is of canvas.current.get, that is .get context of type. Actually, then we are passing 2D inside there. We are passing a string that is of 2D. Okay, so then you can hover and see what it does. It actually turns an object that provides a method and properties of drawing and manipulating images and graphics on a canvas element in a documentation. In a document. So then also we have the initialization of the image, and then lastly we have the image.origin, which will be anonymous, and then lastly we have the image source, which will be coming from our image URL. Okay, so now we can actually now detect the image color on load when the image loads. So we can say image dot on load, like that, and then equals to, then this one will be an arrow function like this. And then inside here, whereby now we can check the color. So we can say if we have TSX, like that, then now we can try to draw the image onto our canvas. So to draw the image into our canvas, you can say that is CTX draw image. Then inside here we'll be passing three items, that is image, that is our image, and then another two parameters, which are the 0 and 0. Okay, then we get the pixel data of the top left corner. Okay, so we get the pixel data of the top left corner, which will be, you can say pixel data, like that, whereby you can say ctx dot get image data like that. Then we pass actually the positions, whereby it will be 0, 0, 1, 1. Okay, so we want to get it from that is top left corner, and then we say dot data. Okay, like that. And then after that, now we can have we can convert the array. We can it's actually correct. So we can convert the array into a destructurable object. So we can say const pixel pixel array. Okay, so that you can be able to destructure the array later on. So we can say array dot that is dot from, like, into that is coming from that is pixel data. Okay, and then now you can destructure the array, whereby it will be coming from pixel data, like that. So inside here now we can actually destructure, that is the three colors, which is red, green, okay, comma, and then also we'll be having blue. So these are the main colors that will be forming our color. So after that, now we can have it using hexacode. So can have it using hexacode. So here I'm getting an error. Green is not red, but it is. Its value is never red. So okay, types can only be interacted through when using. Okay, I don't know if I missed something. So let me check. So we have this one here. Then we have the pixel data. Then we have the array. So actually here you can see that this one is not being used, because here we are using pixel data and we should be using pixel array. Okay, and then now we can have our hexacode. We'll use a helper function. So we'll use the helper function. So let me copy the helper function, because it is of kind like this. So here you have the hexa, that is RGB to hexa, that is to hexacode. Then here we are accepting 3 props, that will be red, green, and blue. And then here now we'll be converting those hexa, that is RGB, to hexacode, which will be of type array. It will be of type string. Okay, so inside here now we can say const hexa, that is hexacode, like that, which will be, that is RGB to hex. Okay, so remember, this is a function that we have just created. So, and then passing, that is the red, comma, and then also passing the green, and then lastly passing the blue. So here you can see we are passing all of these 3. You can just copy them and then pass them inside here. Okay, like that, without the square there. So what you can do now is just console log. Okay, just console log the hexacode, like that. So if here you have the image, basically now I believe you should be seeing something here. So I will just refresh here. So here you can see the image background detector. So you should not be seeing that part, and that is why also we are not getting anything from our console log here. So we'll be doing this using canvas. So we need to render our image using canvas. So you can say canvas, that is canvas, and then passing our ref, that will be canvas ref. Okay, and then now we can also make sure this also will be hidden, because we don't want to show this one, we just want to use it to detect the image. Okay, the color image. Okay, and then now you can save. After saving, now we can refresh, and also you can see now we don't have the name of the component. So I just refreshed my page here so that we can see if we can console log this part here. Okay, so let's see. So now you can see we are getting the code, and also you can see that also the code that we are getting actually is the same. That means we are getting the code and consistently the same code. So that is great. So so on the next part now we can use Zustand, that is Zustand here to for our state management, which is a very small and a scalable bare bones state management solution. So what you can do is just copy the installation part here, then open my terminal here, use my third terminal, then I will just install Zustand. Okay, so to use Zustand, we'll be using it into our own folder here, which will be the store. Okay, so inside this store is whereby you can create a file which you can say use image color, like that, .tsx. We can have .ts. Okay, and then I can just hide my sidebar. Then you can go back here, whereby we can just copy the whole of this like this. So inside here you can just remove everything like that, and then also let me also change this one here, which will be use image color, like that. So I would also like to change this one a few bits here. So here we have that is equal to create, then here we are having the set here. But before this, I would like to pass also something which will be persist, because we like to use this one. We like also to use that is the storage. Okay, which will be of type which will be of type. So let me copy the types here instead of just writing them like this, and then also I just copy the other import here. Okay, so you can also see the import cost is actually very low. Actually, let me just remove this part here so that we can start over. I don't know why it is giving that error. So we can say equal to create, that is create, then we have it inside that is we have it in, so it have finished installing, so we can have it inside brackets like that. Then we have persist like that. So this persist is actually the one that we have here. Okay, and then here it will be of type, that is image store here. which now we can change this one to something like image, that is image color. I think that one makes more sense. So I just copy the name here, which will be of type like that. And then now we can have it inside here. We'll be having our items inside here, whereby whereby we'll be having the set. Okay, we'll be accepting the set, that is the set, and then it will be another one. Then inside here is whereby now we can have our items. Okay, so earlier on I was getting the same error, but I didn't know why. But this persist is actually accepting two types, two items actually, which is this one here, and then also it is accepting something else. So after a comma here, it is also accepting these items here. So okay, so it is accepting the name of the store, which will be the image color, and also here it is accepting the store. And then here for the store, we are not passing that is the image color.json, but we are passing another one, which will be localhost, actually local storage. Okay, like that. And then now inside here is whereby now we can have our items. For the first one will be the profile. Okay, like this, which will be first initially a string, and then also we can have playlists, so we'll be having playlists also. And then also we can have the audio, which will be of string. And then lastly we can have the set profile, which will be passing the profile of type string, and then destructuring the profile inside here. Okay, so for the profile here, it will be of type profile. Okay, like that. And then now we can also have the audio like that. And then lastly we can have the playlist. Okay, so it should be like this. So we should be having this these three, whereby we'll be using them to pass our profile. Okay, so I just save like that, and then you can just copy the name here. So basically here I forgot that we need to export this part here like that. And then now we can just copy the name here like that, whereby now we can come here, and then we can import it here, whereby you can say const, then we destructure it like this. We can say equal to, that is image color coming from, that is our store. Then we execute it like that. Okay, and then here when you hit tab, now you can see all the items that will be using. Okay, so let me see what will be importing. So I just copy all the import that will be having. These are the import that will be having, that is set profile, set playlist. So and then now we can check where we are rendering this component, and then set the playlist, set the profile, set the audio based on where we are rendering. So I just copy the three items like this, like this. So you can see now here we are saying if we are rendering inside that is inside user, and then now we can set the profile into hexacode. Okay, to the hexacode that we are getting from our function like that. Okay, so now, so basically if we don't have the image here, if we don't have the image, we would like to say else, and then you can say set set profile into an empty string, and then also set the playlist into an empty string, and then lastly set the audio into an empty string. Okay, like that. So now this part is perfect. So we'll be using this so we'll be starting with that is the profile part here, because it is actually this part here. So on the next, so we can just prepare where we'll be having it. So I just comment this part because we know it is working, and then hit save, then close this one and also close this one. Okay, so so I also believe the actually, so inside our use image color, I believe this is the simplest way to use Zustand. Basically there is a lot of ways to use it, but basically I saw it is the best way to use it. So basically having the hook that you would like, then having the type of the hook, then setting the hook what you would like, that basically setting the hook what you would like, which is your item, which in our case here is profile, then passing it to profile, which is this profile here. Okay, I believe this is the simplest way to use this, and also you don't have to worry about the local storage, because also it has the local storage. Okay, and then I just close it. So inside here, inside our sidebar here, just collapse everything. Then inside our components, we'll be having that is the audio, actually author, that is the author audio dot tsx. Okay, and then here we can hit arrayfce. So inside here is whereby we are going to use the hook, that is the profile or set profile. We won't be using set profile, but we will be using profile. Okay, so I can just copy the name here, and then here we can just import it here. And just import it here, coming from our components. So here is whereby you're going to use the hook so that we can render that color. So we'll be having something like this. So let's continue on that part so that we can work on that color. So let's continue. So now we can work on our other audio. So to get started, we can start by importing that is actually getting our color. So remember earlier I talked about that we'll have this color, so and then the rest of the component on top of that color. Okay, so the first thing we can do, we can say const, then we destructure the color which will be inside there. Then here we can say use, that is image color coming from, that is our store. There it is. So for working with Zustand, basically it is usually a hook, so you need to convert your component into a use client. Okay, so make sure your component is a use client, so so that you don't get any errors. So here when you click control, that you when you hold control then spacebar, you can get this autocomplete, whereby we would like to have this profile right here. So then after that, inside here now we can have the style, that is the style, and then inside here we'll be having the object. So for that object we can say background, that is background. I think background like that is perfect, background. So then for this background we'll be saying if you have the profile, so if you have the profile like that, and therefore we if only we have the profile, then we can render the gradient color that we'll be having here. So basically it will be like this. You'll be having linear gradient starting that is going to the bottom, and then having the color after that, which is this color that we have right here. And then at the end of that of our div here, which is this one here, we can have transparent. Okay, then you can save. So then after that, inside here we can have a div. Then inside this div we can have another div. So inside here is whereby we'll have two buttons. So then you can import the button coming from UI. So here it is coming from UI. Then I change this one to components, like that. And then here we can start by here components, like that. And then here now we can have a class, the class for this div, whereby it will be padding top of 6. And then after that we can have the classes for this div, whereby it will have some classes of flex, item center, and then last second last we can have a gap of 4, and then last we can have a male of 6. Okay, and then inside here we'll be having an icon which will be IOMD play. Okay, so I hope now you can see a bit of color here. So on our large devices here you can see a small color here, so that is because this audio is taking a very small size or a very small height, that is why. And then you can try to import this icon. Okay, so after that you can try to import this icon. So if you cannot be able to import it like that, you can say import, and then you have the icon coming from, that is React icons stroke IO. So you can see we have two IOs. If on your case it is not coming from IO, then it is therefore it is coming from therefore it will be coming from IO5 because we are checking that it is starting with IO. Okay, and then now we can give this one the following class names. So that is size, that is size of 7, and then also giving it a text of black. Okay, like that. So after that we'll be giving this one the following variant. So you can find button, because for the variant and the size will be there will be custom ones. So you can control click on them, then click right here, and then you can be able to open this component right here. For the play, I had already written it when I was demonstrating how we usually use that is Shadcn Ui. So for this one you can give it, that is a size of 14. Okay, and then for our variant, so here are the variants. Okay, so this is the variant object. Okay, so for the variant object we also be having play, which you can say giving it that is a BG of primary, that is a BG of primary. Then on hover we'll be giving it a BG of green 500. So you should make sure you have this the correct spelling, because here we don't have IntelliSense. And then after that we can give it that is rounded MD, rounded full, like that. And then I believe those ones are enough. Then you can save. Okay, so here now you can have the variant. So you can say variant, here it is. Then you can say play, like that. Then after that we can have the size, which will be also play, like that. Then now you can save. Now after that you should be able to see some changes on this button right here. Okay, so after that we'll be having the button that we'll be using to upload, that is to upload our audios. So basically now you can see the button how it is. So now to have that button, we need to get the ID from our page here, or maybe you can get the ID coming from the param. So basically that is you can find the easiest way to do that, but for me I believe the easiest way is just to pass it as a prop right here. Okay, like this. Okay, you can say user ID, then pass it as an object right there. Then you can copy, then accept the prop right here, which will be the user ID, which will be of type user ID of type string. Okay, like that. And then now we can use the user ID here. So now, because now we have the user ID, now we need to compare it with the current user that is logged in. Okay, so we can say const, then we can destructor the user, which you can say the user is coming from use user. Okay, like that, coming from next, that is at Clerk/Nextjs. So here it is, like that. And then now we can use those two here, whereby you can say if user ID is the same as user.id, then we can render the button. Okay, now we can render the button, which will be a tag. Okay, so let me just write it myself. Then inside here now we can have another icon, which will be MD, that is MD cloud, that is cloud upload, coming from MD right there. So you can see the icon here, and then after that you can give it the following classes. So for the first class, it will have a margin right of that is of 2, and then last 3 we can give it a size of 7. So we are giving it a margin right of 2 because here we will be having a name. So here on the right, okay, on the right we'll be having a name. Here we can say upload. Okay, so you can save, then we can continue. So mine will take a bit longer to save here because of this one here. So for this one here, we can start by giving it the following class names. Okay, so for the first class name, we'll be using border, and then also it will be rounded, that is rounded full, and then also we can have dark on dark devices, but basically we are using dark, which will be PG of transparent, like that. Then we can continue and say on dark, and then on hover, that is on hover, on dark, then on hover, then we'll be giving it that is a BG of transparent also, like that. And then you can say on dark also, on dark, then you can also give it that is text of slate 300, and then also on dark, then on hover, then also we can also give it a text of white. So there it is. And then last 3 we can give it a border, that is a border of slate 300, and then also on hover can give it that is a border of white also. So you can save, and maybe later now maybe you can see a bit of changes. So if you want to, you can also leave it like that if this one works for you, but on my case I just be changing that one to I'll be changing it to something like this. Okay, so after that now we can so inside here, that is after this div, basically after this div here, we can have this one will be for the collection. You can have the collection. So basically when you come here, you can see we have the collection. So here inside So inside here we'll be having the collection. So this collection will be inside a div, and then inside here we'll be having another div, okay, like that. Then we can give this one the following classes. So we'll be having a bg, that is a bg of gradient to top, that is to top, okay, like that. And then also we can give it the color now from that is neutral 900, that is from neutral 900 of opacity 30, okay. And then now we can also give this one the following class names, like that. So which will be a width of full, and then a padding or height of 2, and then on large devices, that is on large devices, you can give it a padding of 0, that is padding right of 0. And then on large devices you can give it that is a width of 65%, that is a custom one of 65%. And then on large devices also you can give it margin left of 6, like that. So after this we can have a that is a p tag. So let me scroll up a bit. So a p tag whereby we'll be having collection. So after this, now we can give it the following class names. So for the first class name, we'll be having a margin top of 8, and then margin bottom of 4, that is 4 not 0, and then also giving it that is a margin left of 4, and then giving it a text of Excel, and then a font of extra large, okay, that is extra bold not large. And then lastly we can give it on large devices, you can give it that is a ml of 0, okay, then you can save. So after this p tag is whereby we are going to have the audio. You can say the audios. So basically here it will be inside an order that is ordered list, and then inside here is whereby we are going to have that is whereby we are going to map those audios. So we can do that later on, but first you can give it the following class name, which will be margin left of 2. Here we can just leave something like audio, okay, you can save. So now on the next part of the video we'll be working that is we'll be working on the modal. So you can say just dialog, that is upload dialog. So you can create that component, then we can continue from there, okay. So this component will be calling it upload audio, okay. So let me copy the name, open my sidebar here, then I just collapse everything. Then inside here I'll create a folder naming it something like dialog, okay, and then having a file inside here which will be .tsx, that is upload audio.tsx. Hide my sidebar, then use rafce. So use rafce just to have the snippet of this component, so like that. So now the next thing would be to import this one here, coming from that is stroke, that is dot stroke dialog stroke upload, okay, that is audio upload audio. So I'll be changing this one to this one like this. So I would like to finish with this part here, whereby the next thing would be to create a use state so that we can open the dialog. So I just create a use state here whereby I can say const, then square bracket, then I can say open comma set open, then I can say equals to use state coming from React, okay. So here it is like that. So now we can finish with this one by passing, that is the two props, which will be open and then set open, which will be set open. Okay, then I just close this one and this one here, then I can just accept the two props. The two props will be set open and open, and then we give these two the following types. So this one will be a boolean, this one will be a boolean, and then this one will be set open, set open, which will be of type void, that is a function. And then so this one should be a boolean, like that. So for this set open, it will be accepting a boolean. So to accept that boolean, you should accept it inside here, then also giving it a type, which will be boolean. Okay, like that. So with that, now we can continue from there, whereby we will start by working on the modal. Okay, so let's continue from there. So let's now work on our dialog. So to get started, we'll be using Shadcn Ui documentation here. So you can follow the steps here, that is from the usage part here, because we have already done for the CLI part, that is the installation part. So what we are going to do, we are not going to have our dialog inside here, because we'll be using dialog 2 times during this project. But in any case, you may want to use dialog in multiple occasions, so therefore it is advisable that you create another component that you can reuse in those occasions. Okay, so it will be, that is dialog tag, because we have another dialog component. Okay, because we already have another dialog component coming from Shadcn Ui. So here we have and now we have that is the snippet. So the first thing we can do is accept these imports here, like that. So inside here we are using let me just continue, then I will explain that part that I want to explain later on. So then the next thing we can do is accept the dialog tag, the main dialog tag here, like that. So now since this dialog tag, we like to open it by passing open, and that is open and set open, and also we would like also to pass children inside here. So let me copy the props that this component will be accepting, so I don't have to write all of them. So there they are. So and then we can use them here, whereby we can just copy the name here, like that. And then now we can just have children, that is the children, comma, open, comma, then set open, that is set open, comma, then you can also have the class name. So I believe there are 4 of them. So here now we have the children. So for the children, we can just pass them inside here, like that. So for now, what we can do now, we can try to use so here I haven't passed any props to my dialog, so I should pass the first prop, which is open here, that is open, and then I should also set, that is on open change, like that, passing set open. Okay, like that. So here I don't know. Okay, so I don't know why I'm getting these errors, but I'll give them a minute. I think they will disappear. So we can use this dialog tag as a tag. So you can come inside here, we can replace this one as you can replace this div with the dialog tag. Then you can import it coming from that is dot stroke dialog tag. Okay, so then we can pass that is open, can pass open there. So we can pass the other one, which is set open, like that. Okay, then we can save. So to open this that is to open this dialog tag, we'll be using this button right here. Whenever we click this button, we can be able to open it. So I'll be using, you can go, so let me close this one, sorry. So let me just close it. So I'll go inside that is audio, the audio. Then I'll be using this one here. Okay, so I can say on click, then using an arrow function, then I can say set open to true. Okay, then you can just save, then close it, and then now we can continue inside here. So let's see if they have finished saving. So it is done. So now you can see the dialog. Okay, so let's work on this dialog here. So for the first thing we can do, we can remove all of this content inside here, that is up to the header part there. We'll be passing the header inside here because it is inside the content. Okay, so for what you can do here now is just you have some classes for this dialog content, whereby you can say class name. So it will be a dynamic one, whereby we will be using cn, coming from that is at lib. Okay, so here it is, and then also you can remove all these unwanted imports or unused import. Okay, so here now we can pass the classes inside here, whereby we'll be using will not be using any border. So you can say border none, and then on dark, because we are using dark, you can say we'll be giving it a bg of neutral 900. Okay, and then now you can have a comma and then have the classes that you would like to pass, maybe to make changes to this dialog content. Okay, so should save, and then maybe you can see the changes here. So let's see if we'll get we get the dark color that we want. So there now we have the dark color. So now I would like to avoid any hydration issues. We can use you can use state and also the use effect. So we can say const. So you are not seeing any hydration issues, but during a development period you will be able to notice these hydration issues. So let's avoid them by anticipating them. Okay, so we can say is mounted. Okay, you can say is mounted comma, then you say is mounted, also set is mounted equals to use state. So this use state is coming from React. Okay, so what I wanted to explain earlier is this part here, whereby we are using hook also, and then here we are also using another hook which use effect. Okay, so these two hooks are coming from React. So basically we haven't converted this component to a use grant because inside that is audio. So you can say audio. So inside audio here we have already converted this component to a use grant. So basically by default, when we import any component inside here, it is also by default grant component. So there is no need to convert any component inside there use grant. Okay, And then now after that you can say use effect like that. So so I'm using code here, so here code settings or code here for the autocomplete. Okay, so here using use effect, inside use effect here we are saying set is mounted to true. After setting mounted is true, and just remove this part is not correct, and then also this part here like that. So we are setting mounted is true, then after that we are not doing anything else inside the use effect. Then we are coming outside here, whereby we are saying if it is not mounted, return null. So we are doing that way. Okay, so if the use effect is not mounted, then we are returning null. Okay, so now we are having something like this. Okay, so now we can head over to you can close this one here. I believe we are done with it. You can now head over to that is upload audio. Okay, so inside upload audio here we'll be using the form. So you can head over to dialog, so you can say okay, I don't know why I keep on clicking that is Control P, but here I would like to head over to form here. So we'll be using form. So here you can see there is a bit of an explanation, and which is actually true, whereby form are tricky. This is true. Basically, when working in the form, they are very tricky, but they are one of the most common things that you will build in a web application, but also one of the most complex. Okay, so you can continue reading, but I would like us to scroll down and start on this point here, the installation part, whereby you have already done this, that is installing or adding Shadcn Ui at latest add form. So we have done that. So the next thing we'll be doing is actually doing this part here. Okay, so I just copy this part here, or you can just copy the whole of it. So here I just paste it. So here is the first thing here that we have. So here is the first thing that we have, which is Zod. So that is Zod for TypeScript issue and making sure that every condition is met right here. Okay, so here you have the username, the username. So for the username here, it should be a string and also having a minimum of 2 characters and a maximum of 2 characters. But there is something also I would like to add, which is I would like to add or explain is how to add a message whenever this condition is not met. So inside this minimum here, you can add a comma, then after that you can add an object, then after that you can control spacebar, and then you will be able to see message, and then a colon, and then a string of your message, whereby you can say something that you would like, and the same thing goes to maximum value, and whereby you can say comma, and then you can have the value. Okay, so that's how you can use that is Zod. Actually, that is how you can use Zod. There are many ways that you can have the you can manipulate your messages, and also how you can be able to condition your user. And also basically you can also have another point whereby you can also have optional like that, and also you can also have something like array. I don't know how this one works, but basically you can have also this one here, the array, to make sure that the user you are expecting the user to fill in the input field with an array. So basically this part is very important. So I hope you have understood, you have got a clue of how you can work with the Zod. But for our case, we'll be having just the simplest part. So I just copy my my inputs, which are very simple actually. So here we have the 5 input that we'll be having, that is for the title, and then for the minimum and the maximum value, as I have explained, whereby we have the total is required and more than 100 words, okay, not more than 100 words also, okay. So here you can also see the same thing, and also here the same thing. I don't have the maximum because it is a drop down, and also for the that is for the 2 URLs, I also didn't add any maximum values. So for these two ones, I will just comment them because we'll be working on them later on, but I would like to test if the form is working for now. Okay, so after that we can continue and make sure that you import these two. So it is very important to follow the documentation to avoid making any errors during our development period. So after that, what you need to do is actually also copy this part here like that. So that one should be just inside the just before the return here. So here you have the form, and then also having the default value. For the default value, you can have the default value here, whereby you can say const and then say, so just copy this one here, the default value, which will be an object. Okay, so and then here just autocomplete them, and then also very important, comment the two. So I'll uncomment them later on, and then here just remove this part here. Okay, so like that. Okay, so after that, now we also need the function. So here you can see also we need the function that is defined as submit function. So you can say const, that is const, and say on submit. Okay, like that, which will be an arrow function like that. Okay, after that, now you can continue with the steps and see what we need to do next. What you need to do next is actually import these imports here up to that point. So I just move these two to the top, so I just drop this one down here like that, and then also have the other imports. So here we have the button. So for the button, we have worked with it a little bit, and also here we have the form that we are working on currently, and also we have the input. So to check out the input, I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay, so that is Control K, not Control W. Okay, not Control P actually, and then you can search for input. So for the input is just this one here, basically nothing more. So I just head back, and then to continue now, we have the now. So let me zoom in a bit like that. So here now we can start by having that is our form. So here we have the form tag, and then now here now we also have the normal form tag. Okay, so I just copy the whole thing. So let me copy the whole thing like that, then scroll down, then we have it inside here. Okay, so here you should have an error because this part here we don't have it, but for us we are using something else. Okay, so you can save, then here now you should be able to see some changes. So on submit is not defined. So for our case here I made a mistake. Here it should be on submit like that, then you can save. Okay, so here I made a mistake, so it should be on submit, not something that I wrote there. So let's see now we I believe now we shouldn't be having any errors. but this part here, I don't know why we are not getting the error. So for my case is a little bit something here. So here you have already solved this part here. Okay, you can just close it. So here, because you are not getting any error, we can just change it, but you should, if your TypeScript is working perfectly, you should get an error that that name is not on our is not on our form schema. Okay, so now we have changed that one, and also we change this one to something like title, and also here we say required, something like that. And then for the placeholder here, we just change this one to title. Okay, and then for the description, you can just remove it like that. Okay, so I believe and then for the form message, actually there is usually some color. Actually it is usually something like BG red 400, but for our case I believe we can make it BG 500. That is BG red 500. Okay, so if you are getting this error, it's just because of the development process that we are doing right now, because it's just some chunks. So you can just refresh. So let me just close this one and just have another one. And also this one I can just refresh it because there's something some issue. So now we have something that we can just a skeleton of what we'll be doing, but on our case here we'll be having something before this, before the form, whereby we'll be having the header. So we can say dialog, that is dialog header, which will be a tag, and then he said here we'll be having a dialog title and a dialog description. Okay, so then this dialog header, we need to import it coming from, that is Shadcn Ui stroke, that is dialog. Okay, so let's see if we have the autocomplete. So here it is. So make sure you are not importing it from alert dialog header, but coming from that is dialog. Okay, then I change the import to this one here. So also I can also change this one here, that is stroke dialog. So let me open this one here. So now you can see what we have right here. Okay, so this is perfect. So this is what we wanted actually. So I also like to check what we have on our finished version here. Okay, okay, so we can continue for now. So for the title here, now I also let's first finish on this part here. So I wanted to change the color here, but first we can finish on the header part, whereby you can have the dialog, that is the dialog title, which is also a tag, whereby we can have the title of the dialog, and then import it coming from that is coming from not at Redux, but coming from that is at component stroke UI stroke dialog. Okay, and then inside here we can say something like add audio. Okay, and then after that we can have the description, whereby you can say dialog, that is dialog description, also import it coming from that is UI. And then inside here, let me just copy the description that we'll be using like that. And then you can save that one. So now we have the form right here. So this form will be wrapping it with a div. We'll be wrapping it with a div here. So let me just move the whole of the form inside a div like that. Then this div, I'll be giving it just one class name. That is one class name which will basically margin top of 2. Okay, so here now you can see we have the title and also the description. Okay, so now I also would like to change a few things here. Basically for the input, when you come to a finished version, so let me see something here. So also here it is actually perfect also. So on our finished version here, you can see the input actually has some different colors. So let's change that one. So let's change this one here, whereby I come here and say class name, class name, and then I'll be just giving it a border of none. And then also on dark devices which we are using, I can give it a bg of light of light dark, that one there. So this one I wrote bg, but it should be text, that is text that is text of red 500. Okay, so now you can see what we have right here. So this is something much better now. So now you can see. Okay, so we can continue. So to continue, we'll be using the same form field here, which one we can just duplicate this one, and then we can change this one to author. Like that, and also this one to author, and also this one to author, and save. Then duplicate another one like that, and then we'll be saying category. For the category, it will be something different, but we can first change the name right here, and also for the label, and that is for the label. Okay, and then you can just remove the input. Okay, like that. So for the category, we can search for we can search for select. Okay, we'll be using select right here. So we can also follow the steps right here, whereby we can just import them, everything coming from select like that. And then also here, just copy it right here. So, and then here we have the select. Okay, and then here to change the color here, you can just change the color by saying on dark, and then we give it the bg of light dark. Okay, and then you can save. So now let's see. So actually for now we'll be having those 3 inputs. So here now you can see what we have right here. So we can you can let me see something. So here, okay, so it is the same thing. So for the content, let's see if we can change the content into the same colors. So I don't know if it is accepting any class names. So let's see if it is accepting any class name. Then you should be able to pass that is the dark color. Okay, for my finished version here, it was not accepting any color any class name, so I just left it as default, but for now it is accepting. So now this way it is perfect. So it is the same color. Okay, so let me close this one, then see. So for this that is for the for these two, we'll be using something different. Instead of value being dark, this one will be saying podcast, that one, because it will be for the podcast, and then for this one will be for the song, and then also we change this one to song. Okay, something like that. And then for the button, it should be a type submit, and also giving it a few things. So something like classes. Actually, we can give it that is a BG of primary, and then on Hoover we can give it a BG of 500, but we can remove the that is rounded full. Okay, like that. So here then we can change this one from submit to something like create, or maybe add audio. Okay, okay. So okay, so here you can see, so this one I can change. I can see that is not taking the full width, but on our case here we have something like full width. So you can give this one full width, and then you can also change the text to something like LG, so that when you take full width you can also have some large text. Okay, so now the last, so also I forgot to pass the field here, so we need to pass the field onto our that is onto our field tag. So so here for the, that is for the first thing here, that is for the select, we should pass the following props. So for the first one will be on actually we can have this later on when we are editing the values, but we need to pass, we need to have the fields. Okay, we need to have the fields, but in a different way. So let me see how we can do this. So we can do this by, so we can do this by just spreading it that way. Earlier I had it as using something like on value, using an on value change here. Then I was saying field dot on change. Okay, but let's see if it will work with this. It will work this way. Okay, if it will work this way, then we can work with it this way. Okay, then here I also forgot to have the placeholder here, which whereby you can say select category, like that. And then lastly, what we can do now is actually console log the value. So when you come to Shadcn Ui here, here you can be able to see that the actually the form itself, it is accepting the values. So here the form is accepting the values, so you can copy the whole thing here. You it is accepting the values, then we try to console log the value. You can say clg, or you can say console.log, then we accept the values like that. So now we can try, we can have the title, we can have something like hello, and then for that is can have something like Adele, like that. Then we choose the category, which will be a song, then we try to add, and actually, so for this one is not working, so let have it the way that I had it. So basically I just remove this one here, okay, then I just use it this way, or maybe you can see how Shadcn did it, so that we can use it the same way. Okay, so here it is. So you can see when you select, you can be able to choose. Okay, so okay, so this one here you can see, so you can try to work with this one here. You can scroll down up to this point here. So you can see here we have the value, the one that I was talking about, that is the on value change, and then also you have the that is the default value. Okay, so I just replace it some with this way here, like that, and then also so I think that one is perfect. So I also had something else like the value itself, and then also I had something else here, which was the selected value which I was using, but I think we don't need it. Let's see. So now I think it is working. Okay, so let's see. So here now we have the values. So we have the title, and then also we have the author and the category. So great work up to that point. So on the next part of the video, we'll be seeing how we can actually do something like, so that is after the category here. And also I don't know why the class name is not taking, so the class name is not taking effect, that is the bg color, and then also the hover here is not taking effect because we haven't added the dark, and also here the dark. Okay, when you add those two, now you should be able to see the changes. Okay, because we are using dark color, so we are using the theme, that is the theme, and then now we are using the dark color, so we must define which mode we are using. So on dark color, we are using this one. Okay, so now you can see how it is. Now we have it. Okay, so as I was saying here, we'll be having, that is so let me close this one here, then come back here. So here we'll be having the first thing, which will be that is uploading the thumbnail. Okay, thumbnail, and then after that you can upload the audio. Okay, so for these two we'll be using the same component. So we'll be using the that component, which will be media upload. Okay, so let me meet on the next part of the video, whereby we'll be uploading those two items. So before we continue, I would like to remove this open here, So to remove it, so basically this open, what it does, it actually opens the modal, and you don't actually don't want that. You want to only open the modal using this button right here. So to remove it, you can head over to that is dialog tag. You can hit Control P and then dialog tag. So there it is. Then you can remove this part here, and then you can remove the import because now we don't need it, like that. And then you can save. So I just close it, and then there is this part here. When you open a modal here, earlier we had a bit of space here, which was that is space of y of 8. Now we have that is space of 3. That is why we don't have that big spaces between the input. So you can change yours or you can leave it as it is, but for me I just go with this part here, that is space of y3. And then now we can continue now. So to continue, I just uncomment these two. Just uncomment these two here, and then also this one here, like that. And then now to continue, I would like to create two hooks which are here already. I just created them earlier when I was trying something. So you can also create them. That is duration and set duration. Initially they are going to be 0, and then also there is start transition here. So that is for when we are uploading our values, or when we are creating our audio. Okay, so then you make sure we import that the two imports from React. Okay, so we can continue. So we can start by actually having our that is our upload thumbnail. So for that part here, we can copy this that is this tag right here, and then here we can just paste it here. So actually so what we don't need is this part here, that is the class name here, and then also this part we don't need. And then you can change and also we don't need the placeholder actually. Then we can change the names, so that is we have the two others here. So we can just copy this this thumbnail here, just copy it like that, and then I just paste it here, thumbnail, and also here. Okay, like that. So now to upload our image and also our audio, will be using different components. So I just collapse everything. Then inside our component we create a file naming it media uploader. Okay, that is .tsx, like that. And then we have our AFCE. So that is for the code snippet. So just let it load just for a moment, and then now we can have the import here. So here I just accept a few props. So let me just copy the props that we have right here. So let me copy all the props that we'll be having so that I don't have to write them. So here they are. So we'll be having disabled, and then an on-change function, and then also we have another function which is on remove, and then we can continue and have set duration. That will be a state that we have already created, and also duration, that is also a state, and then the value, which will be a string, that is the URL, and then for the type, which will be of type image or audio. Okay, then we can accept the that is the props, so we can accept them like that. So here is the is all the necessary props. Okay, then I just save it like that. So the next thing we can do is just import this this uploader onto our that is form field tag. So here we can try to import it coming from dot stroke media uploader. Then we can change it, that is to at stroke component stroke media uploader. So here I made a mistake, so it seems it should be like that, and also here I made a mistake, so it should be like that. So let me change everything. So that is media proda, so can have the correct spelling for that. That is media proda, and then we can come inside here and also change this part here, and also here like that. So and then on our sidebar here we can rename this part to media proda, okay, like that. Then we can hide our sidebar now. So now we can continue here. So and then now we can pass the necessary props. So for the necessary props here we'll be having for the first one we'll be having the value. So for the value it will be coming from this field right here. So we'll be saying field dot value, okay, and then now we can continue and also have an on change. So for an on change here is to make sure we are able to make sure that we change the value. Basically that is the field dot value here whenever this value changes inside our media proda component, okay. And then we need also to make sure that we can be able to remove we can be able to remove the URL or change the URL to an empty string whenever we don't have anything, okay. So and also we can also have the type, that is the type which we'll be using this one for. So we'll be using it for the that is for the image, basically that is the thumbnail, okay. And then you can continue by copying this part here, so for what you have just created, and then we can have it here. And then now we can copy the name from our default values or from our form schema. So I'm making sure I'm copying from here because this name should have the correct spelling or should have the same thing. So that is for the thumbnail here. Change that one and also change it here. This one should be audio, and then it is required. And then here you can change this one here, which you can use so I was trying to auto import it because we already have the type, so it should actually work perfectly. So this one should work for the type. So I don't know why it is not working. That is for the type, it should be of type image or audio. So I don't know why it is not working. It should be audio, okay. When it is not the correct spelling, we get an error basically, okay. And then here we also need to pass two other things, which is the set duration, that is set duration which will be set duration, okay. And then lastly we need to pass duration, that is duration which should be the duration, okay. And then now we can save. Now we should be having the two media proda down just after our two just after the category, okay. And then now we can continue inside here whereby I would like us to have all the import that we should have, so that we can go a bit much faster, okay. So so let me just copy them. Now we can just collapse that one. Then here we can have all the imports. So we already have all these imports. So basically we have the icons, the three icons here, and then we have the hooks coming from React, and we also have the toast, and also we have the image coming from Next.js. Okay, and also we created this part here earlier on when we did set up our Edgestore. Okay, so I'll also copy the initialization, also we can also move a little bit faster. So here we have the set process, that is the process, the progress actually, whenever you are uploading any audio or any thumbnail, and also we have the file size, and then the file name, the URL. The URL we are setting it to value whenever we have the value, and when you don't have the value, you actually want it to be an empty string. Okay, and then we also have the loading. The loading will be using it to make sure we know whenever we should display the progress bar, or whenever we should display our button, like that. And then also we have the active type. So the active type will be, I'll explain it just in a bit. And then we have the file picker ref. So this one you have already used it. And then also we have the audio ref. Okay, so we can continue by giving this one the following class name. So I'll be giving it a width of full, like that. And then inside here, I just remove that one. Here I'll be using turn array inside a curly bracket, whereby I'll be saying if it is loading, I would like to show something, which is the progress bar. So we should create the progress bar. So you can head over to our sidebar here and create another file inside our components. Okay, so whereby it will be naming it progress, that is progressbar dot tsx. Okay, and then we use rafce, then we hit enter. So and then we can close it. So also this one will be accepting a few props, so I would like also to have the props so that we don't come back later on to pass the props. So we can also pass that prop because we already have them here, because we already have the use states. Okay, so here we can say if it is loading, we would like to show the progress, that is the progress bar. And then we can import the progress bar, import the progress bar coming from, that is progress bar stroke, that is coming from add stroke component stroke progress bar. Okay, and then we can pass the props. So here we should pass the file name. So it will be a dynamic one, which should be the file name, like that. And then also we should also be passing the progress, which will be the progress, which is also dynamic one. And then we can continue and also have the size, which will be the size. And then we should have the type, which should be also dynamic. So this one will be the type, like that. And then now we have everything. I believe we have everything that this part here needs, like that. Okay, and then after that we should be using I believe we should be having a turn array whenever we don't have the loader or the progress bar. Okay, just like that. So let me see what the error is about here. So the very implicit has an any type. So I don't know where these parts here came from. So let me just remove them up to that point. Okay, then here let's make sure that we have the component that is media media uploader like that. Then here is saying has, so okay, so now it is okay. So here we don't need the value, okay, just like that. Okay, so now you can see we don't have any error, so we can continue inside here. By here it is saying what? Okay, so the file name is a string, is missing the following property. So the file name, so the Progressbar type, so type file name is a string, is missing the following property from type. Progress is a number, type is a string, size is a number. So then progress, okay, come here. So we have the progress is a number, is okay. So I believe we have progress, so so it is okay now. So it was a bit of delay by using the Typescript, so so it is okay. So now we have that the empty Reactjs fragments whenever we are not showing the progress bar. So here so here is whereby we are going to use the active type. So the active type will be setting it the same as whenever we are using the loading. We'll be also setting the active type to make sure that we know which type we are using, or whenever or which type are we uploading, basically if it is an image or if it is an audio, to make sure that we are showing the necessary components. So here we'll be saying if active type is the same, so is the same as an empty string like that, then this is the time that will be showing will be showing the button, and also the button here inside here will also be having that is the audio, that is basically the audio or the image. Okay, so this part is actually very important basically because whenever the user is uploading here and the image have just shown, basically this part here can disappear because of how we are using our component. So we need to make sure that after uploading whatever the image here, we are also showing the that is the button here, so that we can also be able to upload the audio. Okay, so here also be having we'll be using Reactjs fragment like that, and then inside here we'll be using a turn array, whereby we'll be saying if the URL is the same as an empty string, so here is whereby we are going to show a button. So we'll be using a button which will be coming from Shadcn Ui. So, and then after that, if we don't have if this URL is an empty string, is whereby we are going to also to have an empty fragment like that. So so it is going to be like that. So if we don't have the URL, then we are going to show the button so that we can upload audio or image. And then if we have the URL, then we'll be showing an empty Reactjs fragment, whereby you'll be using a turn array to show the audio or the image. Okay, so for the audio for the button here, we can start by making sure is of type button. Okay, and then also to make sure it is disabled whenever it is disabled by the type that we did, the boolean that we passed earlier, that is disabled. Okay, and then we can have the following class name. The following class names, so it will have a width of full, and then also a text of lg, a text of lg, then giving it also in dark, we'll be giving it dark, that is dark light. Okay, like that. And then on dark we'll be saying on hover, like that. We would like to show that is a bg of stone 800, like that. And then we can say on dark, we can say we want to show text of white, so here it is. And then here we'll be showing, we'll be having an input. So let me just show this part here first. So if it is of type image, then we'll be showing upload image. If it is of type audio, we'll be showing upload audio. But for now we can just have it as this way. We can have it this way, whereby here we can just show an icon, whereby it will be image, that is image plus, and then giving it that is a margin right of 2, and that is size of 2. Okay, then I just copy it, then here I'll be just showing another icon, which will be basically a different one, which will be pi, that is pi file audio, like that. So I think I imported another icon here, so let's remove this one. So we'll be using pi file audio. Okay, that is pi file audio. Okay, and then we'll be saying upload, then we'll be having the type, like that. So to continue, basically now let us have the input. So for the input we'll be using the ref. So inside here is whereby we'll be having the input. So it is a self-closing tag, so whereby you can say input, so the normal input. So make sure you're importing the normal, you are having the normal input, sorry, not importing it, actually the normal input, the normal HTML input. Make sure you're not importing it from Shadcn Ui. So here we'll be having, it will be of type file. Okay, and then also we'll be having ref, we'll be passing ref, that is of file picker, that is of file picker ref. Then you can continue also, and also have hidden, it will be hidden, we're not showing it, we'll be using that is ref to make sure we can be able to click the input, and then you can have an on change, or basically you can just leave it like that for now, and then say accept. Then we make sure it is a dynamic one, whereby we'll be saying if it is of type image, then I would like to make sure it is of type. So let's have a string for now, and then we can have the other one whereby it will be of type string. So if it is of type image, I would like to have of image type, then forward stroke, then like that. So it should be like that. So if it is of type image, and then if it is of type audio, sorry, if it is not of type image. Okay, so you can also save that one. So so now we have an we have the ref here. So we can have the on click here, whereby you can have a simple function for now. So this is for the button, so I was confusing it with this the function that we'll be having here. So for this one here, we'll be just using an arrow function, whereby I'll be saying that is file picker. So let me remove this one here. So we'll be saying file picker dot current dot click. So here you're having question mark because of TypeScript issue, so you can have it like that. And then here I can just have a simple function here. So let me have a function here whereby I can say const on upload. So I can have an arrow function like that. So then I can just copy the name. Then here I can say on change, then I can have the name of the function. Okay, so here actually I'm having something different. So here I wrote that is decoration of right duck. So here we should be having something else, that is bg of duck light. Okay, like that. So so we can continue. So now you can be like that. So you can now you can be able to click. Okay, so let me move this one to the other screen. So so now you can be able to click. So I just close it so that we can continue. So here for this part here will be we can work on it when we have the URL. So now we can worry about the upload part here. So let's work on the upload part. So so that we can know how we can upload our image or our audio. So here so this on click here is actually accepting an event. So let me just copy the event. So let me just copy the whole thing like that. So it is of type this event is of type React.change event. And then this change event is of type HTML input element. Okay, so in here we can start by setting the type. Okay, so we can say set active type. Okay, so the active type will be the type. Okay, and then now we can check if we have a few things. So we can check if the event.target .files we have it, and then also we can check if we have, that is event.target .file.length is greater than 0. So we need to make sure those two are true, and then if are true, and then if they are true, we can continue now and do the following. So the first thing we need to get is the file. So it can say is the file. Okay, which is of which will be coming from event.target.files, then the first item. Okay, then now we need to set the three items, which are the file name, the file size, so that is the name and the file size. Okay, like that. So now if we have the file, so let us check if we have the file. So if we have the file, then we can continue. So not inside there, outside here, we can continue. we can continue and set the loading to true. Okay, like that. So make sure the spelling of set loading is true. Okay, so now you can use try catch. Okay, like that. So here now what we'll be doing is just toasting, which will be okay, you can say something went wrong. Then after that we can console log the error like that. And then now inside here is whereby we can upload our values. So basically so also here we need to do a few things. I forgot two things actually. Set loading to false so that the user can try again, like that. Also set active type to an empty string. Okay, and then now inside here is whereby we can upload our that is our audio or image. So we'll be using start transition, which will be an arrow function inside here. So this one will be a cyclic function like that. And then in here we can say await, then we can use Edgestore. Okay, so for the Edgestore here, so this one, and remove that part there. So for the Edgestore here, so let me also remove everything here. So you can start from here, whereby you say await Edgestore dot upload dot public files dot upload. So here upload, then inside parentheses we can have an object whereby we can pass the first thing, which is the file, then comma, then here after that we can have on, that is on progress change, which will be an object. So basically this object will be an arrow function like this. Actually it is like that. So here, so let me remove this part here. So it should be like this. So this arrow function is accepting progress, then we are setting the progress to set progress to the progress. So here the progress is, so this progress here would be of type number. Okay, like that. And then here, so it is okay. So now everything is as should. So we also need to make sure this one is coming from the progress. So it is perfect. Okay, and then after that what we need to do, we need to have so we need to make sure after this is done, we need to have dot then. Okay, then which also is an arrow function like this. So inside here is whereby now we can use an on change function to make sure we change the value. Okay, change the value to that is to the result.url. So here we need to accept the results like that. Then here we need to say results.url. okay, after that we need to set the URL to result.url. okay, and then also we need to set loading to false, then also set the active type, that is the active type, to an empty string. Okay, like that. So also after that we need to have a catch like that, and then also we can have the toast here. So you can just copy this item here whereby you have the toast, something went wrong, then you can also log the value, then we set the loading to false, then we set the active type to an empty string. So you can have it like that. So let's see if you have finished saving. Just give it a moment so that you can finish with these two. So now, so inside the progress here, I would like to show the progress. Okay, so I just be wrapping this progress with parentheses like that. So here we have the progress, so we can save and also come here. So come here and also we can have so here we can just have the URL. Okay, so we can have the URL. Okay, because now here we'll be having the URL, because here we are saying if it is not an empty string, then we'll be showing this tag here. Okay, so it is done. So I'll try to upload an image. So I just upload one image. So here you have the progress, so it is 0. So let's see if it is going to continue. So something went wrong, so let's see. So I don't know where actually something went wrong came from. So let's check here. So here we have the await Edgestore dot public files, then we have dot upload, then we pass in the file, then also here we have the on progress, then we have dot then then we have the URL, then we have the on change. So if something is going wrong, actually it should be going wrong inside here. So let me try once more. So it was actually showing the complete part. So something went wrong, I don't know where it is coming from, but also here we need to show that it is complete here. File upload successfully. Okay, so it cannot find set URL, so here is set URL. So we can also head over to Edgestore and make sure that we have those images. So remember, you only have one image inside our Edgestore. So I need to make sure this part also. So here we have 3. So that because, so you can see here I have uploaded 2 in just right now. So let me just remove them. So that means something else is going wrong somewhere. So not that part there. Not empty basket, but just well to just want to delete the selected. So it is working perfectly. I don't know what is going wrong. That is why we are showing something went wrong, because here we are having dot catch. So here we are using try, so try is inside there, then dot catch here. Okay, so let's try one last time. So it is done. So now it is working perfectly. So I think it was some one time issue. So basically here we have the URL, then we have because our inputs are taking full width, that's why we are getting this design issue, but we won't be having something big like this big. So now we have the URL, the image URL. Now we can try to design what we need. So first thing first, so also we can also try to upload an audio. So to make sure also we have the audio, so that we can try to also design the audio, because we have the two. So I just upload one of my audios here. So also you can see the progress is working. So we'll be working on that part very soon. So also here we have the URL, so we can work on those two now. So inside this parenthesis, inside this React.js fragment here, we can have a turn array, whereby we can say if it is of type. So if it is of type, so let me just have if it. I will be starting with the audio. So if it is of type audio, then I'll be showing a div. I'll be showing a div. So here is whereby you're going to have the audio presentation, and then that is else we are going to be showing also a div like that. So we can start with this div here, whereby you can give it the following class name here. So it will be taking flex, so flex in small letters, that is flex, and then also it will be taking item center and a gap of 2. Okay, and then we can continue inside here, and we can have we can have the audio tag, whereby this audio will be passing, that is C, the source, which will be of type URL, and then also will be passing the ref, that is the audio ref, like that. And then we can also pass the control, that is the controls. Okay, so make sure get the correct spelling of control. Like that. Then lastly we can have one class name, which is of width of full, like that. Then after that we'll be having a button to make sure that we can also be able to delete anything. So here you can see we have the audio. I can't play this audio because of copyright issues, but we have the audio now, so we can also try to delete the audio. So we'll be using a button for that. Okay, so this button will be passing something like size, following prop of size, which will be of icon. Okay, and then we need to pass also a variant of destructive like that, and then we can continue and also give it a type of button like that. And then I need to make sure also if it disabled part, whereby it can be disabled whenever it is disabled, and whenever it is pending actually. So here we have this transition here, so we also be disabling it whenever we are uploading any audio or any image. Okay, and then inside here we'll be using an icon. So this icon will be md delete. So there it is, and then we'll be passing it the following class name that is of size 7. Okay, and then here we'll be passing a function that is of delete. Okay, so we can create the function. You can create the function whereby you can say const, and then we have an arrow function. You can say on delete. So like that, then we have the arrow function. So now I can copy the name, then now we can have it here. Whenever we click this one here, we can actually delete the audio. Okay, actually for the delete part is actually very simple, so we can actually do it right now. So inside here we can use start transition. You can say start transition like that, and then inside here is whereby now we can say await, that is await edge, that is Edgestore dot that is dot public dot delete like that. And then inside curly bracket, then inside this object is whereby we are going to pass the URL, also passing the URL from our state here. So, and then now for this part here we can have a dot then which will be actually an arrow function. Then here we'll be saying an on change here. Actually won't be having an on change here. Okay, we won't be having an on change, but we'll be setting the set URL into an empty string. Okay, yeah, this one will be doing it. And then set loading to false, we won't be having this one. And then also set active to okay, also we won't be having this one. Okay, so what we'll be having is on remove is setting the the value into to a URL which is an empty string. Okay, so you can save that one. So this we'll be using this one for also for the image, so don't worry. So so now we can work on the image part here. So this one, this div here, you can give it the following class name here. So we'll be having flex, and then also having item center, and then a continue, and also give it a gap of that is 4, and then lastly give it a margin bottom of 4. And then inside here is whereby you're going to have a div, and also we can say class name, and then give it that is relative, and then continue by saying overflow hidden, and then lastly we can have rounded MD. Then inside this div is whereby we'll be having a button, so you can just copy this button here, so you can have this button right here, which will be of size, actually I don't know if I gave the first one size, it was actually size icon, so but for this one we'll be giving it size of SM. Okay, and then for the on click we'll be having the same thing, and then for the disabled also the same thing. Okay, and then for the icon is actually the same thing. Then after this div here we'll be having another div. Okay, then inside here you're going to have the image. So for now we can just use this image, the regular image tag. So here you can say class name, then also give it object, that is object contain, and then also rounded MD like that, and then also have alt. So for alt we can give it file name like that, and then for the source can give it URL. Okay, then you can save. So I don't know if we need also to give it the size, that is the size, maybe you can give it the size of 20 for now. We won't be needing any sizes when you are using that is the main image. So here you can see we have the image now like this. So actually I forgot this div, this button actually should be inside a div. That is why the button is out is in a flex mode with the image. So inside here we'll be having this button here like that. Sorry, and then giving it the following class name, that is absolute. Okay, and then you can give it a Z of 10, and then top of 2, and then lastly right of 2. Now after that you'll be able to see the changes. Okay, so okay, so let me have the design that I have. Change this one to, so I just remove this one. So let's see if the on delete function is working before we change this part here, because we'll get an error because of something that I will explain just in a bit. Okay, so I just remove this part here. So that means it is working. So file deleted successfully. So now you can see we can also show the button, and also here you can show the image. So for the image part here, I'll be just showing the image coming from image, and then I'll be using fill. Okay, So when you are using fill here, you don't need to have the size and the width. Okay, then I will just remove this size here, then I can just save. Okay, so I'm waiting for it to finish loading so that I can get the error, then I can explain what I actually need to explain. So here you can see we have the file fresh reload because we'll be having that error because we haven't defined this image onto our onto our remote patterns that is inside Next.js config. Okay, so actually we didn't get that error. I don't know why, but actually we should be getting that error actually. Okay, we should be getting that error actually, so I don't know why I didn't get that error. But to fix it, we'll be using this code here, whereby we'll be saying image, and then this image object here will be having the remote pattern, which will be in an array format, and then we'll be passing the host name, which will be files.edgestore.dev, and then protocol, which will be HTTP, and then having an empty that is an empty port. Okay, so whenever you're developing with that is with Next.js, and then you have that is external images, whereby those images are not coming from your public folder or are not coming from your app here like favicon. So with that, you need to make sure that you define those images inside here, like we have done with the images that we'll be using throughout this project. Okay, so with that, we need to restart the project. So I will close it, then hit Y, and then clear the terminal, then type npm run dev. Okay, so now we can I believe now we'll be able to see the changes. So I would like to delete the two images that we have here. So let me just refresh this part here, and then for the last images that I uploaded, I just delete it. So delete selected, delete, like that. So just give it a moment. So now we can try everything that we have, then later on we can work on this part here, the progress bar. Okay, and then after that we'll be coming on to our upload audio, whereby we'll be working on uploading our varies onto Neon. Okay, so let it finish. So I just close. Okay, let me just close one here. Let us use this one here. So I just refresh it. So and then after that we'll be working on this part here, whereby we now will be able to fetch that is our audios after uploading our first audio. Okay, so I believe I can pause this video so that it can finish loading, then we can continue from there. So if you have tried to upload an image, you are getting something like this. So this is great because now we are using the image from Next.js. So for this now we can fix this by having the following, by giving this one the following classes. So the first one will be a width, custom width of custom one, basically that is 200 px, sorry, that is 200 px. Then the height will be of the same height, which will be actually of height to 200 px also. Okay, and then I will be giving it that is on dark, be giving it that is a bg of dark light. Okay, then you can save. So now you should be able to see a smaller image. You should be able to see a smaller image. So let it save. So okay, so if you are getting something like this, so it means that you made a mistake somewhere. So for our first div here, we are giving it a flex item center, a gap of 4 and a margin bottom of 4. Okay, and then giving it also the second div relative and overflow hidden, and then that is rounded md. And then the second one giving it that is absolute z of 20, top of 2, and that is right of 2. And then after this div here, so that is after this div here, we are having we should be having that is this div here. So move this div just after this div. So after this div here, so that is after this div, we should be having our div for the image. Okay, and then you can save, and then that will fix the issue. Okay, so let's see if it is finished saving. So now it is done. So let's see this part here. Okay, so this one should be now okay. I don't know why it is not right now. Because it should be like this now. Okay, so yeah, so it should be like this. Then also for the button, I believe we had it as SM, so I think it should be much better if we have it as icon. Okay, so it was taking a bit of long time to load. So now I want us to fill in all the values so that we can see if we can also get the values from there, that is from the audio URL, and also getting the audio that is also from the thumbnail. So I'll upload an audio here. So I'll choose an audio from my from one of my audios. Choose one. Choose one. Yeah. So, and also here I will fill in the value. So I'll say hello, and then here I'll say author as Adele, then also having as song, and then now let's see, let it finish. So now file uploaded successfully. So now when you try to click add, you should now be getting all of these values. So you should be getting the title, the category, the thumbnail, and also that is basically the audio URL. Okay, so now we'll continue from there, whereby we will work on the progress bar, and also basically later on that is also upload our values to Neon. Okay, so let's continue from there. So now let us work on the progress bar. So because the progress bar will actually show in just in a few seconds, we won't be deleting anything so that we can upload and see the progress bar. What we'll be doing will be actually negating the unloading, that is loading here. Then you can save. Okay, and then when you save, you should be able to see 0 and 100 or something else. So that is 0 and 100. And then now we can continue inside our progress bar here. So I would like to have all the input that we'll be needing, that is all the imports here, like that. And so for this file size here is to help us to convert the file size, because it is coming in a different kind of format. So so that one is to help us convert the file size. So here you can continue. This div won't be having anything, sorry, won't be having any classes, but here inside we will be having a div whereby this div will be having the following classes, like that, which will be margin bottom of 2, and then having flex of that is flex, and then justify between, and then continue, and also have item center. Okay, and then inside here we can have that is a div also. And then this div will be having the following classes. Okay, so this div will be having flex, and then item center, and then last three, that is a gap of x2. And then inside here we'll be having a span. Okay, then inside here we'll be showing actually what we have here actually. That is if it is if this type is of image, then we'll be showing this icon, that is the fc image file. Then it will be of size 7, and then here we won't be having this color, but basically what we'll be having, let me just have this one here. So let me remove the color, and then here we can show you actually be having flex shrink 0. Okay, like that. And then here we can give this this span the following class names. So it will be of size 10, and then we can have flex, and then that is also justify between. And then we can continue and also have item center, and then we can have border, like that, and then can have rounded LG. And then lastly, you can say on dark, because we are using dark theme, you can say border, that is a border of neutral 700, like that. Then you can save, and then that is after the span here we'll be having a div. So here we'll be having a div. So here you can see what you have, that is for the image, and then here is for the that is for the music. Okay, all for the playlists. So here we can also have we won't be having any class names, but basically here we'll be having a p tag, sorry, that is p, so it will be 2 of them. And then here we'll be having the file name, and then this one will be having the following classes. So it will be of text sm, and then we can continue and have the font, which will be of font medium. Okay, and then on dark we can have text of white. Okay, and then this one will be having the size, and then we can use the format, that is the format file size, like that. Then we can pass the size, which is the size. Okay, then you can give it the following class names, which will be of text access, and then we can say on dark, and then we can give it text of gray 500. Okay, and then after that, so that is after this div here, can have we can have the progress. So actually not after that div, so basically it's just after this div here. Okay, yeah, just after this div here, we'll be having the progress. So here we will be saying if the progress is of type, if the progress is equal to 100, then is what then we'll be showing the following. Be showing a div, that is a div, then inside here we'll be having a v of success here, whereby we'll be showing that is vs pass. Okay, pass field, then class name of size 7 and text of green 500. Okay, so and then this div here, we can give it the following class names. So it won't be having actually these classes here. It will be actually be inline flex, and then we continue and also have item center, and then also we can have that is a gap of x2. Okay, and then we can save, and then after that is whereby we are going to have the progress bar. So that is after this div here. So this one is not showing the, so let's have dark, then now we can save, so like that. So that is after this div here, and then this div here is when you are going to have the progress bar, which will be in a div. So inside here then we are going to have another div like that. So for now we can start by designing this one here, whereby you can give it the following class names like that, which will be of flex, item center, and then also be having a gap of 3, actually x3, and then we can continue and give it white, that is white, now that is now row, now wrap, that is now wrap, and then for after that now we can have the div that will be having the progress bar. Then we can say class name, we'll be having flex, and then we'll be having a width of full, and then we can have height of 2, and then rounded full, and then we can continue have overflow, that is overflow hidden, and then we can have bg of, that is bg of gray 700 like that. So this progress bar is whereby we are going to have the progress bar before we have the loader. So for the loader, we'll be having it inside this progress bar. So here you can have something like role, whereby you can just say progress bar. It doesn't actually matter, so it's just for note. So then inside here we can have you can have it like this, or you can have a self-closing one whereby it should be like this. And then inside here is whereby you can have the classes for this div. And then we can give it flex, then flex call, and then we can continue to justify that is justify center, and then we can say rounded full, and then we can continue and have overflow hidden, and then also we can give it a bg of primary, and then can give it, so we don't actually need text of xx, and then you can we can have something like transition like that, and then you can have the duration of something like 500 like that, so like that. And then after that after those classes, we'll be having the style to make sure we have the color. So I don't know if it should be like this, so let me see. Let me first fix that. So it should be, so let me just write it instead of using Cody like this, then also like that. Then inside here you can say width, and then you can have it like this. So like this is perfect, whereby you are giving width that is of progress. So whenever it is loading, it's going to increase based on the progress. Okay, and then after that is after this div here, we are going to have another div. We're going to have another div here that is to show the progress in text, and then inside here you're going to have a span, and then in here is whereby you're going to have the progress. Now that is in progress in percentage. Okay, like that. Actually something like that. Now then now we can give this one the following class name. So you can start by giving it a width of 6, and then text and like that. Then in here for the span, you can give it the following class name like that, which will be text of sm like that, and then text of white, or you can not wrap but white. And then this one you can also have it of dark because you are working with dark, then you can save. So let's see the changes that we'll be having. So now here you can see, so also here you can see just before the upload. So what we'll be having now, what I'll be having now is to check this icon here, justify between. Here we can have something like justify center. Okay, then you can save so that you can see if this button here is going to have the to be centered like that. So perfect. So here we are actually not passing, we are not actually having the the items. So because this progress bar is not working as it should, so let's do something like and have it like this now for now, and then we can test it while we upload. Okay, so we can delete what we have. So let's come back to what we had earlier. So that is for the image and the audio, like that. So we can delete this one here. So it is compiling, it is done. So now we don't have it, and also we can delete the audio, like that. So now we can try to upload a new image. So let me choose one image here, like that. So now we have the progress bar, and also we have the name. Now it is done. So now you can see now it is working. Then also we upload another audio. So I just choose one audio here. I will choose Hello by Adele. So like that. So now you can see now it is also working. Okay, you have the name, then you have that is also the size. Okay, and actually for the size also, I think for the size here you can change it to something text of maybe grade 200. Okay, so it can be a bit lighter. So you can delete this one and test it with it. So let's I want to test that is for the text here, or maybe you can just have it as white, but I think white is not okay because they are two different things. So let's see. Let me choose another image. So I think this one is much better also, but I think it's the same as, I think that way will be much better. So I think 300 is okay. So we can continue from there now, whereby we can upload or maybe we can now, maybe we can just upload the we can just upload also our own audio now, and then later on maybe we can try to edit. Okay, so and then we can actually edit. So I just close all of this, and then this one here. Then here you can see we have all the values. So I just remove this part here or comment it, and then I will use start transition. But first I need to have all the values, whereby I can say const here, then I can say final values, like that, which will be spreading the values, and then also having the duration, of which I don't think we have the duration. So we can head over to media, that is media upload. Inside media upload we need to have that is the duration. So to have the duration we can use effect. So that is after this one here, we can say use effect, that is use effect here. We'll use effect snippet, like that. Then you can remove all of this, like that, like that. So we'll use effect here. We can say const, and then we say audio, that is audio is equals to something like audio ref.current. Okay, and then here you can say if we have the audio, then inside here now we can set the set duration, set the duration to, that is to audio.current, and then after that we can make sure that we make sure that we have the duration by passing the duration to the dependence array. Then after that we can console.log console log the duration like that. Then you can save, then you can head back here, then we can continue. So just give it a moment to save so that we can see if we have the duration. Then here we can say start transition. You can say start transition like that. Then this one will be acyclic function. Cyclic function like that. So let's continue now. So let's check here if we have the audio. So here you can see we don't have the audio. So this is not great. So let me just delete this one first for a bit. There's also a check if you have any issues like if I did pass the that is the ref. Okay, I passed the ref. So let me also check something else. So let's try this once more while we upload and let it load. So I will upload a new audio. I'll choose a new audio. So let's see, let it finish loading, uploading. And actually we are not getting the audio. So this part here is not working. So we can actually use another way whereby we can get the audio by using metadata. So we can use another way. So let me just move this part here, and actually it was the best way. I thought it was the best way to do that. So here I can say const, and then I can say handle, that is handle loaded meta data like that, and we close it. Then inside here so this one will be actually accepting an event. Then I will just copy the code that we'll be using to get the duration like this. So actually the same thing, that is event.target of type audio element, then audio duration is equal to target.duration. Okay, then we are getting the duration here. Okay, then here we can console log like that. So and then here we can come to our audio here. Actually here I don't think or we can just leave it here, whereby I can say on that is actually onload metadata, unloaded metadata capture, or unloaded metadata here. Then we say handle unloaded metadata like that. And then now we can check if it has finished saving. Then we can come back here, that is after handle metadata, so that we can see if we have the audio duration. Okay, so here now we have the audio duration. So this is great. So now can close it, and actually okay, we can leave it like that, but you should comment the duration, the console log here, and then here we can continue. This one is a cyclic function, so here we can use we'll be using that is action, that is server action, where we'll be creating whereby we'll be having to create audio, whereby we'll be using one function to create and update audio. So this function will be naming it update and create audio dot, that is .tsx. okay, then I just copy the import that we'll be having like that. So for this part here, I can just remove this part, or I can just copy the parts from here. Okay, so they are the same thing here, this one here, just copy them from there, then I just have this one here because it is the same thing. Then this one I just rename it to, that is update create audio.ts. okay, then I will just hide my sidebar, hide my sidebar like that, and then also I can say export const, then I can say update, that is update create audio, then I can just close it like that. So here we are accepting the audio, but here will be passing will be passing the audio itself as a whole. So let me just copy it like that. I just copied the name of the that is the name of the component here. So here I just have to say that is await update dot create, then here we need to import it coming from actions, and then here we need to pass the final, that is the final values. So here you can hover and see the final values, then copy them like that. So for now we are not accepting the final values, so you can come here, and then here you can say audio will be of type object, it will be of type object. Then in here you can paste the values, so all the values, that is the duration, the audio category, and then the URL. And then after that we need to make sure we need to head over to our sidebar here, then inside edit banner here, then we need to copy this part here, or maybe you can copy the part that we have from that is from create playlist, because it is more similar. So we can copy it from here like that. And then I can come here, and then I can just paste the values here like that. So now we need to upload these values. So here I'll be changing this one to audio like that. Then now I just remove all the unnecessary parts like those ones. Then inside here now we can control spacebar, and then now we can have the audio URL, which will be of type audio URL, that is audio.audio URL. Then also we can have the author, which will be of type author, that is audio author. Then also you can control spacebar and then have the category, which will be of type audio, that is audio dot category like that. Then also you can continue and have the duration, which will be audio dot duration, then continue and have the thumbnail, which will be audio dot thumbnail. Okay, and then you can continue and have the title, which will be audio dot title, like that. Then you can continue and have the, so I believe we are done, like that. So here we have 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, and then here we have, so we are missing something, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 7. Okay, there should be 7 because here we have 3, and then here we have the URL, that is the user ID. And then now you can save. So now you can see here we are not getting any errors. So here then we are saying argument of type duration number string is not assignable to parameter string. So that is okay. So this is okay. So this is what we had earlier, is not assignable to type string, and we change that to that is type object here. Okay, so now you can so here I think it is now finishing saving up. So you can head over to, that is to upload here, whereby we can say dot then we can say it is an arrow function, like that. Here then we can say toast, then you can have something like, okay, we can have something like success, and then can have dot then here, that is catch, which is also an arrow function, which will be toasting something, that is something went wrong. Okay, then we remove, then here we console log the error. After that we console log the error, like that. And then here maybe you can copy something from media uploader here, you can say, okay, you can just say something like, okay, successfully okay, we can say audio created, okay, successfully, something like that. Then now we can save, and then now you can prepare your, that is your studio. So we make sure it is running by running npm Prisma Studio. Okay, and then you can import the toast. So here we don't have the toasts, you can import the toast from Sona, like that. And then now we wait it to finish saving up once more, and then we can hit create. So it is done now. So now you can hit add. Okay, so audio created successfully. And then now you can come here, that is inside audio, and then here you can refresh. Okay, now we have the audio, the first audio here. So last thing we can do also is just also disable the button. that is also disable the button whenever it is pending, and also we need also to close the modal, that is reset. Okay, so we need also, when it is done here, we need also to reset the values and also set open to false. Okay, so with that now, I think we are done now. So after uploading these values, these two will happen. So I just close this one here. I will just delete it so that we can test with the new settings, like that. Then we can come here, and then now we can try once more. Okay, so now you can see it is disabled, audio created, and then the modal have closed. And when you come here, we also have the audio. So let's continue from there. So let's continue. So now we'll be working on how to actually build this card here. Let's get started. So to get started, we can head over to our sidebar here. So inside our component, we have the browse part here, then we have the user part inside the suspense, then inside here we have the page. Okay, so I had my sidebar. So here we have all the information that we need. So here we need the first thing we need to get the audio from our user here. So what you can do, you can say include, that is include like this, and then you say include, not banner but include audio. So when you hit Ctrl spacebar, you can get the autocomplete. So then the next thing we need to do is also actually get the playlist. So here I will change the name here to playlist, that is playlist, like that. But this one won't be unique, but will get many. It will be get many, here it is, and then you can remove everything inside here. Okay, like that. So after that, we need to pass them as props, that is to our audio, that is to our audio, that is onto our the audio. So I just collapse this one here like this, and then inside here we can pass the that is the audio, which will be user.audio, and then also it will be for the playlist, which will be playlist, which is the same as playlist. Okay, so this you can have it as plural because there will be many playlists, like that. And then now you can head over to our that is audio, the audio. Inside here, what you need to do is just accept the two props. So the first one here we need to accept is the audio, and then comma, we need also to accept the playlist, like that. Then now we need to have their types here. So for that is for the audio, it will be of type audio, coming from that is Prisma, which it will be of this object here, but also it is an array. Okay, then I will just move this to the top here. Then also we need to get the playlist. We need to have the playlists here, which will be of type play, that is playlist, also coming from Prisma, then it is also an array. Okay, so now we need also to pass over the two props onto our actually we need to map over the props here. Sorry, we need okay, it is they are the props, so we need to map the audio prop here. So that is inside the that is the order list here. So where we have, so that is where we have this audio inside here. Okay, so before we map over the audio, we need to make sure that we have the audio. So we can do this also actually inside order list, because we have margin left of 2. We need to have, we can have it inside here, whereby we say if you have if audio.length is the same as 0, then this is only when we'll be showing this this tag right here, which is a div. Okay, then inside here we'll be saying no songs, or that is podcasts. Okay, like that. Then we can give this one the following classes, which you can have text of neutral 400. Okay, then you can save. So this one won't show because we already have the audio. So after that, now is whereby we are going to map over the audio. So now you can see we don't have the audio, and also this one is not being displayed. Okay, so inside here is whereby we are going to have the audio. So inside a turn array, we are going to say audio, that is audio dot map, like that. And then inside here we are going to accept the single audio, which you can just say a. Then we are going to say inside here, now we can have the audio. So we'll be having another component whereby we can have this audio, or whereby you can design this audio. So I open my sidebar here, collapse everything. Okay, then inside components here, I will create another component naming it audio card. It will be of flex, and then tsx, hide my sidebar here, then say rafce, and then we have the snippet. So I also want to check why we have the 2 errors here, but I guess is because of the audio and the playlist that we have just accepted as props inside here, whereby I believe they can also be of type undefined. So let's see here. So when you hover on, you scroll down here, so is expected to come from property audio, which is declared here on type intrinsic, some audio title something. So let me see. Okay, so let me check on this part here, but I believe for the playlist it should be okay. But first let me see if we can be able to map the that is the audio. So here we have the audio, and also here we'll be getting the value, all the count, that is the count here. So here you can have the component which will be audio, that is audio card flex, like that, also passing the audio as a, and also having the key which is I, or maybe you can also have a dot id, like that. Then now we can import the component. So it's already imported, so here it is. Then I just change the import to this import here, like that. Then here we are getting the same error, does not exist on type intrinsic audio. So then we head over to that is to our audio, that is audio flex here, whereby I would also like to pass the key, that is the playlist, which will be of type playlist also. So now inside here we can accept that the props, so whereby we'll be having I, and also we'll be having that is comma audio, and also we'll be having the playlists, that is the playlists, playlists, like that. Then now we can have the types. So for I, it will be of type number. So when you come here and hover on I, so here it is, I is your of type number, here you can see, and here we haven't passed the I, so here we'll say count instead of just having I here like that, and then here I'll just be having count instead of I, because it has more meaning instead of just having that is I. And then for the audio, it will be of type audio coming from Prisma also, like that. And also you can continue and have the playlist, which will be of type playlist coming from playlist, like that. So playlists, so let me just make sure the spelling is the same. I don't know, let me make sure if the spelling is the same. So I just like to copy this playlist here and then make sure is what I have here. Then this one here will be our type object, not an array, because when you hover onto our audio here, that is A, you'll be able to see that it is of type object. So here also we should be also accepting an object. Okay, so inside here is whereby I don't know what is going on here. The type audio whereby, so type undefined is not acceptable. Okay, so here is whereby I was saying it can also be undefined. So here just copy the undefined. So for the audio here, you can see we have the question mark because it can also be undefined. So I'll come here onto my types here, that is audio. I'm going to say it can also be undefined. Okay, and I don't know if the same case goes to onto our playlist here. So let's see. Then here now we have the issue because audio is undefined, so you can add question mark to check if you have the audio, or to remove the TypeScript error. Okay, so now we don't have the two errors, and also here we should be accepting undefined also. that also should be okay. Type undefined. And then this one here we are still having the error, so that is playlist property which is declared on type intrinsic. Okay, so here it can also be undefined, so it is okay. I really don't know why it is still we still have the two errors. So let's continue and we'll see how we can fix them if they don't. So for this one now we don't have the issue. So let's see if this one also can go away. If it doesn't go away, we'll just fix the issue just in a bit. Okay, I just see what is going on, and then we can fix the issue. So now we can head over to our audio card flex that is inside audio card flex. So we can start by designing this part here, whereby it will be a list, because inside here we said we have ordered lists. So now inside our order list, remember we should be having a list. So this list will be giving to the following class name. So it will be having text of LG, and then also having hover, that is hover of BG. It will be a custom one. It will be a custom one of hash, that is 424141. Okay, and then we can say rounded LG, and then P of 2, and then cursor pointer, and then we'll be having group. We'll be doing some group here on hover, and then W full. Okay, then you can save, and then we continue inside here. We'll be having a div. Then so here you can hover, and maybe you'll be able to see something. You can't be able to see something for now, so let's continue. And then you can have the class name. So for the class name, this one will be having flex, and then we'll be having item center, and then giving it justify between. And then inside here, I know you have guessed it right, so we'll be having two divs. So for this div here is where we'll be having the image and the title and the user, and the singer. So this div here, we can start by giving the following class name, whereby we'll be having, that is size of 9. So size of 9, to make sure whenever we hover and we change between the, that is, so let me just show you. So you can see here when we hover, you are changing between 1 and that is 1 and the play icon. So also when I play sorry, when I play, you can see we are showing this audio wave. Okay, so basically I don't want to move the image on the right because of these changes. So basically that is why we are going to give it some size. So let me just have it like that. So now you can also make it center, so you just having flex justify between. After justifying it between, you can also give it item center, and then because we don't have any flex, we can give it flex call. Okay, and then inside here is whereby we'll be showing the that is audio wave whenever the audio is playing. So for now we don't have the part of the audio playing, so we can just have a span first, and then inside here we can have the play icon. So we'll be changing between the play icon and the count. So here you can say fa play, so it should be coming from icons, so not that one, actually this one here. And then we can give it the following classes, actually one class which is of size, okay, which will be of size 4, like that. So here I didn't import it, like that. So now, and then you can give it these the following classes like that. So it will be actually be hidden. It will be hidden, and then on hover we'll be having group. So that is group hover like that, and then we'll be showing it whenever we have group hover, as I have already demonstrated that part. So here we'll be having some hint, so we'll be working on the hint later on. So for now we can just have the count, so it will be a span. So we can have the count first. Here we can just say now count like that, and then here you can have the class name, whereby this count will be I'll be having some hover, so some group hover actually. So you can say group hover, it will be hidden. We won't be showing it when we have group hover, so you can save now. So for this count here, it will not be only count because count start from 0. So let's see here. So here you can be able to see now we have the you can be able to show the that is the hover section. So for the count here, so you can see it is starting from 0, and also it is actually not where I want it to be. So because here I have justify between, because instead of justify center, and then here because this one is starting from 0, we need to make sure we have +1 so that it can start from 1. Okay, and then you can save. Okay, and then after that, so that is after so that is after actually this div here. Okay, that is after. So here I skipped one div because here we have a span. Sorry, here you have a div. So this div we should be having the div that will be having will be containing this part here. So let's have that div. So here you can say div, and then now we can have this div inside there. Then this div will be having the following class name, which will be flex, and then item center, then also will be having some gap of 4 like that. So now you can see it is starting from 0, and also item is center. So perfect. And then after so that is after this div here, we'll be having the image, which will be in a link. That is Next.js link here, and then this link will be having href. It will be a dynamic href, so whereby we'll be heading over to, that is to song, forward stroke, also having dynamic array, dynamic string, whereby we'll be saying audio dot id. Okay, then now inside here is whereby you can have the image. So inside here is whereby you can have the image coming from also Next.js image. Okay, and then here you can have the source, whereby it will be audio.thumbnail. So this now thumbnail should start with a capital T like that, and then after that you can have fill. Okay, and then after that we can have alt, which will be a dynamic one, which will be giving it audio that is dot title like that, and then lastly you can have some class name, whereby we'll be saying object cover, actually object center instead of cover like that. and then also we can have rounded MD, and then lastly we can have some size of 14. And then also this link will be giving it the following class name, which will be relative, like that, and then also giving it a size of 14, like that. So now you can be able to see something. So this is because of field, but when now we have the when you have the link, now we'll be seeing something like this. Okay, so great work. So let's continue. So after this link here, we'll be having the p tag, whereby inside this p tag we'll be having a link. Then this link also will be having the href. So I'll just copy this href, but this one won't be heading to song. Actually it will be heading to song. I thought it will be heading to audio, actually audio author. So we can change this one to head to head over to audio author. So because we'll use this component in different areas, so here we can head over to, that is to audio, that is to song, or audio. So this route maybe you can you could have changed it to something like audio. Okay, but now we can change this one to user. Okay, then change this one to user ID. Okay, then now inside here is whereby you can just have the user. Okay, and then now here we can have another p tag, and then here for the p tag here also you can have the link if you want to, and then inside here is whereby now we can have the that is the actually the song itself. So here I have dynamic string like that, whereby you'll be saying that is the audio title, and then here now we can have that is the user. So we don't have don't have the user, so we don't have. Okay, we should be having audio dot author. So we should be having audio dot author because we actually have, whenever we uploaded the audio, we had the author here. So sorry for that. And then we can save, and then now design this part here, whereby you can say class name like that. Then you can give it flex call like that, and then lastly we can have line cramp of 1. Okay, and then for this for this link here, we can have some custom classes or some dynamic classes, whereby we'll be using cn, and then we import cn coming from lib like that. Then inside here we can start by having over underline like that, then comma, then a comma, and then inside here we can say if the audio is playing, we'll be having some string. So you can have string and say text primary. So for now we don't have the condition, so we'll be having that part later on. And then for the author here, you can give it the following texts, or maybe now can actually remove this tag here like that, and then you can give this one the following class name like that. Then for the class name it will be having text of neutral 400 and then line cramp of 1. Okay, so for this p tag here, actually the audio, that is this link for the title, and then for the author they should be in one tag. So I just move them into one tag, and also here I can just, okay, so maybe here I can just remove this part here. So we'll be having this part later on when the audio is playing. I'll be showing that is the we'll be showing that is text of primary. Okay, so here now you can see what we have right here. So can be able to navigate to the user here, and also this one can navigate to the song. So great. And maybe this one also you can add hover, underline, okay, like that. So for the next part will be actually be showing just two things inside a div. So that is inside this div we'll be showing the icon. So let me just show you. So we actually three things. We will be showing this icon, and that that is the duration, and then the last part here to actually open that drop down there. So this div will be having the following classes like that. So giving it flex, item center, and a gap of 2. Okay, and then in here we can have that is the icon. So for the icon it will be io, that is io add, that is io add what, okay, add circle outline. So here it is, actually not that one, io. So let me just write it, maybe you can have the autocomplete. Add circle outline. So let me just copy the name. So maybe it is coming from io5. Let me check. io5. So let's see if that one will solve that, and then you can give it the following class name, that is size of something like 5, like that. Then after that we'll be having a p tag. That one will be to show the duration. So you can say audio dot duration. Okay, so for the duration you can use ChatGPT to actually generate the duration that we have. So let me just copy what I have here. So for the duration you can have it inside lib, okay, inside utils here. So you can have it just inside here. So I use ChatGPT to generate this one. So whereby if you don't have the duration all the seconds, we just showing this part here, that is 00, and then you can start by actually defining and having the minutes, seconds, and everything else. So you can use ChatGPT to generate the best format that you think that that you can use. So then I'll be importing it inside here like that. Then now I can try to auto import it coming from lib, and then I just save. And then after that, now I will be having the last icon, which will be bi dot, that is bi dot horizontal. Okay, then we can have class name, so that is a size of 5, and then having opacity, that is opacity of 0, that is opacity of 0, and then group hover, like that. Then we'll be showing opacity of 100, so you can hover and see if you have the correct spelling on every part. And then after that, I can say on hover text of white, and then if you haven't hovered on it, we can have that is text of neutral 400. Okay, then you can save. So now we are done with the design part. So for the next part, we'll be dealing with the functionalities. That is something like adding to favorite, or adding to playlist, so some things like that. So let's see if they have finished saving. So here, so that is group hover. So now it is done. So yeah, like this. So great. So now let's meet on the next part of the video. As also I'll also be fixing this part. I don't know what is going on this part, so we'll also be fixing that part. Okay, so let's meet on the next part of the video. So before we continue, I would like to fix a few things before we work on our hover and the functionality. So let me just hide my terminal. So that is inside our playlist, inside our page that I said we have this issue right here. The issue was that when I copied this component here, I did not edit this part here, so which should be playlist, like that, which would fix the issue. Okay, so now you can close that one, and then on our sidebar here, I would like us to create a component naming it hint, that is hint dot tsx. Using RIFC, we have the snippet. Sorry, I want to hide my sidebar, like that. So this hint is going to accept a few props. So let me just copy the prop that it will be accepting instead of just writing all of them. So there they are. So I will be explaining all these props when we'll be building this part here. So you can search for tooltip, that is tooltip inside that is inside our Shadcn Ui. So tooltip, right there it is. So when you hover, you can see what we have right here, and then you will be using it here to show this hover here and also here. So when you add to liked song, and also more options for sorry by, something like that. So so we can start by copying the imports like that, and then also we can copy the tag itself, so like that. So for the demonstration part here, we can accept the props first, and then here we can say something like hint props. Okay, so for the hint props we can accept children like that, then we'll use children as tooltip. So for this part here it was hover, so for us we'll use the children as tooltip. So that means we'll be using this hint as this hint as a tag. So you can save, and then now we'll be working on this part just in a bit, designing it to look the way we want it to look. So when you come inside here, that is inside, okay, that is inside AudioFlex. So you can also close this one. That is inside AudioFlex. Scroll up, whereby we have this icon right here. So on this part here, I'll be using hint. You can have hint here, whereby you can say hint, which will be a tag like that, and then you can move these two inside here, and then import hint right there. So now you should be having hint right there. So just separate the two. Then I'll be importing this from components, like that, components like that. So for the component, you can see it is missing of type label. So for the label, we have it, so you can just save it like that. So for the label, you can see we have the that is the content here, which is the label. So you can leave it like that for now. And then inside here now, so let's see if they have finished saving. So it is done. So let's see. So now it is done. So now you can see when you hover, you can see the tooltip. So that's how we'll be using it. So for our case here, so we'll be using this this trigger as child, then we have a prop here which is child, which is optional. We won't be passing any children any as child, so you can just leave it so, but in case you pass it, you can have as child right there. And then after that you have the content. So in case you want to change the content, as the content, so here first I think we should have all the props before we render them. So there we have as child, and also here we have something like label like there, and then also we have side, and also we have align, that is align, and also we have class name. So as I was saying, if you want to change something on our content, which is something like bg, you can use that is class name right here. So you can pass class name, and then you'll be able to edit this part here. Okay, then here for this part here, which will be inside a tag like that, we'll be using that is the label like that. Then this label, you can give it the following class name. We make sure you have something like font of semi-bold like that. So, and also here for on the tooltip part here, you can also add something like delay, that is delay duration. So this one is not a must, but you can add it if you want, which will be, you can give it something like 0 like that to avoid a lot of delays. And also we have the side. So for the side also, it is going onto our sidebar here, which you can say side, which will be side, and then also you can say align. So for the align, you can see here we have the align, which for the align you can see them here, which is the start, center, and then end. And then for the position, that is coming from the top, which we are using right here. And then here also we have something like bottom, and then left, and then right. So here now we can have the align, that is the align, like that. And then now we can come here, and then here we can pass the label. So here we can say label here, whereby it will be a dynamic template to make sure that it is a string, whereby you can say play, and then we have the audio, the name of the audio, something like that. And then you can have the name of the artist or the author, which here in our case is author, like that. So now we have the hint. So just in a bit after it finishes saving, you can see be able to see that is the hint. And then also we'll be using the hint also on our case here to show this part and also this part. So you can have it onto this part here. And then this part here, I actually forgot to have the classes for it. So actually it will be inside a button. So let us have the button. Then you can import the button from UI, and then I just change it, something like that. Then I will come down here, and then I just move the, sorry for that, I just move the icon inside there. And then I can have the following class name, which would be opacity of 0. And then on hover can have opacity of 100. Then we can continue. Actually this one should be group, something like that. And then we can continue and say dark, and then we say hover text white, then we say dark, then we give it something like text of something like white, actually neutral 400, and then you can have it disabled text neutral 500, something like that. So that should hide the so here you can also be able to see the authors. Now when you hover, you can be able to see Play Helplessly by Tatiana, and also here Play Hello by Adele. So great. So can continue now. So on this part here, I have also mentioned that we'll be having the hint. So here we can have the hint. So it will be inside, this button will be inside the hint, like that. Then here you can have the class name. Sorry, not the class name, actually it is the label like that, which can also be something like, actually can have it as dynamic like that. So let's have it here, whereby we can say dynamic template, thereby we can say add to playlists. Okay, so add to playlists actually can start by having add to liked songs first. So I'll be showing these two, be showing added to playlist, the one that I had earlier, and added to liked song. So this will be based if the user has liked the song or not. So basically when you come here, you can be able to see this one is showing to, is showing add to playlist, and then here is showing to add to liked songs. Okay, so we'll be having some kind of that there, and then you can save. And then for these two here, we need to have the hint for that. I think also, I don't know if it is also inside a button, so it is not inside a button. So also this button here should also be having a variant, because you can see now it is having a BG, and I don't want it to have a BG. So you can say size of icon, and then here you can have variant of something like, okay, link, then you can save. Okay, so then also you can have the hint for this part here. So then what I will doing here, we can say for this part hint here, you can say label, which will be actually dynamic template. You can say more options for, then we have the name of the song, then you can have the name of the artist. Okay, then you can save. So now can you see, now we don't have that is the button, and also here you can be able to see this part here. So great. So now we can worry about the functionalities. So to worry about the functionality, the first thing we need to do is actually make sure that we actually see if the playlist, if the user actually if the user has liked the playlist, basically if the user has the liked playlist. So remember, we should be having the liked playlist specifically, whereby so let me just show you, like create, okay, something like sidebar, so not slider but sidebar. So when you come inside here, so not here, so actually you haven't created liked playlist. So when you'll be creating liked playlist here, we'll be actually be giving it, so let me just show you inside here, that is for the folder, that is for the folder folder ID, we'll be giving it liked ID. So for this part here, it is very important, because we'll be using this folder ID to fetch the liked playlist. So to do that, the first thing we need to make sure is that we have the user. You can say const, then we destructure the user, which will be coming from user coming from next at crack next, there it is. Then here you can have spacebar, then you can say user, like that. And then to continue, I think maybe we can start by checking if you have the liked playlist. So we can say const liked playlist. So here we are checking if you have liked playlists, whereby you'll be checking it using find method. So you can say playlist dot find, like that. So inside here you can start by having a single liked playlist, like that. And then here now we can check liked playlists if it's the same, if liked playlist dot, if liked playlist dot folder id is the same as so it's the same as something like liked songs, okay, like that. So, and also we need to make sure that this liked playlist is of our user here, because we need to make sure that this user is the one who has these liked playlists. So we can have an and operator, whereby you can say liked, and that is like.user id is the same as user.id. So then after that we need to see if is liked. So we need to see if the audio itself is liked. So we can say const is liked. So here we'll be using filter, whereby you can say playlist, that is playlist dot filter. Then you can destructure the individual liked song, like that. And then inside here is whereby now we'll be saying, and actually code is correct, so I think it is correct. So here we can check first. So let me just collapse this part here, this part here. So you can see liked song, then we destructure the individual liked song, whereby you can say liked song dot folder id is equals to liked song, okay, and then liked song dot user id is the same as user dot id, so it is correct. Then you need to use sum to make to find the audio array, which is of type that is of type string array, whereby you can say dot sum, okay. Then we destructure the individual. So this is actually liked playlist, playlists, actually something like that. Then here this is liked song, can say audio, like that. Then here now we can check if the audio is the same as audio.id, or maybe, so here dot playlist, okay. Then here, instead of doing it this way, you can say audio dot that is audio. So for this part here, actually I need to explain this part, is very important, because now we have the individual playlist. Then this individual playlist, inside there it has that is audio, that is liked audio dot audio, okay. So which is basically an array, which you need to check if this audio id remember here we have our audio. If this audio ID is inside this array, okay, so when you hover you'll be able to see this one is an array. Okay, so for that you need to check using includes. Okay, then you pass in the audio, that is the audio ID, that is the audio ID as an argument. Okay, so you can save that part there. So now we'll be writing a function to make sure that now we can create that is liked playlists. Okay, so this one here you can say const add to liked. Okay, something like liked audio, like that. Then you need to have a start transition, whereby I can say const, whereby I can say is pending, comma, then you can say start transition, then we import transition coming from, that is React. So here it is, like that. So now we need to use transition inside here, then here we missed an equals. Then inside here now we have that is the liked playlist. So we need to check if we have the liked playlist. So the first thing we need to do, we need to say if we don't have the liked playlist, that is the liked playlist, if we don't have the liked playlist is when we would like to create our liked playlist. Okay, so you can use that transition. Okay, whereby it will be an async. Then inside here we'll be using await, then we can use create playlist. Okay, like that. Then now here we can pass a few things, so you can check inside that is, so here remember we have the that is the create playlist, so you can check what you need to pass to create playlist here, whereby the first thing is the, so let me copy, so then I just comment on them. So the first thing we need to pass is the name of the playlist, whereby I can say liked songs. Okay, and then we need also to have a comma, sorry, we need to have a comma and also have that is have the folder, that is the folder ID. As I explained, we'll be giving it something like liked songs, or you can say audio also. And then the last thing we need is the URL, okay, which will be giving it an empty string, because the that is the liked song will not be having the we won't be having any that is the any image or any thumbnail, because it will be like this. Okay, so here now we can use dot, then okay, whereby we can have now we can have the toaster. So for the toaster it will be something a bit of the a different thing. So can import the toast coming from Sona. So let me move this part here. So it will be something different. So when you come onto our home page here, then maybe you can head over to, you can try to play this here, this one here, then we try to add it to liked song. So you can see here you have different kind of toasts here, whereby we have this, actually it is a component, so we want to create this simple component right here. So inside here for this toast, it will be inside parentheses, whereby inside here we'll be having the first thing, which will be a div. Okay, and then inside here is whereby we're going to have that component. So on our sidebar here, I just create another component which will be calling it liked icon. Okay, .tsx, and you can have rafce. So we hide my sidebar, then can import this one here, import it, that is from dot stroke. So here just changing this one to this one like that. Then when you come inside here, we can give this div the following class name. So you can check the documentation of Sona to see how this one is done, but basically it will be like that. Whereby will be having a div, and then inside here we'll be having an icon, that is will be the icon that we'll be creating, and then here we'll be having flex, item center, and a gap of 4, and then we'll be passing something to this liked icon, which will be icon class name, which will be actually the size, and just say class name. For now it is not accepting any, but here you can just give it size of 4, because you already know what size class name does. So it is the same concept. And then since we are done with that part, we'll be having the cache now. For the cache now, here we'll be just toasting dot error. Maybe you can just say something went wrong. Then we make sure we console log that, we make sure you console log the error like that. So you can save. So for this one here, we'll be using it, that is inside our, is actually here for this hint here. So let me see how I used it. Actually I used it, I did use it inside, that is, okay, I used it when someone clicked this this icon here. Okay, but we can use it here. Then we can have it there. Then here we can say is disabled. Actually, if it is pending. Okay, then also we can have the pending part. So on any other button that you have, but we don't have any button that we have. So whenever we click this part here, we'll be creating another playlist for the liked song. Okay, So first, now we can create this icon here so that we can have the toaster. So inside here, the first thing we can do is accept the icon class name. Okay, sorry, so this is should be, and then we can have it like that. So that is icon class name, and then it is of type string. And then now actually also be having another type that will be having it later on, which won't be using it any other time, but it is actually for your own use if you want to change the div class name. Okay, because I want to have to make sure this component is actually very much reusable. Okay, so inside here we can have this, and then also it will be of type string also. Okay, and then now let me just have the two import that we'll be having, that is cn and one icon, which is a heart icon, like that. And then inside here now we'll be having the class name, which is actually a dynamic one, whereby we'll be using cn, which you already have. And then for the first class names we can have bg, which will be bg of gradient, that is top, that is to bottom right, like that. And then we'll be having from, that is from, I'll be giving it from custom one. So I got this one from that is from Spotify. So we can have hash, and then we can have 4, then we can have 3, 0, 3, capital F, and then last we can have 5, and then we can have 2 custom one also, whereby we can have hash, we can have B, F, and then A, D, actually last will be having 8, something like that. And then also giving it shadow of Excel. Then you can continue and have flex, and also item center, and then justify center, and then rounded MD. Okay, and then you can have a comma, and then also give the div class name. So then here we'll be having the heart icon, which will be having a text of white, and then you can remove the text of Excel there. Okay, so it will be actually that simple. Then div class name. So for the div class name, you can have it as optional. Okay, actually you can have them as both optional, because actually it is not a must that you actually pass both of them. So because as it is complete. Okay, and then you can leave it like that. So now we have the icon, which is this one here, and then also we have the function. So also just in a moment we'll also be having this part here, that is the else part. So the else part is whereby this condition is not met. Basically when this condition is basically when this condition is false. So we'll be actually be having another one whereby we'll be so let me see, whereby we'll be just adding the audio to the playlist. So I'm waiting for this part here to finish loading so that we can test this part, and then after that now we can try to add any audio. So just give it a moment to finish loading. So I don't know if I have to pause the video so that it can finish loading, because sometimes it's actually tiresome to wait for this one to finish loading. So it is done. So it is finished loading. So let's see if this part here have any issues. So it is also has the issues, its own issues. So let me just pause and then we can test just in a moment. Okay, let me just pause the video for now, just for a moment. So let's continue. Actually have finished loading. So it was actually that is the flash reload that I had here. So actually nothing wrong with the code, so it's just the development process issues. So here I have this part here that is liked icon. So here for the liked icon I gave it that is size of 4, and also actually for this part here I lied when I said they both can be optional. So let us have them as actually a must that you must have. And then here now we can have that is div class name. So that is because we also for the icon to have a better appearance, we need also to give this div class name some size. Okay, so we'll be giving it that is size of 10, and then after that we can say that is added to that is added to liked songs. Okay, then you can save. So let's see as it finishes saving, and then now we can test. As also you should also be preparing your that is your studio, so that we can check if the playlist will come here. So you can add it here by heading over to playlists. Okay, like that. So we have only 2 playlists that we created earlier. So here I just click add on either of these 2. So now you can see added to playlist, and also you can see how beautiful the icon is. Okay, and then here you can refresh and see if you get the audio. So if you get the playlist. So here is the playlist. For the important part is this one here, to make sure that this part here is liked song. Okay, so great work. So now we have our first part here is actually liked. So we need to change between the 2. So when you come here, so let me check something. So we need to navigate between the two here. So for the 2 here we need to have something else. So basically for this part here, actually here actually it wasn't, I thought I could give this button the same thing, but if I give this button this on click here, that means I will need to have another button so that we can have a turn array, so that we can show that is the other icon here. So this icon when the user has liked the song. Okay, so for that case we need to use the icon so that you can be able to click, or if you want you can have the turn array itself. Okay, with the two buttons. Okay, so for me I just use the one icon, and then here I will say is liked, so make sure you are having is liked. Okay, so if it is liked, I will be showing another icon. So let me just duplicate this one here, then we'll be having if it is not liked, then we'll be showing this part here. Okay, so now let me just copy the name of the icon that we'll be having. So this one here, then we importing it from VS, here it is, and then you have it as size of 5, and then also giving it a text of primary. Okay, like that. Then you can save, and then this one you can move it to the top there. Okay, so now this part here should change to the other icon because the audio is liked. Okay, if it is not, that means we have a bit of an issue. So before we continue, we should make sure of this part. So actually I made a mistake because I did not add the ID. So here when you come here, you can see this part here is not doesn't have the ID. So let me just delete it, and then we can try once more. Because on our case here, let me hide the terminal. So here at the playlist, create playlist, here I should also be having the audio. So that means I should be passing the audio ID, comma, and then you say audio, that is dot ID. Okay, then now can save. So now let it save, then now we can try once more. So as it saves also, we can also be having this part here, because now we know it is working, because now we have been able to create the playlist. So here I'll be moving this part inside here, that is inside this transition, instead of having two transitions inside there, then these two inside here. Okay, so that is if it is not if it is not liked, then this will happen, and then if it is liked, then we'll be adding the audio. So to do that, I'll open my sidebar here. Inside actions, I will create another one whereby I say add audio. Okay, like that, dot ts. Okay, then I'll head inside here, then I'll just copy everything inside here, and then I just paste everything inside here, then hide my sidebar. So then this one we can change it to add audio. Okay, like that, then you can save. And then now maybe you can try this part here now. So this is crack issue. So you can try refreshing once more. I don't know what is going on with this part here. So actually I don't know what is going on with crack, so that is why I also had that refresh earlier. So let's continue for now, and then now we can fix the issue just in a bit. So here you can just also copy this part here, paste it here, then this one will be add audio, okay, coming from our actions like that. And then for our case here we'll be passing the audio ID as it is, but here we'll be passing other two things, which the first one will be the playlist like that, and also we'll also be passing liked, that is liked playlist like that. So we'll be passing those three things, and then for the rest of the things are okay. Then we need to come inside our add here, then this one here will be compulsory, and then for this URL here we don't need to have it. And then for the title here we need to pass the playlists, okay, that is the playlist, which will be of type playlist array like that. So this playlist coming from that is from from Prisma like that. And then also this part here we need to have right, so let me just copy the name here, so this one here, so you can hover and see what that is the actually the that is the type, so you can see is of type playlist. So then also you can come inside here and have it as type playlist, that is playlist like that. And then now what will be changing just the variable inside here, but first I would like us to test this part here and see if we will be having any issues now. Okay, so you can see for the part is disabled now. So now you can see added, and then the icon changed. Okay, and then when you come inside here you should be having this part here, so that is liked, and also you have the that is the that is the ID of the audio. Okay, so great. So that means whatever we did is working. So now what I would like us to do now is actually edit that playlist. So to edit that playlist the first thing we need to do is get the list of the list of this audio, all these IDs. Okay, so first thing we'll be doing, we'll be coming here and say const audio list. Okay, which will be playlists dot, and then we say filter. Yeah, okay, then inside here we have playlist, that is playlist. Okay, and then inside here we say playlist dot, that is dot ID is the same as, so actually here I forgot to do something, so let me check something here. So here we weren't passing the liked playlist. Here we should be passing that is a liked playlist dot id, because now we have the users, that is the users, sorry, that is the users, okay, that is the users liked playlist. So we have its id now, so we were passing that, we were supposed to pass that id here. And then also we should also be having this part as also undefined. Okay, then this one now should be a string, and then this one you can say playlist id instead of what that is liked playlist. Okay, and then here now you can say that if the playlist id dot id is the same as playlist, that is playlist id here. So if it is the same, what we'll be doing, we'll be using that is flat map, whereby we'll be saying, so let me just collapse this part here like that, and then I'll collapse once more, whereby I can say dot flat map, then I extract the individual, that is the individual audio. Okay, so we have the audio, so you can just say a, and then I say if the so what I do, I flat map. Basically what flat map does basically, basically flat map the array. So you can hover and see what it does basically. So scroll down, so you can see it calls undefined callback function on each element of an array. So basically flat map the result into a new array. So that is what I mean by flat mapping the array. And then after that now we can do concatenate, that is actually add our that is our audio id onto our that is flat mapped array. Okay, so whereby you can say audio, okay, like that. Then here we can have a question mark, because the playlist is possibly undefined. Okay, and then after that, so that is after that. Now we can come here and make sure that we get the array, we get the playlist itself, whereby you can say update instead of create. Then inside here, so that is inside here, whereby we can say where, then comma, whereby now we can say id playlist id. Okay, and then what we are actually editing is the audio itself only, like that. Then here we can have audio list. Okay, so here we seem to have a bit of issues here. So it has type of any, so let's see, type of any. So it should be like that now. Then you can save. So now here, now we have the list. So here I forgot s. So now here also it is correct. So now we can try to add an that is another id here. So I can head back here. So we have two audios. So basically on your case you should also have another audio. So to test this, So I hope this part works. So I don't see any issues. Basically here you are filtering and getting the users liked that is like liked playlists, and then we are flat mapping to get a new array, and then we are concatenating that array with our own audio, and then replacing the audio that we have inside our database with the new that is with the new audio list. Okay, so I hope it is finished. So now we can try to do this part here. You can click this plus icon for the second one, and then you can see both items now we have added to liked song. So when you come here now, you should also have the same you should now have two audios. So you can see now we have two audios, that is two audio IDs. Okay, so great work. So for the next part of the video, so let me just close everything. So let's see for the next part of the audio for the next part of the that is of the tutorial. Maybe before we finish first, maybe we should work on this part here. Basically here you can see we have this liked part here. So that is because when you head over to playlist card here, that is playlist card here. So let me have the playlists. So when you head on this playlist card here, we need to make sure that we have the icon that we have just created. So here I can say liked, that is liked icon. So I just change this one to at stroke components. So here you should be having forward stroke. Okay, it should be like that. And then here now we should be passing the following types. So the first one here will be passing, that is size, that is for the div, size of 14, and then for the icon class name we'll be passing size of 5. And then now you can save, and then now you can see maybe you can see the changes. So let's see if I have finished saving. So it is almost done. So now we can change this part whereby instead of liked we can have this icon. So and then let's see on large devices here. So now also we have that icon. So great work. So on the next part of the video, maybe for the next part of the video we'll be working on this part here, whereby we'll be having a menu. So actually in this menu here, so when you come inside here, that is inside any playlists, you can open this part here. We'll be having this menu, and also here we'll be having the same menu. Okay, so let's meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So now we would like now to work on our menu. So for the menu, we'll be having two items. So basically, so here let me open a menu here. So here you can see here we have this part here, so whereby we can we have all these options, and also here we have this command, and also we will also be able to open the command through here also when the user has already liked that is the song or podcast, they can also view the item there. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is first work on this on that component that we'll be using to show that drop down. So But first, maybe we can start by changing this part here, so that whenever the user has already liked, we can show what we need to show. So we can say add to liked song. So here we can change this one and say if the user has liked the song. So let me have everything inside curly brackets like that. Then in here I'll be having something like liked song. So here I'm missing a $. Then here I can say if I have that is the user has liked the song. Okay, that is liked what? So okay, something like is liked. Okay, so is liked. So if it is liked, then we'll actually show a string, and if not, we can actually now show the user that they should like the song. Okay, something like that. So here we can say something like add to playlist. Okay, like that. And then this hint here, I need to show it whenever the user has already logged in. So here I just have to say if the user has already logged in, so then after that I can now show that tag. Okay, so the same thing will happen with this one here. So let me just have it here and say if the user has already logged in, then I can show this tag here. Okay, then you can save it like that. Then we need to create two use states. We need to create two use states here. So the first use state here we can create is, we can say const, we can say set. Okay, we can start by having menu open. Okay, then comma, then you can say set menu open. Okay, so like that. Then this one will be coming from React. So let's import this one coming from React like that. And then you can duplicate this one, and then we'll be having another use state here, that is to open, that is the one that we'll be using here. So let's say this one is my audio here. So then I want to edit, then I will be using it to show this modal right here. Okay, then you can come back here, and then now we can have the that is the tag that we'll be using to trigger that modal. Will be okay, that drop down actually. So we'll be creating a component, naming it menu.tsx, and then I can hide my sidebar. Then we can use RAFCE. To have the component snippet like that. Then I would like to accept a lot of props here. So let me just copy the props so that we don't have to come back and just actually just write all the props, because there are a few like that. Then I can also copy the others so that we can accept the props here. Okay, so that we don't have to write all of this, because we are just repeating ourselves. So this component will be accepting children, and also it will be accepting is liked, which is a boolean, and then a function which is which will be add to liked. And then here we have another one which is playlist, and then audio, and then liked playlist ID, which will be a string or undefined, and then set open, that will be using to set that is our dialog, so that we can edit the audio. And then this one will be using it to set menu open, and then the same with this one. So here now what we can do, we can import the playlist coming from Prisma like that. So I can save it like that. and then now we can come here. So okay, so we can come here and actually now use the drop down. Okay, so here it will be actually inside here, then we can say menu, and then we can importing it from dot menu, then we can have this inside here. Okay, like that. And then here we'll be accepting a number of props. So but let's first actually use this component right here. So this will be the child that it will be accepting, and then here like that. Okay, so now we can actually pass the prop here or here, and then we can just copy them. Okay, so first we'll be accepting if it is liked. So so here it will be actually what we had here, this one here, that is added to liked audio, and then we'll be having another one audio, which will be audio, and then you can have another one which will not children, because we already have the children, which will be is liked, and then we'll be having another one which is the playlist, which will be liked, that is liked playlist.id, and then we can have another one which is the playlist, which will be the playlist. Okay, then we can continue and have the menu, which will be open menu, then set open, which will be set open menu, then we can have another one here which is set open. Okay, that one there. So actually now for these three props, actually all these two can so let me have them like this. So these props we can copy them, which will be reusing them here right there. So here we have an issue, that is press prefer to the type used as a value here. Okay, here I think it is playlists, something like that, and something like that. Okay, and then here it is saying type boolean or stroke undefined. So here let's see what we are accepting here. So here we can change this one to undefined. Okay, then here this one is stroke undefined. Let's see. Then here also you should make this one also undefined. Okay, so that we can accept both, that is undefined for both, that is for on both ends. So here I was explaining this part right here, whereby because we don't want duplicate, whenever we click, because we are using one state, whenever we click this one or this one, you don't want both that is the both drop down to appear. We want only one drop down to appear. So that's why we'll be only passing these two props to this menu, but not this menu here. Okay, because we don't want any duplicates. Okay, then I will just save it like that. And then the next thing we can deal with is actually designing, so that later on now we can worry about the functionalities that we'll be having inside this inside this menu. So the first thing we'll be doing will be heading to Shadcn, and then here when you scroll down you can see the way you can install that is the component, and then here you can copy all the imports. So here all the imports, copy them like that, and then here you can copy that is the drop down menu, that is everything inside there. Then you can just replace this one with this one. Okay, then here we can accept the children, which will be used to trigger this drop down menu. Okay, and then when you save, now you will be able to actually open this one. So here, inside here, audio flex, inside here you can see here you also have this function here. You can remove it because this one will be using this one only to trigger this menu, but we'll be using this icon to that is to add the audio to that is sorry, that is to like playlist. Okay, can save, and then here you can see we can be able to open this this menu right here. So on the other hand here you can see, so here we'll be working on it, we'll be giving it some size so that it can look better, and then the color. So the first thing we can do is have the classes for this, that is for this drop down menu content, which will actually be giving it, that is a width, custom width, that is a custom width of 280, that is 280 px. And then lastly we can give it some color, that is on dark we can give it, that is a bg, that is a custom bg of hash 28 28 28, that is 328. Okay, and then here you can test also this one, so you can see also this one you can be able to open it. Okay, so here you can see. Okay, then here you can also see that you can be able to open it. So great work. So let's continue. So okay, so there is something that I think we actually don't need, because you can see when you click this part here, you can see we can be able to open it, and also on this part here you can see you can also be able to open it without actually using this menu here. Okay, without also using this menu. So for the menu here, so you can remove these two. Actually I can see that we don't need them actually, and then we can just copy them here. Okay, we can also remove this one, or just actually cut. So control, okay, so also remove this one here, this one here. Okay, then you can save. When you come here, you can also remove this one here. Okay, they're actually not needed because we're actually using a trigger to open and close the modal. Okay, so we actually don't need those two. I don't know why I had them, because when you're using trigger, you actually don't need to pass those props here, that is open and set open. Okay, so let me just close it like that. So here we can continue. Now we have the size and the color. So after that we need to have the drop down menu sub. Okay, that is the drop down menu sub. To have it, you can scroll down here. So for this part here it doesn't have it, and when you scroll up here, so actually scroll down to the end, not that one, I think this one here, not that one, so this one here, I think. Okay, here is the sub. Okay, so the sub is actually when you click this one, and then when you hover on this one here, you can see the sub menu here, the sub drop down menu. Okay, so to use it, you can scroll down here and see the import that you need. You actually need all of these subs here, all these three. Okay, then you can just add them here. And also I think you also be needing this one, then you can also have it here. Okay, and then we can continue, and then can continue. So actually I can actually move all of this, okay, like that. And then we can say, so we can say if you have the user, but first we need to get the user from Clerk. So we can say const, we extract the user, which is coming from user, okay, coming from Clerk. Okay, so here it is, like that. And then now we can say if you have the user, so here you can say, so you can say if you have the user is only when we want to show the following. Okay, okay, inside here. Okay, it will be empty React.js fragment, like that. So here, don't worry about the errors, they will just disappear. Okay, so for this part here, you can see when we were using it inside, that is inside this component here, you are using it like this. So you can either use it like this, or maybe you can also not maybe, but actually you can also use it like this, because if it is null or undefined, basically that means you don't have the user. Okay, but if the user is there, that is if you have the ID, the name, the email, basically if you have the object, that means you are that means you have the user, and then you can show this tag here. Okay, so after that, now we can have the sub, that is the drop down menu sub. Okay, that one there. And then inside here we can have the trigger, what we'll be using it to trigger, what we'll be using to trigger it. So it will be using an icon, which will be f, that is fi plus, coming from coming from fi, so not down there actually. So let me actually import it here. You can say import, and then you can have it there, and then you can say coming from React icon stroke fi. Okay, and then now you can give it the following classes, which will be a size, I don't know, size of what, size of 7, and then also margin right of 2, because after it will be having something like add to playlist. Okay, and then you can save, and then maybe you'll be checking what we have after that. And then after the trigger, after this trigger here, we'll be having the drop down menu portal. So the one that I said will be needing it, so this one here, drop down menu portal, like this, like that. So inside here is whereby we are going to have the drop down menu content. Okay, this one here, like that. So here the main important thing, we need to pass the color, because it is a new content. You can also pass the size if you want, but I'll just be passing the color, like that. And then for the menu, sorry, for the content, it will be actually a command, so also coming from Shadcn. So you can click Ctrl K, and then you can search for command. So this command right here, so you can see when you search something like Reorder, you can be able to search for it. Something like profile, you can see you have it. So we'll be using this one, so you can see how to import it, or how to add it to your UI. But first you can just copy the import, because you already have it. and then you can just paste it there. And then after that we can have this command right here, and then you can just have it inside here. Okay, then also you can save. So for now we don't have it, so let it finish saving. Okay, so here it is. So here it is. You can also be able to see that you can be able also to search, that is for something, for calendar. You can see you can be able to search. So that's how you'll be using it. But also you can check that that is for the background is also having a different background than what you want. So for the color, you can also change it. Can change it inside here, that is inside the command list. Then you can save, and then after that we'll be having the drop down menu item. So here you can see, and then also for the that is for the actually for also the search, that is the command input here. I don't know if it is can accept classes. Okay, it can accept classes. So also you can give it the class that is for the color. Okay, and then we can continue and also have another trigger. Actually I can say so here it did not take the full width. Let's see how we use it here. Okay, for the sub menu content, and then here for the command. So okay, I know what is the issue is. So you can remove this color here, okay, like that, and then this command input will be having it inside the command list. Okay, for the command list, okay, the command input will be inside the command list. Okay, so you can see now that one fixes the issue. So I think also maybe we can have the class name for, if it can accept the class name, maybe we can change the whole of it. So like that, then now we can have something like this. Maybe that one can work, so that inside here now we can have something like so. Okay, so like this now. Okay, so I think this is much better. So inside here we can have the drop down, that is the drop down menu item. Okay, and then inside here we'll be using it to add, that is to add, so you can copy this one here, can use it to add, you can say something like new playlist. Okay, so we'll be using it to create new playlist. So I don't know if we have the playlist, so we don't have the function to create the playlist. We'll be having it later on. So here now you can see we have it. So when you click, it can also close. So you can continue, and then you can remove all of the okay, you can remove this one. So you already have another group there, you can remove that one, and then when it is empty, and for the group now, for the group, that is for the group on our case, so you can remove this one here. Okay, so for our case we'll be using it to actually show the playlist that we have. So for that case for that case we can filter this playlist to get the playlist that is except the liked playlist. Okay, or maybe okay, maybe we can filter it to get the playlist except the liked playlist. Okay, I think that is much better because we are actually adding the liked. You can add the to liked from here. Okay, so when you click this one, you can just add it from other. You can only add it to other playlists. Okay, so for that case we'll be using it to we'll be using a filter. So you can say filtered, that is filtered playlists, which will be equal to playlists, okay, dot filter, sorry, that is dot question mark dot filter. Okay, then we can just have the autocomplete, which will be playlists. So we can just have something like lists instead of playlists to differentiate between the two. Then you can say if playlist dot folder id is equal to, so okay, something like that. Okay, so you make sure that this pairing is correct, because if it is not, you are going to get the wrong kind of information. Okay, then now we can use this one to map over that is to our items here. Okay, and then this one here you can just remove it, you don't need it. So here we can say dot map. Okay, then we extract the individual lists. Okay, then inside here we can actually have the item. Okay, then what will be rendering here will be that is the list dot, let's see, dot name. Okay, then you can save. So let's see what we will get, so that we can so that we know how we can continue. So okay, so here we made a mistake. So here we said equal, actually we say if it is not equal to playlist. Okay, if it is not equal to liked song. Okay, so that we can get these two actually. Okay, except this one for the liked. Okay, so now you can see how it is. So you can see here, I don't know if you can be able to see the part here, which is the hover part. I don't know if you can be able to see it. Okay, on this part here. So let me zoom in a bit. So you can see here, you can be able to see that you are hovering on something, but here you don't actually see anything. So with that case, what you can do, you can scroll down here inside this. So let's also check if it can also filter. So here you can say something like W, so it is perfect. So inside this command item, first what you can do, we can actually pass the key, which will be the list.id, and then we can use a div inside here. Okay, Okay, whereby you can say class name. Okay, class name will be having something like width or full, and then giving it cursor pointer, there it is. And then we have on hover, we say dark, so we said dark, so dark bg, light dark. Okay, so that's perfect. So after that, when you hover now, you'll be able to see something, and also will be able to see that you're hovering on something. Okay, so that we can use this, we can actually use this item to actually add our, that is our audio to this playlist. Okay, so now after that, we'll be actually be having this list.name inside a p tag. We'll be having it inside a p tag, and then this p tag will be giving it one class name, which will be margin left of 2, or actually 3. So let's continue before it finishes saving. And then after that, we can actually now use this div, whereby you can say on click, so not on can pray, but on click. On click, inside here we'll be having an arrow function. Then we pass the function here, which is said add to playlists. I don't know if we have it. We don't have it. Okay, actually we'll be creating this part here later on, so let's just have it like that. And then also here, so let me just copy this one so that we don't forget. And then here, that is add a new playlist. Here you can also have this one also. Okay, so after that, so that is after the sub here. That is after this sub here, we'll be having something, if it is liked. So here you can say if it is liked, then we'll be showing something, and if it is not liked, we'll be also showing something. Okay, so let's first worry about showing what will be showing whenever it is not liked, when it is liked, sorry. So you can say duplicate this one like that. Then here we'll be showing, that is the drop down item. Okay, and then inside here we'll be showing an icon that we already have here, this icon right here. And then we need to import it right there. So make sure you have this icon. So there it is. And then after the icon, so that is after the icon, will be showing something like remove from that is removed from your liked songs, okay. And then because we are having text after icon, we'll be showing margin right of 2. That is margin right of 2, okay. And then if it is not liked, let me just copy this one here and then duplicate it here. Then you can just open it like that, and then instead of showing this vs that is vs pass field, you can show something like io add circle outline, that one there. So make sure you have this. So there it is. Then here we'll be showing save to your liked songs. Then you can save after. So that is after this turn array here. After this turn array here, we'll be also showing something else instead. If this audio belongs to the current logged in user, so here we can say user dot id if it is equal to audio dot user id, then we can show the following, okay. So that will be the drop down menu here, which will be the drop down menu that is so that one will be inside an empty Reactjs fragment, because there will be 2 of them, okay. So the first one will be drop down menu item, and then inside there I will be having an icon. So let me just copy the icon so that we can import it. So here it should be drop down menu, that is drop down menu. Then here you can have the icon, then we can try to import the icon coming from so here the icon is so there it is. Then here you can make sure that this spelling is correct, then this one there, okay. Then after the that is after the icon, we'll be showing we'll be actually having, that is edit audio, okay. And then we'll be having the disabled. For now we can just leave it like that, but we'll be having the disabled later on. But on our case here, we'll be having an on click, but instead of saying add to liked, we'll be having an arrow function, which will be using it to set open to true, which will be setting up the modal to true. And then you can duplicate this one here, and then here we'll be having the section to delete audio, okay. Then this one will be md delete, okay, coming from md, that is React icon stroke md. So there it is. So here it is. So make sure you have all of these imports, and then also for this one that we copied from that is Shadcn, okay. And then the last thing that we'll be having just after that is just after this, basically if the user is logged in or if the user is not logged in, we'll be showing So here that will be drop down menu item. Okay, then inside here will be showing an icon which will be pi list plus, coming from that is React icon stroke pi. So we can actually import it. Pi like that. So make sure you have this icon and make sure that you don't have any errors. And then after this, so that is line 119. Okay, so this one here, so also here you can actually make sure this one is actually required. Okay, make sure this is actually required so that you don't have this error here that you're invoking, which is possibly undefined. But in any case, if you want it to be undefined, you can add a question that is a question mark just before this parenthesis here, and then the error will just disappear. Okay, but in our case we can actually make sure it is required because we are actually passing it on either end. Okay, and then here we can give this icon the following classes. And then here we can have margin right of 2 and then give it a size of 7. And then after that we can say add to queue. Okay, then for this one here, because we seem still to get the error, then now you can just save. Okay, so mine is actually taking just a bit of a second because of prettier. Okay, but we shouldn't be getting any errors. Okay, line 119. So actually don't have one, we don't have 119. So just give it a moment on my end here to finish saving. Maybe you can just cancel for now, then try once more. So now let's see if it will finish saving. So it's actually done. So now you won't be having any errors because now it is actually having a fresh reload because of that error that we had earlier. Okay, so for this one is actually because of my actually my editor, because actually it is slow a bit. But if you on your case you're having the same issue, you can hit control, that is control P, and then you can add a greater icon just after that, just like searching, then you can just hit that is developer reload window. Okay, window, and then your window will just refresh and you won't be having these errors. Okay, so on my end I don't want to do that because it will take a few seconds to reload, and actually the code is actually working on our end here. So So you can do that if you want to fix that issue. So on the next part of the video, we'll be worrying about how we can actually open this modal, and then also worry about how we can add the audio to our playlist, and also how we can create a new playlist which you have already done, and then with other things that we will be doing just to make sure this component is complete. So here you can actually now see we have all of this, and then here so on this part here it is not actually working as I expected. So let's say something like 2. Okay, so that one is working. And then here we have this one here, so you can change this icon to red to show danger. You can also give it something like text of red 500. Okay, okay, and then you can save. So my editor is a bit slow, so let us continue from there, but make sure you give this one a text of red 500, and then this icon will actually be red. Okay, and so that we can so on the next part of the video we'll be working on what we have talked about. So let's continue from there. So let's continue. So here I made a mistake here. So here for this tag here I was missing an n, so that's why I was having an error on that part. And also for this that is for this icon here, I gave it that is red, text of red, but it should not have been this one, it should have been this one. Okay, so sorry for that. And also you can remove this one here, whereby we'll be using a function here. So we'll be creating that function during this video. So, and also there is this part here which I have just corrected. So here we had this div. So here what I did, I just put this command item inside that div. So actually earlier, so let me show you. Earlier it was like this. Earlier it was like this, but for now now it should be like this. Okay, because we want in such a way that when you hover you can be able to see what you are hovering on, and also you can be able to click. Okay, so it should be like that now. And then here we can remove everything that we are not using from here, and also this one, and then these two, like that. And then you can create a hook, or you can just copy the one that we have here. So this one here, that is use transition, then you import it from that is React. So make sure you have this import right there. So for every place that we'll be using a function, we can have something like is pending. Okay, or we can have the pending. If that is disabled, then we can say is pending. Okay, like that. So then we can also copy it. So for this one here, you cannot have is pending that is inside this div here. So let's see if the group can be disabled. Let's say disabled, so it cannot be disabled. So I'll leave it like that, and then you also can maybe check if this one can be disabled. Okay, this one can be disabled, so you can disable it. You can just disable it like that, and then there is also this part here. And actually also this one here. For this one here, we'll be using it to remove from your liked playlists. So you can also have it like that, and also that one, and also this one here, and then lastly this one. So there is this part here which you already have the function which you passed it from, that is audio card flex, so you can use it here. So that is after pending, we can say on click, then you can say add to liked. Okay, so we already have this one here. So when you come to your when you go to your props, you can see you have added to liked. Okay, and then now we can create our playlist. So when you open our modal here, we have new playlist here. So now we can create a new playlist. You can say create playlists. Okay, then you can say const create, then so remember we have the same function. You can search for something like create, so remember we have that function somewhere. Okay, you can just collapse these two, then also collapse this one, and then also this one here, and also this one. I don't know if it is this one. So here we have the create playlist, so you can scroll up here. So here we are passing it from the sidebar. So can you also collapse the library, and then you can come to that is to our create here. So here you can see we have that is create. So what you can do, you can just copy that is the start transition part here. Okay, so for all of this transition here, copy it and then close it, then you can remove it, and then you can hide our sidebar, then you can have it inside here. Okay, so what we need to do is just import create playlist, which will be coming from our actions. Okay, or maybe you can just copy the import from here, that is create here. Okay, so after that, here it is expecting three things. So first, for the name, we are going to pass audio dot title. Okay, and then for that is for the next thing here, we'll be passing, so let's see, create playlist. So it is expecting four things. For the first one, you already gave it. For the folder ID, we are going to give it an empty string. So let's import the toasts. So we don't have the toast from Sona. So here it is. And then And then here what we need next is image URL. For the image URL here we can give it, we're going to be giving it something like audio dot image, actually should be thumbnail, okay. Then after that we are going to be passing audio dot id, okay. So here I don't know why you are getting this error, something like on click does not exist on Typescript, okay. So this one here I made a mistake, it should be on click, okay. So this is amazing fact about using Typescript, so that you know which prop are expected in each component, okay. So here you have already passed whatever is needed. So to create new playlist, we can copy it, then we can come and use it here. There it is. Then you can save. So when as it finishes saving, we can continue, and then for the next one that we'll be creating, that is add to playlist, okay, which you can say const add audio, okay. Or maybe you can say add audio to playlists, okay. And then so for this part here it will be we'll be using this function onto our lists. So that is our command list here. So here we are expected to pass a few things. So let's see what you are passing. So like this, so we'll be passing the first one will be, that is list.id, comma, and then also we'll be having list.name, then also we'll be having list.audio, okay. Okay, so something like that. And then after that, so it has already finished saving. So here you can click on that is new, okay. So now you can see playlist created, and then here you can see the playlist, okay. So now that part is working. So let me just close this one here, and then here now we can accept this. So we accepted the ID, which will be of type string, comma, and then also we accepted the name, which will be of type string, comma, and then also we accepted that is the playlists dot playlist audio, which will be audio in an actually it won't be audio, but it will be string, that is string type of, that will be an array of type string, because we are only be having the audio, that is the audio IDs, okay. And then now the first thing you can do inside here is first check if this audio that we are having here, so here that is the list.audio, okay. So so remember here on our props here we have this audio, you you need to make sure that this audio that doesn't exist, or you need to check if it actually exists onto our playlist. That is the playlist that we have here. So you can say const and say is, can say is added. Then we can say playlist, actually that is playlist audio includes, and then here we can just only pass the, you can pass the audio.id. So this one will return a boolean because here we are passing the audio, just checking if it exists inside this array here. Okay, if it does exist, so if it does exist, we are going to say if added, then we'll be saying something like toast. So let me close this one here. We'll be saying audio, then title this already added to, then we'll be having the name here. So that's great. So we can continue and say and then here we can just maybe just use this one here. Okay, can use this transition here, and then we can work it out to what we need. So on our case, we already have the added audio, so you can search for, that is add audio. So for add audio, we are expected to pass three things, that is playlist ID and audio. Okay, so change this one to add audio. Okay, coming from that is action stroke ID. Okay, just like that. And then for all of these we can just remove them. Okay, and then the first thing we'll be adding is the playlist, then the ID, that is the playlist ID, and then last three, that is the audio ID. Okay, then you can just save, and then that this part here will be saying, you can remove all of this, you can say added to, you can say added to, then we can have the name, that is the name of the playlist, something like that. Okay, maybe you can say, maybe you can start by having, that is audio dot title, you can say added to, and then you can have the name. Okay, so let's give it a moment to save, then we can try that one. Okay, so for the next part, I think because we already have, we'll be having, that is the part to delete the audio. Maybe first what we can do, we can have the part of unliking the audio. Okay, so here we can say unlike, then you can say const unlike. Okay, then the first thing we'll be doing is actually by using just the transition. So I just be pasting the transition that we had earlier. Okay, that is for the transition that we had earlier. So for this part here, we actually don't have it, but first I want to test this part here before we go we dive in that into that deep. Okay, so for that part I'll be using it here. So for this part here, that is for the part add audio to playlists. Okay, so for this part here, you can see that we already have one song. So that is because on this part here, that is this part here, when we created, we did pass our audio ID. So when we create a playlist, we pass that audio to that playlist. So this is the same situation that happens with Spotify, the list Spotify, because when that is when you create a playlist using an audio, like that case that we have here, that audio is usually added to that playlist. Okay, and then for this part here, we actually don't have the name, so playlist name created. Okay, so here you should be saying, here we should be saying audio.title then created. Okay, then now you can save, and then now we can test this part here. Now you can come here, then we can add it to, so here you can see we have hello, so that is the audio that we created, the playlist that we created here. So we can try to add it to maybe playlist 1. Okay, so you can see everything is disabled, and then you can see here now we have the added audio. So you can see this part here was validated successfully. Okay, so that is great. So for the next part would be to unlike the audio. Okay, so I hope you have understood why we added the audio here when we created the playlist. Okay, so because when you come inside here, you can see here we have a conditional audio, and then here if we have the audio, we pass that audio inside an array, because this is an empty playlist. That means we don't have any other audio. That basically means we are having the first audio, the one that we have used to create the playlist. So let's now unlike. Okay, for the unlike part, here we'll be using server actions. So here actions, then we can say, actually you can say remove audio. Okay, or maybe, okay, so this will work on both actually on all playlists. And then maybe you can come here and just copy everything, and then I just hide my sidebar, then paste everything here. Then inside here I just say remove audio. Okay, then we use it inside here. So instead of this one here, we import, that is remove audio. Okay, and then inside here, so let me just copy all the props that we are expected to pass inside here. So here they are. So we expected to pass the playlist ID and the audio ID. Okay, so let's do that. So I just remove all of this. So for the first thing that we expected to pass is the playlist. So remember we have the playlist coming from here. Okay, so I'll just pass the playlist, and then the second thing we need is the playlist ID. So for the playlist ID, for the playlist ID, we already have it. So this playlist ID here, that is the one that we got from here. Okay, that is from this that is from this find here, because for the liked playlist we already found it, so we are just using using it here. Okay, that is playlist ID. Okay, and then for the audio ID we already have it. So then here now, what is it saying? Okay, it is saying it is we are passing we actually passing passing playlists stroke undefined. So here that means we need to also to accept playlist stroke undefined. Okay, so that will fix that. So for the unlike part here, I will be using it here. Okay, for the unlike part. Then here we can say on click, then we can just use it here. Okay, 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 so now it is okay. So inside here, so okay, import this one, also we drag that one to the top, then this one also, then we close this one and this one. Okay, so for the remove audio, so for the first thing we need to do, we actually need to get all the audios inside this playlist. So what we'll be doing, can say const, then we say lists, actually can say audio list. Okay, audio list, like that. Then we can say playlist. So for the playlist that we passed, then we say dot filter. Okay, then we extract the individual lists, and then we say equal to, then we make sure that this playlist ID that we passed here, we are getting it. So we say list dot id is equal to play list id. Okay, then if that part is true, so let me just collapse this part here. So if this part is true, then we continue, and then we say dot flat map. So we already used flat map earlier, so you can check what it does actually, and then you can be able to understand it much better, because we actually we'll be getting that be getting an array, then flat mapping to make sure that that array we have it, and then we actually concatenate. This one we won't concatenating it like we did earlier, but we actually will be removing one audio from it, or actually one string from it. Okay, then we can say dot flat map, then we say we get the individual audio. Okay, we get the individual audio, and then inside here we say audio dot, okay, audio dot, actually here we'll be actually getting, that is lists dot so this list here will be getting the audio from that list, then we say audio. Okay, so when you hover on this one here, you can see that you have the audio. Okay, then you say, so for this one here you can just say something like a. Okay, and then here you can say audio dot filter, and then we extract the individual, that is the individual audio. Okay, so let me see, actually I'm confusing something here. So okay, for this part here actually I thought I was supposed to use this list from here, but this list actually ends at this part here. Okay, so I need to use this a instead of lists. Okay, like that. So when you hover on this one here, now you'll be able to see, you'll be getting the types, and then when you hover on this one, you can see also you'll be getting the types. Okay, so now you can see you don't have any error. So on this part here now we have the audio. So that is the here maybe you can give it another name, which can be something like playlists audio. Okay, then you can say playlist audio .id. Actually not .id, because this audio is actually a string, a type of string array. That means now this playlist is a string. Then this playlist, then we are saying we remove the playlist that is not equal to audio that is audio id. Okay, and then after that now we can update the playlist. So you can say, so on this part here you can say update. Okay, and then inside here we can start by getting the where. Okay, then here we have a comma, then for the data. So for this part here you can remove the image URL, then you can also remove this part here, and then here we'll be replacing this part with audio list. Okay, like that. Then for the where we can say id is equal to is if we are getting the playlist where the playlist is with the id of playlist id. Okay, so when it saves, we need to actually now test this component. So let's look up what we have already what we have done. So for this part here, it confused me just a little bit, but that is normal. Okay, so for this part here, we actually filtering the playlist to make sure that we get the playlist with this id here, and then when we get that playlist, we actually flat map that is the audio inside this object. So remember, after filtering, we are getting the playlist, which is this one here, and then we are flat mapping this array here. So flat mapping this array here, whereby you can see here we have the playlist, then we are getting the playlist audio, then we are filtering the playlist audio, whereby we are getting a single array, a single string, because this array is of type string array. And then after that we are making sure this array here being flat mapped does not include this audio, that is audio id. And then after that we are getting the audio with this with the playlist id, where the playlist id is equal or is the same as the id of this playlist here. And then after that we are just replacing or we can just say actually replacing the audio inside that playlist with this playlist audio playlist, which you have here, which you have already flat mapped. Okay, so for this part here, so we want to unlike, so you can click on this part here, and then you can click remove from, that is remove from liked. So here you can say playlist created. So here you can see here now it is not liked. So that is because unlike part here, you can see that we did not change this part here. Okay, so for this part here, you can head over back to card, that is audio flex here, and then you can copy these. You can copy these toast here that we used earlier, and then also you can just replace it here. And then what you just need to do, so okay, this one here, just remove it, and then what you need to do is just import this liked icon. Okay, then you can just make sure the component are well imported, then now you can save. Okay, so we are done with this component. We actually need to do one thing, which is which is actually deleting. You can say delete audio. Okay, so you can say cons, then you can say delete, like that. And then maybe you can just, I don't know if I still have the transition, so I don't have it, so I just copy this transition here, and then I just have it here. And then here you can just remove this one here, then you can just say, be just saying something simple, which is actually, we can have actually dynamic template, like that. Then you can say, okay, we can say something like audio dot title deleted successfully. Okay, then maybe you can use actually you can use this down here. Then now we can open our sidebar, then inside our actions we can create a component, named it that is delete. Then you can copy everything from create here, then say hide my sidebar, then paste it, then name this one delete. Actually this one should be delete audio. Rename this one to delete audio. Okay, so here what we'll be expecting is actually one thing, which is just the audio ID, actually the ID, that is the audio ID. Okay, so just remove this part here and then replace it with where, like this. Then I can say ID the same as ID. Okay, then here I can have delete. Okay, then here I can replace this one with audio. Okay, and with that one we are done with the deleting part there. Then I just pass the ID, the audio ID. So after just importing here, just pass the audio ID. So here is the audio ID. Then now you can save. Okay, so now maybe you can now test this part here with this one here. So let's see. So now you can see audio added. Okay, audio removed. Can say removed. Okay, so that is perfect. And then now you can try to add, and then you make sure that it is working. Okay, so added to liked songs, and then you can also add that one. So then you can try, so removed from liked. Okay, so you can see how it is working. So great work. So now for the unlike, also that is for the last thing we need to test, that is the delete part here. So you can open your component here and then hit the delete part. Okay, helplessly deleted successfully. So now that is great. So on the next part, now we need to actually edit the that is the actually edit the audio. So to edit the audio, just close this, and then actually, so make sure that this part here you have this function on click, whereby you are setting the modal to true. So I just close this part here, then I come down here, just after that div there, then I just import upload audio. Okay, like that. So make sure you have upload audio. So make sure that also the components are well imported, like that. And then here it is expecting set open, which should be set open, like that. And then also we'll be having the initial, so we can change this one to, okay, you can leave it like that, the audio, but we can change this one also to initial audio. Okay, but also we need to pass the open. Okay, which should be a boolean, it should be open. So we have not accepted the part here, that is the that is the part that is the initial audio. We have not accepted it, so we need to come inside here and accept it. So we accept it there, then we come down here, give it the type of audio. Okay, so the audio should come from Clerk. So you should have this audio here. So there it is. So for this part it will be actually optional, because on the other part we did not add it, so it should be actually optional. So for this part here, so let's see. So it is we are expecting open, then here open, something is wrong with open. I don't know what. Can say okay, this one here used capital O, so it should be open like that. Like that. So that is the amazing part of TypeScript, so you know when you have made a mistake. So inside here now we have the initial value or the initial audio. So since we have the initial audio, the only part that will be changing is actually this part, and then that is this part also. So we can say if you have the initial, that is the, okay, let's see, okay, yeah, spelling are correct. That is the initial audio, then you'll be showing something like that. Okay, so if you have the initial audio, will be showing update audio, and if you don't have, will be showing update audio. Okay, and then also for the next part, we actually won't be showing this part here if we have the initial audio. So let me just cut this part out and say if you have the initial, that is the initial, then don't show the audio. Okay, and then there is this part here also that I would like to change. This part here, you can copy it from here. So you can open it, this one here, that is edit audio, like that. So you can stay open like that, then you can just replace it here like that. So for the next part that will be changing is this part here. We need to make sure that we fill these values. Okay, so we can say if we have the initial, that is the initial audio, then let us show the initial, that is the initial audio, else let us show this object that we have right here. Okay, and then now you can save. Now the last thing we'll be changing in this part here, whereby we'll be saying if you have the initial audio, then we'll be actually having this part here. Okay, and if you don't have the initial audio, we'll actually be having that part there. So you can just duplicate this part here and then have it inside here. So we'll be using the same function, which is all the same app, that is server action. Here we'll be saying audio updated successfully. Okay, or maybe you can just use dynamic templates. Okay, then you can have something like you can say values dot title. Okay, updated successfully. Okay, so let's see now if you'll get the values. So maybe it haven't finished saving. Let me check. So it is okay, it should be like this. So if you have the initial value, then we'll be showing the initial value, initial audio. If you don't have, then we'll be showing the object right here. So let's continue and let's see if where the error is just in a bit. Okay, I'll just copy this part here and then we'll be just seeing where it is. So here we are actually accepting the audio, and then also we'll be accepting a boolean, whereby you can say if it is a, we can say boolean to check if it is if you are updating. Okay, so here comma, then here you can say true, then on the other part here you can say false. Okay, like that. So for the update part here, we can say if we are updating, then maybe you can just duplicate this part here, actually upwards, and then you can move it inside there. Then we can have something like else, like that, and then we can move this part inside here, like that. Okay, so this part, if it is if we are not updating, then we'll be having this part, and then if we are updating, then we'll be having this part. Okay, and then for our case here, we won't be updating the duration. We won't be updating the duration. Okay, we won't also be updating that is the audio URL. Okay, and then lastly, we won't be updating the user ID. Okay, we will be just updating the four, that is the title, thumbnail, category, and also the author. Okay, so here we can change this one to update, then that means we need to get the whereby it will be the audio. So here I forgot, we actually also need to pass the ID. Okay, we need also to pass the ID, which will be audio ID, which will be of type string, which should be optional. Okay, and you can replace this one with the that one ID. Then here we can have a comma, just like that. Then you can save, then you can come back here, and then here we can just accept the pass in the initial, that is the initial audio. Okay, dot ID. Okay, just like that. So let's see. So we are not still getting the values, so undefined. Okay, so let me check. This one should be undefined. Okay, so here we actually have the that is the audio. That is why we are actually showing the update audio. Okay, so, and also here, so let me pause the video and then see why you are not getting the value, then I just fix the issue. So actually there was no issue with the code. So basically you can see here we have the same thing. So what I did, I actually refreshed my page here. So on this end here, you can see that I don't have any content. So when you refresh, you can actually be able to see that you will be able to see those changes. Okay, so let's see. So just give it a second. So as it loads there, so there is a few things that I would like to change. So here I was saying that if I have the initial audio, I would like to actually create. So that was wrong. So if I don't have the initial audio is therefore when I would like to create. So you can fix this part here. So make sure this part you have fixed because it's very critical. And then this part here that I was saying, if I have initial audio is when I would like to show this tag here. So that was wrong also. So make sure you say if you don't have the initial audio is when you would like to actually is when you would like to actually show this part here. Okay, and then save. So now when you come here, edit audio, so now you can see you have the value. So and then now you can see for this part which you have just saved, we don't have it have not actually saved. So now it has saved now. So this part here, let's say this part here we change it to something like Adele, or maybe you can change it to hello. Okay, and then we update. Okay, so now you can see now we have been able to update this part. So I'll just change it back because we need the actual name of the song to make sure that we get the lyrics of the video. So I'll just change it back. So for this part here you can see also we haven't changed. So this part I don't know how we can fix that. Maybe you can use effect. So let's see, you can say use effect. So let have it here. So you can say use effect. You like to use snippet, then here we have the initial audio, then we import the use effect. Okay, don't know if that will fix the issue because that this part maybe you change it back and change it back. It's very important that you get the accurate data. Okay, so here it have actually changed. So on this part it did not change, but that is understandable. You can understand that because we changed it on the other side. So here you can see that it have changed here. So let's change this part here, and then we change it to hello. So now you can see now it is working. So great work. So we'll meet on the next part of the video, whereby we'll be working on which part here. So let's see, we'll be working on this part here. So because we have already finished with this part, the whole of this audio tracks, so the next part will be how we can actually play our audios. Okay, so let's continue from there.